Sea Ray just came on site.
Good morning, ladies and gentlemen. Welcome to the 2022 Thunder on Cocoa Beach, coming to you live from beautiful Cocoa Beach, Florida. I am Mike Uwaski. Joining me is Eric Colby. This event is produced by Case Productions. Go to caseproductions.com for more information. We're going to bring you the live action today here from Thunder on Cocoa on the beach. Eric Colby is going to join me in the broadcast booth. Eric, welcome. Tell us about your first time in Cocoa Beach, and then we'll run through the starts and the schedule and let everybody know what's going on here. Very exciting day of racing coming up.
Big day of racing coming up. Chamber of Commerce Day if you're Cocoa Beach. The weather can't be any better. The conditions look like they're going to be pretty favorable for the small boats to start this race. And I think we're going to have an exciting day. For sure. We talked to a lot of teams yesterday, and it was actually just like this yesterday. It was calmer in the morning, flatter in the morning. Talked to Gary Stray and Steve Curtis from the Husky team. They said it was rougher the second time they went out, indicating that as the day goes on, the waters are going to build. Of course, that means the big boats are going to come out later today, and it's going to get a little bit bumpier for them. So a big Class 1 fleet here, a big Super Cat fleet here, a big Super Stock fleet here, Yep.
And a lot of bracket boats also racing. 5 races total today. The first race is going to go off at 9 o'clock. It's going to be Class 5, Class 6, and Class 7. The second race should be right around 10:30. That's going to have Pro Stock V, Mod V, Class 3, and Class 4. The third race of the day will have Super Stock. The fourth race of the day will have Class 1. And the fifth and final race of the day will have Super Cat. So, and 450, the 450 stock class also. Not going to give you time on those right now because we're not behind schedule. I actually talked to Dale Owens, who's race control, and Mark Austin, who's chief referee for the event. They said we are on for roughly a 9 o'clock start here in Cocoa Beach.
Everyone's still milling right now by the looks, waiting to line up to get the flag or the signal from the pace boat to form up to start.
Yep, so there's no parade lap here in these races today in Cocoa Beach in effort to save time and fuel. So the boats came down the course south. They're going to run clockwise here, right turns, north along the beach. So they went south. Scott Porte, one of the chief starters here in Cocoa Beach, said that they can kind of learn the turns a little bit and run around and see the marks and get their reference points on land so they can understand what the course is. This is a very long course, 7 miles total here in Cocoa Beach. So it's a very long course, kind of hard to see. Very hazy down here. A little bit of overcast. There were some raindrops that came this morning just after the drivers' meeting, so it's going to be kind of off and on weather all day.
They do have a yellow flag up on the pace boat, so they're trying to form them up.
So Pace Boat 1 is going to be the Blue Active Thunder. Pace Boat 2 is going to be a Red Fountain. Pace Boat number 3, when it's needed, will be the P1 Panther. Of course, have to give a big shout-out to Sea Ray Boats. Sea Ray Sundancer 370, going to be the start-finish boat here in Cocoa Beach. This is a brand-new model powered by the Mercury V12, 600 horsepower, 7.6-liter Verado outboards. Boat made locally here in Merritt Island, Florida. You can go to searay.com for more information. We'll talk about a little bit more about that boat as the race goes on. But let's run through our entry list for this first group here. There is the Sea Ray, beautiful 370 Sea Ray. The new super impressive 1200 or V12, I'm sorry.
600 V12.
600 V12.
And if you've
Mercury
ever been on a boat
outboards
with those motors, the strangest thing is when you look back and you turn the wheel,
and they don't turn.
Only the lower unit articulates.
Yep, and they don't turn. It's even weird to watch on YouTube. All right, let's get started with our classes here in Cocoa Beach. Class 7, GB Motorsports, Davey Murata Jr. and Greg Blutter. 701 Jackhammer, Brian Guy, Julian Maldonado. They are your defending APBA National Champions. This is the first race also of the APBA National Championship. First of 8 races, event produced by P1 Offshore. Go to p1offshore.com for more information. Team progression, James Jajarnak, Joe Riley. 765, goofing around, Matthew Lauer and Joe Lauer. And I apologize, Jackhammer was not the national champion. Goofing around was a national champion. Then we have 742 Offshore Omies, Ben Ospian and Joel Murawski. Excuse me. Eric, run through Class 6 for us.
Rum runners, we've got Michael McColgan and Francis Valatato Jr. 605, Next Dimensions Construction, Chad Pyland and Brett Villarreal. I hope that's right. And 696, Gerard Marine Offshore Racing with Mark Conrad and Chase Gerard.
So I was joking around with the Rum Runner guys last night, Mike and Val, or Mike and Fran rather, and said, I have to say the word metallurgist today on the broadcast. So we're going to call Fran the metallurgist, Dr. Metallurgist there in Rum Runners. Class 5, big group here in Class 5 in Cocoa Beach. Boat 577, Yabba Dabba Doo, JD Ives, and Bruce Walter. Boat 5-7, Powerboats, Alexander Cruz and Arthur Cruz. 516, the boys from New York, Bronx Phantom, Robert Winkowski and Vincent Winkowski. 549, Team Farnsworth Motorsports, Irvin Garrett and Mark Diodario. 509, Shoreline Plumbing, Brett Aprius and Eddie Simmons. Boat 527, Golf and Gator and Team Woody Racing, with, of course, local J.J. Turk and Michael Stancombe, Golf and Gator Team Woody. Michael Stancombe, one of our first double duties of the day. He will be running in the JBS Class 1 entry as the boats just now start to get up on plane. So remember, no parade lap. Long straightaways here in Cocoa Beach. Let's finish this lineup real quick. Boat 517, Bulletproof, GoodCars.com, Eli Kingary and Craig Bellafato, and 502, Ultimate Boat Racing Experience, Chris Rendell and Rob Goodwin, but I think they were a scratch for the start today, although I'm not 100% sure. We'll see as they come by. This is going to be the first start in Class 5, waiting for the green flag. A little bit harder to see. Of course, we're getting that Florida glare here, as usual. Good fleet here in Class 5, good racing. And I can't quite tell, but I do think we have a start.
And initially, the ones to watch you would think would be Shoreline Plumbing and Golf and Gator Team Woody. Team Woody won the national title last year, if I'm not mistaken.
Yeah, Bronx Phantom is actually the odds-on favorite.
Phantoms.
We do have a green flag. We're going to race it in 2022, kicking off the season in Cocoa Beach. Class 5 takes the start. There is Shoreline Plumbing. That's Golf and Gator to the outside of them. There's Bronx Phantom. Those superboats and 2 Phantoms out to the early lead. That looks like 7 boats behind them. And then Team Farnsworth looks like in that group. So right now, your top 3, Bronx Phantom, Shoreline Plumbing, and Golf and Gator. Team Woody. Of course, everybody knows Team Woody. They have 3 boats here, actually own 4 race boats, but I talked to Chad this morning and Billy, and they said that the Levycraft was out with a broken drive, broken testing. As they come down the straight here, you can see it's a little bit rough, probably a good 2, maybe 2.5 foot chop out there. We're losing just a little bit of sight of the boats, but what a battle in Class 5. Top 3, deck to deck. Now it looks like Bronx Phantom has broken away just a little bit, leaving the second place race to go to Shoreline Plumbing and Golf and Gator. Remember, Class 5 bracketed to a speed of 75 miles per hour, monitored by GPS. They come across the start-finish line just to our vantage point here, Eric. The beautiful Hilton Garden Inn. Ultimate Boat Racing Experience. Chris Rendell did take the start. He is back behind this group. And there is Bulletproof, Craig Bellafato in the Warlock.
And then we've got the 2 boats bringing up the rear.
That's Papamigos, Team Farnsworth, it looks like. That's 7 boats. I know that because that's the Pantera outboard-powered boat.
The only outboard-powered boat in the class.
Yep. Now let's see if we can go down and get a Class 6 start. Back down the other end of the course. Class 6 should be taking the green flag here shortly. And we do make sure we give everybody their proper coverage. So right now you're looking at Shoreline Plumbing and Golf and Gator. They are second and third battling right now. The whitewater off to your left of your screen, that's Bronx Phantom. They are in the lead, but it doesn't look like much, Eric. That whitewater's pretty defined. Right. There's a rooster tail there. So this group is not far behind. Remember, I say they run 75 miles an hour. That means these boats cannot go over 75 miles an hour during the course of the race.
And then, as you've said before, if someone makes a big move in the straightaways, that's usually an indicator that someone might break out of that class, go too fast.
Sure.
Most of these, the moves are made in the turns.
Yeah, in a rough water race, Class 6 now just coming into our purview right in front of our hotel room. Rum Runners out into the early lead. It looks like Yabba Dabba Doo is in second, and they just came across the start-finish line.
A third boat.
As the battle continues in
here
Class
comes
5.
Class 7 right now.
Golf and Gator, there's Rum Runners. They are your leaders in Class 6. Only 3 boats in Class 6. Rum Runners, Next Dimension Construction, and Girard Marine Offshore Racing.
And here comes your Class 7 boats right across the start-finish.
Yep, Class 7 boats coming up behind them. That looks like Offshore Omi's out into the early lead on the inside of the course. That's Naughty Boys in second.
And it'll be interesting to watch this class and then the stock boats later because you have the new 300Rs. Mm-hmm. So these guys are starting with basically a blank sheet of paper.
The glare kind of making it hard to see. Team Progression, I think that's actually Team Progression, not Naughty Boys. That's 7-Eleven. They look like they're in second.
Yep.
Class 7 boats, these are the diehard guys of the sport. 22-foot long, single V-bottom outboard powered boats, single-engine boats. These guys really take a beating out there in the Atlantic Ocean. So now this is back to Class 5. It looks like we've had some changes around in Class 5. Now Shoreline Plumbing is on the inside. Bronx Phantom in the middle. Golf and Gator on the outside. There's a little bit better view. Shoreline Plumbing went back to the inside. Superboat versus 2 Phantoms. Brett Aprius and Eddie Simmons in Shoreline Plumbing. Love a 30-foot superboat. That's one of the best offshore boats I've gotten to run over the years. Of course, Brett talking about building a now Mod V to go run in the Mod V class, single-engine carbureted class, either the end of 2022 or early 2023. So Bronx Phantom out into the lead. Right now, Golf and Gator in second, Shoreline Plumbing in third. And those are your top 3.
This will be our first look at the dog leg when they come up to that turn.
Yep, they're going to go down the course, make a little dog leg jog out to the left, and then turn back right. Same course we had in 2019, the last time I was here for this race. Eric, of course, this is your first time in Cocoa Beach.
Yep.
You are a true northeastern guy.
It'll be interesting to see now because...
looks like we have a challenge for the lead. It looks like Golf and Gator is trying to challenge Bronx Phantom. Now, what you said about the breaking out of the speed, and if somebody makes a pass, in rough water conditions, it's really hard for these boats to break out. So it's a little bit not as easy to predict like when you see something like this.
Right.
But there's very little separation between any of these boats last time by. Class 5 going to run 4 laps, Class 6 going to run 4 laps, and Class 7 going to run 3 laps here in the Atlantic Ocean. A little bit of a bump out there. The 2 Phantoms, 1 and 2. The Superboat in third, trying to make a run up the inside.
Well, this could be where experience for JJ comes in, being a local guy and a veteran. He set himself up to be inside on the dog leg.
Mm-hmm. Yep. And they're going to bounce back and forth. They had to maintain their lanes through the first corner. Once they got through the first corner, they were wide open, could go wherever they needed to go. As we look at J.J. Turk and Michael Stancombe, of course, J.J. Turk, a huge supporter of this event here in Cocoa Beach with La Quinta Inns. Now there's a challenge for second. What's going on with Bronx Phantom? They're falling back. Not a lot, but just a little. Shoreline Plumbing now making a challenge for second place. Big air there. That's the dogleg turn. They should turn out left just slightly and then come back in right. There's Bronx Phantom. They start to make a little bit of a move there. Maybe a pinch down by Shoreline Plumbing, but gave them room. Big air there for Shoreline Plumbing in third as now Golf and Gator starting to pull away. Now remember, everything we tell you in these races is completely unofficial until the GPS results are read. Now they're turning back off the dogleg, back into the right to come back up. This will complete lap number 1 of 4. Maybe today counting laps will be easy with this big of a course. That would, of course, help. Great battle here in Class 5, though. Shoreline Plumbing on the inside. Bronx Phantom on the outside. Look at the holes there coming through the turn. Losing the boats just a little bit in the chop.
Wow.
A lot rougher out there, but Cocoa Beach is always a notorious rough race. Shoreline Plumbing makes a pass for second. They are now in second. Bronx Phantom drops back to third. Golf and Gator has opened up a pretty commanding lead over these 2 boats.
Well, the Superboat's a bigger boat in general, so could that give them an advantage in these conditions?
It could. It's a little bit, it's wider, I know, than the Phantoms.
Yep.
Length is just about the same. The Superboat is just truly a superior rough water hull. The Class 5, it's probably been one of the most successful boats in Class 5 racing. The Phantoms weren't around all that long in Class 5. They've been around for a while, but they're really starting to make their resurgence in Class 5. And the Phantom's an awesome boat. Will Smith builds a fantastic product. Obviously, we'll see a lot of those boats in Mod V and Pro Stock V later today. These are 2 of the open boats. We'll also have a Class 5 Phantom in Class 4. There's Ultimate Boat Racing Experience, Chris Rendell and Rob Goodwin running in Class 5. Back to the battle. Golf and Gator, this is what they want to see. You can guarantee JJ and Michael are looking over their shoulders, and they're watching these guys battle, and that's actually going to probably slow them down just a little bit, give Michael and JJ some breathing room. There is Bulletproof. Last time by, they looked to be in third place. And we apologize about not being able to announce the other boats. Kind of hard to see with the glare here. This happens in Key West a lot when you see the glare come down and the sun sets off of Mallory Square there, the glare kicks up. Well, here, because we're facing east, and obviously the sun rises from the east, we get the glare coming in, so a little bit harder to see. So we'll get some updates here on what is happening in Class 6 and Class 7 in just a couple minutes. Rum Runners last time by was in the lead, and it looked like Offshore Omies was in the lead in Class 7 last time by. And
I believe that Offshore Omies, that's a new entry.
They were around last year.
They were?
Yeah,
okay.
They've been around for a couple of years.
And that's a superboat.
I think so. It's kind of hard to distinguish the superboats from the Challengers. The progression looks a little bit different because of the different windshield. Battle in Class 5 for second place continues. Shoreline Plumbing in second. Bronx Phantom in third. The wake to your left is Dolphin Gator. There is 601. They should be leading in Class 6. Larry Smith built Scarab. Mike from Maryland. Fran from New Jersey. Of course, Fran's welding service, if you follow him on Facebook, that's kind of why we called him Dr. Metallurgy today, because he was giving me some advice about some things I need to make a repair of. Not Larry Smith Scarab.
Is it? Okay.
Yep. That's the former, it used to be Rum Runners back in the day.
Oh,
I forget who it was before that. Looks like Bronx Phantom trying to make a move on the outside of Shoreline Plumbing, and they are able to do so. So they out-accelerated, it looks like, just a little bit Shoreline Plumbing. Shoreline Plumbing may have taken a big hop. Remember, if you're in the air, you're not in the water, you're not moving forward, you're losing speed. And there are some holes out there. Talked to Steve Curtis and Britt Lilly yesterday, who will race later today in the Husky team. Of course, Britt Lilly pulling triple duty here in Cocoa Beach. And they said it's deceiving. They said that you can get a little bit of a rhythm to it, but there are some pretty big holes.
Yeah, when I talked to Gary Ballou and Grant Bruggerman, it was both the veteran. It's the ocean.
What a race here, though. This looks like, Shoreline Plumbing on the inside. Oh, no, Team Woody took a big hop. They are slowing fast. They are down off a plane. Team Woody, Golf and Gator looks like they are out of the race. They are currently slowing. They took a big hop there in that turn on the outside of Shoreline Plumbing. Not sure what happened. Shoreline Plumbing now in the lead. Bronx Phantom in second. That should move Bulletproof up to third, as they have completed lap 1. Class 6 has completed lap 1. And Class 7 are bracketed to 60 miles an hour.
This should be 2, shouldn't it?
I'm sorry?
This should be lap 2.
They've completed lap 1.
Oh, okay.
Yep, one time around, complete lap 1. So that's the hustler, it looks like, of GB Motorsports. Bronx Phantom and Shoreline Plumbing, they are battling side by side. Golf and Gator out early. Not sure what happened to those guys. Bronx Phantom is now going to be on the outside of the dogleg. Shoreline Plumbing going to be on the inside. There is seven powerboats. Pantera outboard powered boat.
And one of the few boats with a navigator.
24 Pantera, right?
28.
28 Pantera.
Yeah.
The only outboard powered boat in Class 5.
And one of the few with a navigator, a third man in the boat.
Yep, third man in the boat. Of course, Pantera, a true offshore deep V hull, probably likes this water here.
And it looks like
that's Bronx Phantom. They have now pulled about a rooster tail length of lead ahead of Shoreline. Here is 601 Rum Runners. They are your leaders in Class 6. Class 7 looks like they're coming across the start-finish line just in front of me. That looks like Team Progression in the lead. And maybe goofing around
might be
in
Naughty
second.
Boys.
No, Naughty Boys isn't here. It's Team Progression this
okay.
weekend. Made a mistake with that one. Now, it's hard to tell Jackhammer and goofing around, but that's what we see just out the window. Update in Class 7. Rum Runner 601. Your leaders in Class 6. There's a Class 7 boat. That's offshore Omies. And as I look out, so it looks like they are currently in third place from our vantage point. So the only one that was hard to tell was goofing around. And still can't tell because of the glare. Unfortunately, Jackhammer and Goofing Around are both silver-hulled boats, so it's kind of hard to distinguish in the sun and only being 22 feet in the sun and being only 22 feet long. Bronx Phantom's
got some pulled.
I think he's got some distance now. These past shots we've seen, it looked like they've been side by side.
Well, so much of this is: are you setting up for the start of the race? Do you think something's going to come to them later in the race as for prop? And it's not as prop's a bigger guess with a single-engine boat.
Well, and it's bracket class racing, right? Like these guys aren't thinking about weight when they come out. They're not they don't have to do any tech inspection or anything like that. They're just going to look at how fast they went and whether they broke out or not. There are parameters in which they can break out for a few seconds, but they look at that very closely, be able to give a fair race here in Cocoa Beach. 2022 Thunder on Cocoa Beach, coming to you live from beautiful Cocoa Beach, Florida. Sunny, hot, humid day down here, just like yesterday. A little bit of rain shower coming through. Of course, in Florida, there's always a chance for rain showers, so that will continue throughout the day.
But the Winoskis look good. That's a father-son team.
Father-son team, yep.
From New York.
I forget how many boats they told they own now. I think he said it was up to 9 or 10, but the coolest boat that they own is a 40 SS Formula like they were telling about you yesterday.
Yes.
Big Whipple-charged motors in it. Harness and surface drives running just short of 100 miles per hour. 98, I think he said yesterday. Boat number 516.
That's one of those boats, if you were on the water and all of a sudden it passed you, you'd just be, oh, my God, what is in that
Remember
boat?
when I saw it for sale in offshore only, I'm like, my God, look at that thing. There's offshore Omies, and that's Girard Marine, so that's Class 5.
But they're running that little 21-foot boat very well.
That's a superboat. I can tell by the sticker on the back of it. So offshore Omies is the superboat.
And that's not one of the new 300s either.
No, it is not.
I
Not
think-
a lot of teams went to the 300s. In fact, Jackhammer was, I believe, the only team that did go to the 300, and that was last year
Yep.
when they sunk their 22-foot velocity in St. Petersburg, Florida. And they were able to get the boat put back together and brought to Fort Myers to wrap up the season.
And if I'm not mistaken, the GB boat was Jay Muller's.
Yep, that's
21
Jay Muller's
Hustler.
Hustler. I was talking to him yesterday about that. There's Ultimate Boat Racing Experience. They are currently running in Class 5, unclear of their position at this point.
And that is a Swedish-designed boat by a gentleman by the name of Aki Mannerfelt, and has a long history, and was actually a designer originally of the Silverhook V-bottom.
Yep. He was involved with the Platinum, too, I believe, wasn't he? I think. Not 100% sure.
I know that was Andreas Trost,
Okay.
but I don't know. I don't think Aki had any. But here we are back to the Class 5 race, and Bronx Phantom is holding them off.
Yeah, Bronx Phantom
They've
is
moved
definitely
over.
and they're good at what they do. You know, to run a bracket class race is a lot more. It's challenging in its own ways compared to running in one of the spec classes, which we'll see later today, simply because you have to have so much control. Both of these boats can run
they're much faster than
well over
75.
75 miles per hour, probably in the upper 80s, maybe even ticking the low 90s. So they know they can go that fast, but they have to watch that speed. But what this means, and I always explain this for these boats behind them, just like Bulletproof we see on our screen now, if the two boats in front broke out and this boat's in third, well, then this boat's going to come in first place. So they can't back out of it. They have to stay consistent. You're always thinking maybe the boat in front of me broke out, and that's what boat number 517, bulletproofgoodcars.com, is thinking right now, as I believe they're in third. Bronx Phantom continues to lead.
And that is a single-step 29 Warlock that was built in California originally. And those were pretty popular in the old Factory 1 class.
Yep. Well, it's a very, very good rough water boat. Run a couple of those, too, and it really got to enjoy them. Thunder on the Cocoa Beach would like to thank Keltec for all their support. Keltec designs firearms right here in Brevard County, Florida, that are innovative in design and exciting to use. Look for them at your favorite firearms dealer. That's Keltec, one of the major sponsors here in Cocoa Beach. Of course, give a shout-out to Sea Ray, providing a beautiful Sea Ray 370 for the start-finish boat today.
Looks like Woody's back up and running.
Yep,
Dolphin Gator.
Woody is back up and running. I know that boat has a new motor in it from this off-season. This is its first race. It went back to Texas, got a new motor put in, and brought back out. Of course, this is one of 4 Team Woody boats. You'll see only one of the Team Woody boat today. That will be the Fountain, the 35 Fountain, with Chad and Billy running that in Class 3 later today. Of course, they have the Levecraft, which I said is out with an outdrive issue. And the Velocity actually spent the winter in Englewood, Florida. Ray LeBady, the director for Englewood, brought it over from the other side of the state and here, but it is not racing today. 517, Bulletproof, goodcars.com. I believe they are in third place. We will look next time they come by. Class 4 Class 5 rather, should complete their second lap now, starting on the third. That is Jackhammer.
And that's the new 300R.
Yep, that's the new 300R. Julian Maldonado is going to pull double duty today as he's going to get his first race in Super Stock in the old Kinetic Animation Ryan Beckley skater, now known as Steel Racing, coming up in Super Stock. Of course, Jackhammer, one of the most consistent teams last year in Class 7. Brian Guy, Julian Maldonado, they ran a 22-foot velocity, which is very fast, very successful. I think it blew the bottom out of it, if I remember correctly, in St. Pete, and it sunk. And they drove across the state, bought there, because they're on the West Coast. They drove to the East Coast, bought the boat they're currently in, which is a Challenger, I believe.
It's so hard to tell those Challengers from the super boats.
The deck molds are the same. Not the same, but they look almost the same.
I was curious to see if someone was going to run a Velocity here because,
I mean, it's a superior boat. There are a couple out there in the class. Punisher, locked up as a Velocity now.
And here goes the Rindell.
Yep, it looks like he's slow and going through the corner. So that's an open boat. That's completely different than what Chris normally races. Normally it's a canopied boat, actually considerably narrower than that.
And that's a much bigger boat.
So that is Naughty Boys. I do apologize. It is registered as Team Progression. I did announce it as Naughty Boys because that's who I thought I saw in the pits.
Yep.
Boat 711. They have it down as Team Progression, but it is Naughty Boys. Of course, they are based out of Long Island, New York.
And it's interesting because the Progressions, the super boats, even the Challengers, all Long Island boats, right? Yeah,
Superboat built by the Cohens up in New York. I want to wish John Cohen a speedy recovery. I know he just had some knee surgery. We hope you're doing well. I thought he was coming down here this weekend, but I didn't get to see him. Of course, Eddie Simmons, who is like King Superboat in Class 5, is running with Brett in Shoreline Plumbing. Eddie, of course, owns his own 30-foot Superboat. And there is Bronx Phantom. They continue to lead in Class 5. Great battle to start, but now it's kind of separated out just a little bit. Now, Shoreline Plumbing could be thinking, hey, we know we didn't go over 75. They're going to lay it off a little bit and think maybe 516 broke out. Up Team Farmsworth is down. That's Pop Amigos. They are down off a plane. Irvin and Mark, they did a lot of work to that boat. That boat looks fantastic. Here is Jackhammer.
Flying it well.
Yep, we're going to see as they come by. So they're just now going in front of us. I think they may be in the – nope, they're in second. Naughty Boys is in the lead in Class 7. Jackhammer is in second.
And Jackhammer, is that a battle wagon?
No, Goofing Around is the battle wagon.
Is the battle wagon, okay.
Yep. Jackhammer is either the Challenger or Superboat. I'm sure I will get a message about which one that is later. Feel free to inform. So everybody should be completing lap number 3 now. So this could be the last lap for Class 7 and the start of the last lap for Classes 6 and 5. First race of the day, starting to wrap up. Second race is going to be Pro Stock V, Mod V, Class 3 and Class 4. Eric, I think Class 4 could be pretty exciting out of here. All these big V-bottoms. You've got Complete Marine Pompano, which, of course, is the Phantom. You've got Predator, which is an Apache. And you've got GNS Motorsports, which is a Velocity. 3 great rough water boats going to duke it out here in Cocoa Beach in race number 2.
Yeah, and if it stays about the way it is now, these waters won't slow them much.
Nope, especially not the Apache. And the Phantom, I mean, they're all fast boats in rough water.
The Apache will eat it up, and so will that big Velocity.
Yep, Craig Bellafato and BulletProofGoodCars.com with Elijah Kingery. There is 7 powerboats. They look to be slowing just a little bit, but still on a plane and still running. Remember, to win it, you got to finish it.
Yep.
And that's key because, again, if one of these boats broke out in front of them, nobody knows until the results are turned in. Bronx Phantom now coming into our view, so this should start the last lap of Class 5. Of course, all of our lap counts and all of the results that we talked to you about are completely unofficial, mainly because I'm used to saying we just don't know what we're talking about. That's all there is to it. Shoreline Plumbing continues to run in second in Class 5. A lot of separation between Bronx Phantom and Shoreline Plumbing now.
And like you said, the Winoskis are veterans.
Oh, yeah.
I'd be surprised if they broke out.
Yeah, he's like Mr. Phantom. I mean, he's owned every Phantom out there. He currently owns, I think, 2 or 3 other ones. A ton of boats up there in New York. Great guys to talk to and hang out with. Of course, Sabrina, their daughter, just getting over cancer last year in 2022. So, Sabrina, we wish you the best for sure. Look forward to meeting you one day, and you can tease me for saying your wrong name. I think that was in Englewood last year, but we hope you're doing well. Glad to hear you're in remission. Everything's going well for you. 601 Rummers continues to lead in Class 6. This should start their last lap as well. Not too much in the way of lap traffic here in Cocoa Beach because it's such a long course, they just don't bunch up on top of each other, although the conditions could delicate that just a bit. It is rougher than what we had thought. Actually, it's really not. It's kind of what we predicted it was going to be.
That boat brings back memories for me because I raced one in 1991 with Nigel Hook. When he had the Team Archer Marine Scarab. And that was the first kind of purpose-built offshore A-class boat. It was a sit-down boat, which was new for that. It kind of evolved things to the types of V-bottoms in that size you see now.
Well, what a lot of people don't know about Scarab is, and Scarab back in the heydays, Larry Smith was instrumental in the Scarab boat designs. Most of the older flat-deck V-bottoms were designed by Larry Smith. And there is, when you look at Scarabs now, and you see them come up for sale, obviously, because it's an older boat brand now. I mean, I say that relative to everything else. But you see a distinct difference between when people say it's a Scarab and it's a Larry Smith Scarab.
Right.
Like the Viper, the 30-foot Viper was a Larry Smith-built boat. And they're rock-solid boats. He built a fantastic boat. Scarab, the 33 AVS, one of my all-time favorite boats to get to run. Really enjoyed that. Scarab built a great product. But the Larry Smiths were just built a little bit more like an offshore race boat and less like a pleasure boat, if you would.
Yeah, when I was the editor of Powerboat Magazine, he was right up the road and would just drop in all the time at the offices. And he built the 37 one-off for Bruce Penhall and Dennis Segalis when they had Ocean Spray. And that was one of the best-looking enclosed V-bottoms. It was very reminiscent of the Apache Heritage with the lines. Yep,
and one of my favorite boats that Larry Smith built, of course, was the second Smokin' Joe entry, which was the triple-engine 43 Scarab.
Yep.
And I love that boat. Remember being on Ocean City, a beach just like this, and you could hear that boat long before you could ever see it coming.
And there we just saw one of the interesting things about offshore when you had Bronx Phantom overtaking a Class 7 boat.
Yep.
You have boats of different speeds on the course all at once. And there are rules in place. You're supposed to give way and overtake on the outside. But that's one of the interesting things with offshore you don't see in a lot of other motorsports.
Now, this is Naughty Boys in offshore Omies, it looks like. Now, I thought Jackhammer was in second, but it may have been offshore Omies. They were running deck-to-deck on the first lap of this race, so maybe they've hooked up and gotten back together. Naughty Boys, I believe, was in the lead. Again, all these results are unofficial, and while we can look outside of this window, again, because of the glare and the 22-foot boats and the rough seas, it's kind of hard to determine who's where and what. So we do apologize. We don't want to give you guys any false information.
This just looks like an afternoon on Great South Bay up in Long Island.
Yeah, quite possibly.
2 Long Island boats duking it out.
Now, I said that about lap traffic. Class 5 is starting to lap up just a little bit. Oh, there's a boat under tow.
Yep.
Kind of hard to
Looks
tell
like
who that is.
Boat.
Yep, it was Class 7.
But
not sure who that was. Bronx Phantom continues to lead in Class 5. Shoreline Plumbing in second. Naughty Boys, we believe, is leading in Class 7. This should be everybody's last lap, so the Sea Race should wave the checkered flag as we come by. Give a shout-out to all the supporters of Cocoa Beach. Of course, Keltec, who we mentioned earlier, Butt Racks, Cape Marina, Port Canaveral Firearms and Ammo. Visit spacecoast.com. Wallace Air Conditioning and Heating. JT Social Bar, located inside of the Cocoa Beach La Quinta Inn. Bale Brothers Cranes and Rigging, Coconuts on the Beach. Offshore Outdrives, The Tiny Turtle, and Golf and Gator. Thank you for all your support of Thunder on the Cocoa Beach. Of course, Kerry Bartlett and his entire staff do such a fantastic job with this event. This is a very cool town to come to. Eric, you and I talked about this a little bit earlier in the day, and let's see, are we getting the checkered flag for Bronx Phantom? Yep, I do see a flag on the start-finish boat. Let's see if we can get a shot of it. But Bronx Phantom should slow and turn to the inside of the course. Oh, that's not Bronx Phantom.
That's
I apologize.
Team Woody, I believe.
Yep, you're right. I apologize. It was just the profile of the deck that I saw.
Woody's still trying to make up time.
Yep.
And this is about as low a tide, I think, as we're going to see today.
I think so, yep. Very short beach here in Cocoa Beach, Florida. Beautiful day.
But towns like this that just embrace the event, towns like Sarasota where it's just become a signature.
Yep, St. Clair, Michigan, Michigan City, Indiana.
Yep.
The northern towns, the northern towns, believe it or not, will pale the southern towns in comparison to boat races because the block party in Michigan City, Indiana, which takes place at the very beginning of August, the block party there, to me, outdoes the block party in Key West.
That boat, that looks like Bronx Phantom there.
Yep, that's Bronx Phantom. They are your leader in Class 5, so they should come across the start-finish line and get the checkered flag this time by.
And just they almost had a little hop hook in the turn and caught it.
Yep, but that's the challenge of going through these turns because you're running straight into the trough. And it may upset the boat just a little bit. So Bronx Phantom should be crossing the start-finish line. Let's see what we can see from a live perspective here. As we watch a Class 7 boat on your screen, hard to tell who that is. We do think that the hustler of GB Motorsports is out of the race. We did see somebody under tow, but again, that is completely unofficial. So this is Class 5. They've exited the south turn. They're headed north now towards the finish line, and this checkered flag. Bronx Phantom continues to lead. Shoreline Plumbing in second. Got some lap traffic right now with Class 7 boats around them.
I don't see a flag waving yet. Oh, there it is. Is that a checker?
It looks like a flag.
Yeah, something's waving.
Yep, there's a checkered flag. All right, so that wraps up Class 5. Your unofficial winner is Bronx Phantom. Shoreline Plumbing in second. I think that Class 7 boat may have been a lap down, but they're going to go ahead and turn in. Is that everybody turning in?
No.
Nope, it doesn't look like it. The Class 7 boat turned in. Oh, nope, the super boat of Shoreline is slowing down now, so I think they know it's over. And Bronx Phantom. I don't think they're handing out checkered flags today, so these guys may just run straight back up the course and head in.
That's what I'm going to take a look at. Or are they doing an insurance lap?
So as we wrap up the first race here of the day, Class 5, Class 6, and Class 7 racing here in the Atlantic Ocean off beautiful Cocoa Beach. That looks like 7 powerboats and Ultimate Racing Experience, both in Class 5. That is goofing around there. The Lauer brothers, of course, out of New Jersey.
And I believe the Warlock is running up the backstretch, headed for the dogleg as well.
Yep. Matt Lauer, Joe Lauer. Known these guys for quite a few years as they have been around the circuit. Of course, this race produced by P1. Go to p1offshore.com for more information. Follow the schedule. Keep up with your favorite teams. We're coming to a town near you in 2022. So Goofing Around pulls in. So unofficially, we are kind of declaring Naughty Boys, I believe, as the winner in Class 5, although Offshore Omi's
Class 7.
Class 7, I apologize. Yep. Class 7, although Offshore Army crossed the finish line and pulled in, it appeared to be first. We're not 100% sure. So, again, all these results are unofficial. And if I can get some unofficial from race control, some unofficial results from race control between races, then I will be sure to update those. So Bronx Phantom is still running, but I think they're probably headed back to the Crane, boat number 516.
They're coming back up, headed south again.
All right.
Toward the dog leg, so... When I mentioned insurance lap, it's up to the competitors in the boats to keep track of how many laps they run. And I know there's only 4, but...
there should have been 4 pieces of tape on the deck of the boat with 1, 2, 3, and 4 written on it. As you go by, you pick out the piece of tape and you throw it away. Sometimes you forget, and in the way that this race was going in the beginning with Class 5 between Shoreline Plumbing, Bronx Phantom, and Gulf and Gator, then you would have expected... maybe they forgot to piece of pull of tape. It's happened to me. I'm sure it's happened to you. It's happened to a lot of different people. These Class 5 teams, Class 6 teams, and Class 7 teams don't necessarily have spotters on land. These are 2-boat operation teams. So just like Bronx Phantom, it's really only the father-son team.
And many years ago, when Don Johnson was racing and Kurt Russell was his navigator, I never was able to confirm it, but I heard stories lost lap count. And I don't think Richie Powers was too happy about that.
Maybe he made it up for it in other ways. There's Ultimate Racing Experience wrapping up their race in Class 5. The first race of the day wrapping up here in Cocoa Beach. Second race going to be right around, I would say around 10:30, but it'll probably go a little bit earlier, maybe between 10 and 10:15. The helicopter shouldn't have to refuel, and the course looks like it has stayed set well. So we should be able to get right to our second race. That's going to have Mod V, only 2 boats in Mod V, Pro Stock V. We're going to have 7 boats in Pro Stock V, 2 in Class 3 and 3 in Class 4. That's not confusing at all to have to say. But that will be the second race of the day. And, of course, as we get later in the day, the bigger the boats get, and we also get into our Spec Class racing. Spec Class will be in the second race between Mod V and Pro Stock, and then Spec Class will be Super Stock. Class 1, which is going to be super exciting. All 3 races in the later part. I'm excited about every race here today. Every race I think is going to be excellent. This race started off great. Of course, the water kind of, I think, equalized out everybody a little bit. And, of course, this is the first race of the year, so nobody wants to go out and break their stuff after the first race. So Rum Runners continues to lead in Class 601. They should be coming across the start-finish line here shortly.
Yeah, we'll keep an eye out for them.
They were in first, and I saw Gerard Marine, who should have been maybe in second.
And that was
but
a new boat.
I did not see Next Dimension Construction.
And that could have been something happened early at the start.
Yep.
I mean, first race of the year, you were
lots of bugs to work out.
If you were thrashing to get it done and something didn't get tightened, know, little things happen, and then boom.
So 7 powerboats, the 28 Pantera with the twin Mercury outboard engines on the back of it. They come across the start-finish line. There's that beautiful Sea Ray 370 start-finish boat, twin Mercury V12, 600 horsepower, 7.6-liter Verado outboards. 37-foot boat, 39 feet 9 inches long, 12 feet wide, weight of 21,000 pounds, and tops out at a 60 miles per hour. Pretty impressive for a 37-foot boat. There is 601 Rum Runners. So I'm starting to reference everything now, Eric, and I can see that the fireboat was just down south of the start-finish boat. I know if they're coming up past that, they're getting ready to go across the finish line. So 601 Rum Runners, your unofficial winners in Class 6. I believe Gerard Marine is going to be in second.
And the other cool thing about those V12 Verados, 2-speed transmission.
2-speed transmission.
And you never feel it.
And it's a duoprop lower unit, just like their Bravo 3 outdrives. The Sea Ray 370 Sundancer outboard is the first release of the next generation of Sea Ray Sundancers. Was released by Sea Ray in conjunction with the 45th anniversary of the Sea Ray Sundancer. Ruby Cabin sleeps 4 people on that beautiful boat made right here locally in Merrill Island, Florida. You actually pass the factory when you're driving in, I believe it's 528 coming into Cocoa Beach.
Yep.
So I think Bronx Phantom did an extra lap. There is no penalty for that in any way, shape, or form. And since these boats don't have to meet a minimum weight coming out, it doesn't make a difference. So
and
Golfin Golf and Gator did end up finishing the race. They did have a mechanical issue early on, but they were able to get it going.
And that's the big picture look for the national champ, the whole season, is you still have to score points wherever you can.
Yep.
So if you break down in offshore and you can get it re-going, you can re-enter the race as long as you don't call race control and say we're out.
You can't be touched by somebody. You cannot be touched by somebody else. If you are touched by a towboat or assisted by a race official, then you're out. Or like Eric said, if you call race control. Beautiful to hear in Cocoa Beach, Florida. This is the 2022 Thunder on Cocoa Beach coming to you live, p1offshore.com, or go to facebook.com/p1offshore. Keep up with us all day today. We know you're waiting for your favorite teams to come out and enjoy the race.
I guess the Winoskis just want to go boating.
Yeah. Well, hey, man, I'm with them. I want to go boating, too. Thunder on Cocoa Beach would like to thank Kel-Tec for their support. Kel-Tec employs hundreds of your friends and neighbors right here in Brevard County. Many of them are military veterans. Look for their guns at your favorite firearms dealer. Of course, we have to give a shout-out to all of our armed forces, Army, Navy, Air Force, and Marines, United States Coast Guard, all the local municipalities, fire department, EMS, police department, special event planners from the city. If it weren't for our armed forces, of course, we could not do this every weekend and get to go offshore powerboat racing. So thanks to all our current serving, future serving, and past serving military members protecting this great country that we live in. All right, so we've wrapped up the first race. Now we're not going to go. We're going to go off air between the races. We'll give you an update as to when the start of the next race will go live, and we will go live with your broadcast just before that. You're watching the 2022 Thunder on Cocoa Beach, coming to you live from Cocoa Beach, Florida. P1offshore.com for more information. Look up P1 Offshore on Instagram, facebook.com/P1 Offshore. Eric Colby, Mike Yawoski. Of course, this is a Case Productions live stream event. Thanks to their entire staff.
The Kel-Tec KS7 shotgun is ideal for personal defense. It's lightweight, compact, and easy to handle, even in confined spaces. With its patented downward shell ejection, the KS7 is also totally ambidextrous. Plus, M-LOK slots let you trick it out the way you want. And with the 7+1 capacity, well, mi casa no es su casa. Innovation, performance, Kel-Tec.
Out here, it's go small or go home. You take only what's necessary, only what's smart, compact, versatile, and reliable. The Kel-Tec Sub 2000 thrives on reliable accuracy and versatility. But the best part? Welcome to the full innovation, performance, Kel-Tec.
And there we go. Race 1 is underway as the machines roar and scream through the starting chute. Oh, Womax are out! Oh, they're airborne! There's contact! World Championship leaders and winners! Round 1 in Abu Dhabi saw the return of Spirit of Qatar with both boats 96 and 95. Sheikh Hassan and Steve Curtis fell just short of toppling their arch rivals' Victory. Can the Qataris topple the immaculate Al Zafin and Bin Hendi? Is there a dark horse in the ranks? You're about to find out. We're back in stunning Arendal, Norway, one of the most spectacular stops on the Class 1 Tour. With its iconic wooden buildings, fjords, and the traditional pollen area, Arendal is truly a gem, and the Class 1 Grand Prix weekend is a grand festival that attracts tens of thousands of people every year. The BMW Norwegian Grand Prix is round 2 of the UIM Class 1 World Powerboat Championship. Arendal has been hosting the event since 1994, this year marking the 14th Class 1 Grand Prix event. Arendal is transformed into a festival town every year. Parallel to Class 1, there are concerts, special events, lots of partying, and the traditional boat parade, which is always a big crowd pleaser. Round 1 in Abu Dhabi saw local heroes Team Abu Dhabi take the Edox pole position. But it was a spectacular racing produced by two-time and defending world champions Arif Saif Al Zafin and Nader Bin Hendi of Victory that outpaced the rest of the field to win both races and carry on the form that earned them last year's World Championship. Victory's perennial nemesis, Spirit of Qatar 96, were runners-up in both races, and team leader Sheikh Hassan bin Jabir Al Thani and 8-time world champion Steve Curtis will be keen to finally get their first Class 1 race win together here in Arendal. Spirit of Qatar 95 featured 2005 European champion Italian Matteo Nicolini on throttle beside rookie Qatari driver Ali Al Neima. They got podium finishes in qualifying and in race 2, and they're also keen to not only defeat Victory, but also their boss in Qatar 96 here in Arendal. There are 10 boats and 8 teams competing in this year's BMW Norwegian Grand Prix, with a number of changes in both driver combinations and boats. The fight for Norwegian supremacy and a win on home waters is between two teams, Womax Offshore Racing and Zabo Racing. Womax is the most successful team in home waters, and they introduced a second boat this year, First Fisken, the same boat they ran as Womax Alianza in Brazil last year. Jørgen Jacobsen will be on throttles with Frode Sundsdal driving.
Well, it was the first outing for the two of us together, so we just went out and had a few laps to shake the boat down on the race course. We're getting more and more comfortable each lap, so I think we're going to have a fun weekend.
Womax remains unchanged with 2008 European champion Jorn Thunberg throttling alongside driver Kolbjorn Selmer in the Mercury V8-powered Womax. They have 10 podium finishes from 21 starts and 6 pole position wins. Zabo Racing has upped the stakes in its bid for silverware, with Ushik Zaborowski getting their first competitive outing in their new championship-winning hull, Faza, bought from Victory Team.
This one definitely is a more stable boat. We took it up to over 140 miles an hour immediately on our first test together last week somewhere near Oslo. The boat really balances perfectly at that speed. Again, I am sitting with Christian in a new boat, so we will try to get ourselves adjusted to this one.
The all-Italian Fendi Racing will compete for the first time with their new Outer Limits boat and Outer Limits powertrain V8 engines. It's Luca Formili Fendi's first race in Arundel, but he'll be driving alongside the experienced throttleman Giovanni Carpitella, last year's world runner-up. DAC Racing's 10-time F1 champion and legendary driver Guido Capellini and veteran Class 1 throttleman Giampaolo Montavoci will be racing in their modified DAC 40 boat, Kim.com, and they'll be aiming to improve on a disappointing round one.
We cut the boat more than 1 meter. Now is the measurement is exactly as the rules say, and now the boat is very fast and have a good, very good acceleration.
Changes also in Team Abu Dhabi, with Emirati throttleman Majid Al Mansouri stepping in to take over from John Tomlinson, alongside 3-time Class 1 Grand Prix winning fellow Emirati driver Rashid Al Tayer.
We race long time from the X-Kart and jet ski. We are the same team in Abu Dhabi, and I hope I do good in the first race.
Parsonage Racing features Norwegian throttleman Paul Erik Nielsen and San Marino driver Giorgio Manuzzi, both of whom have been on the podium here in previous races when they were teammates in Maritimo.
Yeah, the course is quite challenging because inside you have completely flat water and very tricky, and then you go outside the fjord and you hit the big waves out there and the wind, so it's quite hard to find the right setup on the boat, and doing very well before, so I hope to deliver as well this year.
The Class 1 weekend spans 3 days, with official practices, the EDOX pole position, and 2 races. The EDOX pole position determines the starting lineup for race 1, and the results of race 1 determine the starting lineup of race 2. But the only winner on day 3 was the weather, and race 2 was subsequently cancelled due to high winds, low visibility. But there was still enough action to please the crowds, including the EDOX Speed Run, which was won by Sheikh Hassan bin Jabir Al Thani and Steve Curtis in Qatar 96. Pole position got underway with fierce winds and big waves. Due to the number of boats and the tight starting chute in Arundel, there will be a 2-tier lineup. That makes getting into the first line of 5 boats crucial.
It's a good. I mean, you have to work with the venues that you have. I mean, Arundel has always been a two-line startup here since I recall. So I think it's a good safety measure. It's very important for the teams to run hard on the pole position, so they be on the first line. But whoever is on the second line, they need to drive a little bit like crazy to get up front.
So it's very important to stay in the first line for immediately advantage minimum of 100 meters. So everybody try to remain in the top 5. This is our target.
Victory has had to work overnight to bring their boat to the minimum length of 12.19 meters, essentially by applying fiberglass extensions to the tips of their hull.
Well, we didn't test. We're going to try today. We're going to go out and push. We're going to see how the boat handles and the race course, and hope we'll do the best.
Victory seemed none the worse for it, as they set a blistering lap time of 3 minutes 53.20 seconds on their first lap.
Got number 1, and now we're waiting for the other drivers to see what they're going to get.
Qatar 95 went out to set a fastest lap time of 3 minutes 54.85 seconds, which put them in second position behind Victory.
It was very good. We're running 3:54, and I think it's good time because in the practice they run 4, something like that. And I think it's okay. I knew that Victory beat me for less than 1 second. Now we go out again. We do a change, we go out again.
96 went out next, and they were 3 seconds off the pace with a fastest lap time of 3 minutes 54.92 seconds. Fendi Racing were trying to get the feel of their new boats.
I still have a problem when we come back with the wind on the back. So I think the engine is suffering. It doesn't have too much air to breathe. So we're gonna do something for that. And I mean, we are not on the best laps time like Victory. Victory is another stage.
Team Abu Dhabi were struggling, but managed to stay in the top 5 with a lap time of 4 minutes 3.32 seconds. Kim.com ran a fast enough lap to get into the top 5, but they were subsequently disqualified for a power infringement. Last year's EDOX pole position champions just managed to slip into the top 5 with a fastest lap time of 4 minutes 10.54 seconds.
We're struggling a little bit with, since we have a new setup with the ratios and how to get enough push in the boat, because last year we were definitely always on the faster boats, and now we are more or less 15-20 seconds behind. It's a little bit frustrating, but everybody is doing as good as they can, and I promise you we're going to solve it during if not now, then as soon as possible.
First Fiskin and Relecta came in 7th and 8th, with Relecta also disqualified for a power infringement. Qatar 95 weren't able to go for a second lap due to an engine starter problem.
Upset because Victor beat us only for 0.4 seconds. We wasn't in place to beat them. Yeah, because we do only one run. Okay, what to do?
Victory went even faster on their second lap to record a fastest lap time of 3 minutes 51.95 seconds. So the winner of the EDOX pole position is Victory.
Thank you. I am happy about the setup. Really, when I change now next setup, I feel more acceleration and also the top speed, and I can handle it in outside.
The other top 5 spots going to Qatar 95, Qatar 96, Team Abu Dhabi, and Wellmax. Parsonage Racing were unable to get out on the water. Victory will be starting on the back foot as they will have to run an extra long lap. The penalty was given due to certain irregularities following post-race technical scrutineering in round 1 in Abu Dhabi. Festivities continued into the night with concerts, partying, and a whole range of other events. Race 1, great weather here in Arendal, bright sunshine, good conditions, thousands of spectators. Visibility is perfect, although strong winds will make for some tricky water on the outside part of the course. Sheikh Hassan and Steve Curtis will be key to capitalize on Victory's extra long lap, and even though Victory will have the pole advantage, they will have to perform exceptionally well here. 9 boats starting, Negotiator out with an engine problem. 3 Norwegian boats in the lineup. Can they win one for Norway? The course, 1 start lap, 6 race laps, 1 long lap. A total of 52.45 nautical miles. Victory in pole, then Qatar 95, Qatar 96, Team Abu Dhabi, and Wellmax completing the first line of boats. An interesting lineup considering the first 4 boats are all V12s, while the other 5 are all V8s. Sheikh Hassan and Steve Curtis look on for the green flag, and there it is! Race 1 is underway! Nicolini and Al-Nima in spirit of Qatar 95 are pouring on the power in the starting straight. Their teammates in 96 trying to keep up. This is Matteo Nicolini's 100th Class 1 race, but only the second one for Ali Al-Nima. But they already have 2 podiums under their belt from the EDOX in Race 2 in Abu Dhabi, and they're definitely one of the favorites here too, if they can hold their own with Victory and Spirit of Qatar 96. Kim.com is moving up the ranks from 8th at the start. Capellini and Montavoci are up to 6th. The boats are in the long, narrow straight leading to the outside part of the course. The two Qatari boats are going neck and neck, but it's Victory that leads the field. It's Qatar 96 going in front of 95. They're giving it their all to keep up with Victory. Al-Zafin and Bin Hendy know that they need to open up as much distance as they can with the other boats as they pour on the power. But Sheikh Hassan and Curtis have other plans. They're gaining rapidly on Victory. Can they go into the turn in the lead? And they have it! Qatar 96 have overtaken Victory on the start lap. What an incredible opening display from Qatar 96. And now Victory has a mammoth task ahead of it. Further down the field, Fendi racing in 7th behind Kim.com, while Team Abu Dhabi stays in 4th. Capellini and Montavoci and Kim.com pushing to overtake Walmax and move up to 5th. Up in the lead, it's Qatar 96 who edge out Victory to take that outside turn in the lead. Incredible racing from Sheikh Hassan and 8-time world champion Steve Curtis. Victory is not used to being caught in anyone's spray, but this time they are outgunned. Steve Curtis is a former winner here in Arendal from 2001, and he has 6 Norwegian Grand Prix wins throughout his career, including wins in Oslo and Trondheim. And at the end of lap 1, Sheikh Hassan and Curtis have a 7.5-second lead on Victory, with Spirit of Qatar 95 in 3rd, followed by Team Abu Dhabi and Kim.com, who moved from 8th to 5th position in just 1 lap. Walmax are in 6th, their teammates Frisk Fiskin in 7th, Fendi Racing in 8th, and Relecta bringing up the rear. Al-Zafin and Bin Hendy in Victory won both races here last year when they were racing as Faza. They had a remarkable 2010 overall, winning 9 of 12 races and taking the World Championship title by an unprecedented 96 points. Team Abu Dhabi going strong in 4th, but they will have to give it their all to stave off Kim.com, who are moving close and eyeing that 4th spot. Team Abu Dhabi, Kim.com and Walmax take their long laps in lap 2, which moves Fendi Racing up 2 spots into 6th position. There's some fierce racing at the back of the field between the Norwegian boats and Fendi Racing, and the Norwegians will all want bragging rights to be the top Norwegian team here. At the end of lap 2, the top 3 boats remain the same. Qatar 96 lead, then Victory, Qatar 95 3rd, followed by Team Abu Dhabi, Kim.com, Fendi Racing, Walmax, Frisk Fiskin, and Relecta. 2006 and 2008 Norwegian Grand Prix winner Tom Berg and Kolbjørn Selmer and Walmax chasing Fendi and Carpatella in lap 3, trying to regain 6th spot. Relecta have had a difficult time finding the speed they need as they get adjusted to their new boats. But no such problems for Sheikh Hassan and Curtis. Spirit of Qatar 96 have opened up a 20-second lead with Victory. Rashid Al-Tayer and Majid Al-Mansouri putting in a good performance so far in 4th, but Kim.com is pressing hard behind them. They must be happy with their new modified DAC 40 boat. This race has really been about the dominance of the V12s, with the V8s trying to plug the gap. The exception seems to be Kim.com, who take advantage of Team Abu Dhabi's long lap to move up into 4th position. This is an incredible performance from Capellini and Montavoci, who is also in his 100th Class 1 race here today. Al-Tayer and Al-Mansouri have dropped to 5th, and a V8 has broken into the top 4. Into lap 5, Victory slightly closes Qatar 96's lead down to 18 seconds, with Nicolini and Al-Naima and Qatar 95 still 3rd, followed by Kim.com in 4th. Team Abu Dhabi miss an outside course marker. That could be a costly mistake for the young Emiratis. Victory in second, but they're the fastest boat out there, averaging over 187 kilometers an hour as they continue to consistently cut the gap down with Qatar 96. At the end of lap 4, Kim.com are in 4th, Team Abu Dhabi hard on their tail in 5th, followed by Fendi Racing, Wellmax, First Fiskin, and Relecta. For Qatar 96, it's all clear waters ahead, but Sheikh Hassan and Steve Curtis will surely have one eye on Victory, who are just a bit faster than them, despite being 17 seconds behind. Fendi and last year's world number 2 Carpetella are racing for the first time in their new American-built Outer Limits boat and engines. They started racing together last year, and they've gelled into a tight and competitive team that is a force to be reckoned with. There's some drama at the back now between the Wellmax offshore racing boats as First Fiskin goes neck and neck with Wellmax. And Jacobsen and Sunsdal move ahead of Thunberg and Selmer as they take 7th position from their experienced teammates. Although it's his Class 1 debut, Frode Sunsdal is an experienced powerboat driver with numerous Scandinavian and European titles, while Bjørge Jacobsen made his Class 1 debut in 2004 and last raced with teammate Thunberg in Montenegro in 2008. At the end of lap 5, Qatar 96 in the lead, but Victory narrowing the gap to 16 seconds. Qatar 95 third, then Kim.com, Team Abu Dhabi, Fendi Racing, First Fiskin, Wellmax, and Relecta. Zaborowski and Ishik will be aiming to finish as well as they can here to prepare for the coming races. Fendi Racing goes for the long lap, followed by First Fiskin, and that moves Wellmax up the ranks from 8th place to 6th as Jacobsen and Sunsdal are bumped back down to 8th. Last year's Edox pole position champions, Thunberg and Selmer, have been having a tough time adjusting to the new regulations and haven't had the same pace that they did in 2010 when they finished 4th overall in the World Championship standings. Up in the lead, it's an awesome display from the might of Qatar 96, and this marks Sheikh Hassan's 50th race start and Steve Curtis's incredible 126th race in Class 1 with a record 40 Grand Prix wins to his name. On the last lap, Victory have cut Qatar 96's lead down to under 10 seconds, averaging 187 kilometers an hour. Qatar 95 third, Kim.com 4th, Team Abu Dhabi 5th. Wellmax is a minute and a half behind Team Abu Dhabi, ahead of Fendi Racing, First Fiskin, and Relecta. But it's too late for Victory. They are out of time and out of laps as Sheikh Hassan and Steve Curtis win their first race together. What a performance! Victory are well-deserved runners-up, coming from a penalty lap disadvantage to finish just 7 seconds off the pace. Nicolini and Alnema are third. Very consistent racing from them. Kim.com should also be happy with a fantastic surge from 8th to 4th. Team Abu Dhabi make do with 5th, Wellmax in 6th, then Fendi Racing, First Fiskin, and Relecta completing the field. It's the first time a non-Emirati team has won a race since 2009.
Well, I think it helped. We didn't have a good setup in Abu Dhabi, so we spent a lot of time between Abu Dhabi and here doing setup on the boat. And the guys worked really hard. All the engineers worked really hard to set the boat up, and they've done a great job. And we're getting closer. We're not quite there yet. They've still got Victory, which seems to be a lot faster than us for some reason. But all we can do is keep working on it.
Really, I'm happy about the race, but I'm not happy about the rules because I feel I win the race. My place is not second. My place is win. Because it's not fair. Everybody he go 9 lap, I go 10 lap. But still, I am happy about my staff. I want to say thank you for everybody to help the Victory team.
There are the final results. Team Abu Dhabi are disqualified for having missed that course marker, and Fendi Racing also subsequently disqualified for a power infringement. Qatar 96 sits atop the European Championship standings ahead of Victory in Qatar 95. The world overall standing sees Victory's lead reduced to just 5 points ahead of Qatar 96 in second and Qatar 95 in third. And that concludes round 2. See you in Italy for round 3 of the 2011 UIM Class 1 World Powerboat Championship. And there we go. Race 1 is underway as the machines roar and scream through the starting chute. Oh, Womax are out! Oh, they're airborne! There's contact! World Championship leaders and winners!
Welcome back, ladies and gentlemen, to race number 1 in the books. Race number 2 getting underway for the 2022 Thunder on Cocoa Beach, presented by Caltech. Mike Yawoski, Eric Colby bringing all the racing action today. 1 of 5 in the books. Race number 2 headed out. Apologize about a little bit of miscommunication there in the first race. We're just kind of getting the bugs worked out. We'll get that coming together. Case Productions doing a great job with the event. Watching live on Facebook, live on YouTube, live at p1offshore.com. Go to p1offshore.com for more information. Keep up with the schedule. Keep up with your favorite teams. We're coming to a town near you. Of course, the event presented by Caltech. A big thank you to Caltech for being the presenting sponsor of Thunder on Cocoa Beach. The race could not happen without the support of great sponsors like Caltech. Make sure you look for their guns at your favorite firearms dealer. Of course, thanks to Sea Ray Powerboats for providing the start-finish boat today, the beautiful Sea Ray Sundancer 370 outboard model, brand new to the Sea Ray Sundancer line. Twin Mercury V12, 600 horsepower, 7.6-liter Verado outboards. Go to SeaRayBoats.com for more information there. And, of course, thanks to all the other local businesses, sponsors, and people that help with the race. Caltech, Butt Racks, Cape Marina, Port Canaveral Firearms and Ammo. Visit SpaceCoast.com. Wallace Air Conditioning Heating, JT Social Bar. Bale Brothers Cranes and Rigging, Coconuts on the Beach, Offshore Outdrives, The Tiny Turtle, Golf and Gator, Juice and Java Cafe. Of course, proceeds and donations from this race going to I Am a Freedom Fighter. Go to IamAFreedomFighter.org. They fight human trafficking. So they are the charity tied to the event. Eric Colby, first race, pretty exciting in Class 5, Class 6. Rum Runner 601, the unofficial winner. Class 7, we think it was Naughty Boys, but we haven't gotten official results yet. They weren't quite to race control when I went in there last time by. But pretty exciting race. The races are only going to get more exciting as they go on.
Yeah, I did talk with Mike Stancomb, texted from Team Woody. They're not sure if it was either ignition or fuel, but they'll get those bugs worked out. We're happy now for this race. We have the helicopter in the air, so we have more footage, more exciting footage for you. And this is going to be some very competitive racing with the number of boats that we have.
There's a look at that beautiful Sea Ray 370. The boat was in the pit yesterday. It was in the block party on Friday night. I did not get to climb up on it, but that boat designed in the 45th year of the Sea Ray Sundancer model. Of course, Sea Ray is known for their mid-cabin design, raised the floor up, and were able to put an aft cabin on a low-profile cabin cruiser. And of course, that's one of the design notes of Sea Ray boats. Sold them for a couple of years for Clark's Landing Marine Groups. Go to SeaRayBoats.com. All right, so second race. Let's run through roll call. 2 starts in this race. We're going to have Mod V and Pro Stock V, and then we're going to have Class 3 and Class 4. Class 4 is going to be boat 434, Complete Marine Pompano, Mark Robbins and Damian Murata Sr. Boat 444, Predator, Stallman Motorsports, Dean Stallman, Nate Hunt, and Connie Hunt in the boat today. And boat number 467, GNS Motorsports, Greg Kraytok and Bill Reeves running in that 41-foot velocity.
Start 2, we also have Team Class 300. Team Woody, Billy Shipley, Chad Woody. That's a 35 Fountain. Roland Dirty Offshore, Jimmy Jensen and Clyde Petty.
Start the second start of the first group. Well, never mind. It's one start. All the boats are together. But this is going to be Pro Stock V lineup. Twisted T, Pit Viper sunglasses, Jim York, Stan Perkowski filling in for Travis Pastrana this weekend. Speed Marine, Kyle Miller, Jay Waltman, the boys out of Jersey. LSB, Hurricane of Awesomeness, RevX Oil, Britt Lilly, Kevin Smith. Shocker, Raymond Edwards and Chris Colson. North Myrtle Beach RV and Resort, Kirk Hanna and Mark Rinda. And FastBoysRacing.com, Ken Bollinger and Forrest Riddle.
And in Modified V, we got the veteran Steve Miklos throttling his team Sunprint with driver Steve Furman. And the Kildall family back out again with BoatFloater.com.
Yep, as we see. So Mod V and Pro Stock V are going to start together simply because there are only 2 boats in Mod V. A little bit of a letdown this weekend. Like both of these classes, of course, Mod V is going to run a naturally aspirated carb motor, making just around 650 horsepower. The Pro Stock Vs, sorry, I get these confused until I get it worked in a little bit. The Pro Stock Vs are running the Mercury 525 sealed engine package.
And here we see the Active Thunder Pace Boat getting them up on plane, getting them lined up to start.
All the lanes were picked yesterday during the drivers' meeting on Saturday morning.
And Sunprint is looking like they're trying to get out early, and I think that's Boat Floater doing the same.
No green flag yet. A couple of boats pretty far back. That looks like LSB Hurricane of Awesomeness back in the back. Again, very hard to tell in these conditions just because of the clouds. Still under yellow flag on the Active Thunder Pace Boat. Still yellow, holding yellow.
Yeah, they're trying to keep someone from making the charge from the back and having unfair advantage.
Well, in these boats, the props can aerate real easily when they go to get up on plane if they're too close and too tightened up. Green flag going racing. Second race of the day here in Cocoa Beach, Florida, 2022. Mod V, Pro Stock V, start number 1. Single engine, canopied V-bottoms, Phantoms, and Extremes. The only 2 boats in this group today in Pro Stock and Mod V. Of course, Extreme now being built by Britt Lilly up in Annapolis, Maryland. It was Pit Viper Twisted Tea. They were all the way on the inside. I believe it was Miklos next to them, but remember, Miklos is running a different group.
Right, you would think eventually.
Let's just stop there. There are Mod Vs right there. They are running the naturally aspirated carb motors. Twisted Tea Pit Viper is running the 525.
Yep.
So we have out to the early lead in Mod V is going to be Sunprint. And leading in Pro Stock V, look at Pit Viper Twisted Tea. Jim York, the rookie, running with a new throttle man, Stan Perkowski today, filling in for the Travis Pastrana, who is at a rally race this weekend, but Travis will join us in Sarasota for our next race. Sunprint continues to lead. BoatFloater.com in second. Pit Viper Twisted Tea, where did they even come from? Now, behind them, I imagine there's a huge mass of people, and there it is. There is the storm, I'll call it, coming up behind Pit Viper Twisted Tea, and it's going to come quick. LSB Hurricane of Awesomeness, RevX Oil.
They're coming up hard in second in Pro Stock V.
Yep, big hop there by Pit Viper Twisted Tea as they are up running with the Mod V boats. And just behind them are the remainder of the Pro Stock group. And now we had a second start taking place, Class 3 and Class 4. All V-bottoms in this group, Big Apache, Big Velocity, and a 34-foot Phantom. As we continue to watch the leaders in Mod V, that is Sunprint. BoatFloater.com in second. Pit Viper Twisted Tea continues to lead in Pro Stock.
Well, Stan Perkowski's no rookie.
No, not by any means. And he ran Fast Boys for a bit with Ken Bollinger when that boat was put together. And they're out here, Forrest Riddle, now in that boat running it with Ken. BoatFloater.com, Stephen Kildall. So we get ready to go back to our start for Classes 3 and 4.
And these are the big classic-sounding battle wagons of offshore racing.
Here is Class 4. That's the Phantom to the inside. There's Predator. There's the Velocity to the outside. Good start for the Phantom. Even better start for the Velocity on the outside. Look at GNS Motorsports now pulling away from Predator. Predator, the big 41 Apache.
And here comes Team Woody in the 35 Fountain chasing hard as well for Class 3. They've got the lead there.
Now, these boats are bracketed by speed, so again, even though Woody can probably run with these fountains, he's got to watch his speed. 2 boats in Class 3, Elite Home Game Rooms, Rolling Dirty Offshore, and Team Woody. Team Woody out to the early lead in Class 3. It looks like Velocity is making a run for the lead in Class 4. Here is Sunprint. They are leading in Mod V. BoatFloater.com in second. Let's see if we can get some shots of what's going on behind. Oh, look at LSB Hurricane of Awesomeness, RevX Oil. Now they're chasing down Boat Floater. These boats do not have to worry about speed. They can run as fast as they can. In these conditions, I'm going to probably say maybe low to mid-80s. These boats will top out just at about the mid-90s, upper 90s, tick up around 96, 97 on a really good day. LSB Hurricane of Awesomeness, RevX Oil, of course, picking up where they left off last year.
Yeah,
they were undefeated towards the end of last year between Englewood and Key West. They were undefeated in that brand new boat after they struggled all year long with setup issues, mechanical issues. Of course, that boat built by Britt in-house at Lily Sport Boats in Annapolis, Maryland. So you could imagine building a brand new boat, putting it together, testing it. So there is Pit Viper Twisted Tea. So it should be LSB Hurricane of Awesomeness Revex Oil in the lead, Pit Viper Twisted Tea in second, and possibly North Myrtle Beach RV in third.
And you can see that haze building up that you get with all the spray from the boats.
And that shot there showed you were looking north towards Port Canaveral up the course as they were running south on this 7-mile right-hand turn course.
And now the velocity looks like it's slowed down in Class 4 because Predator has overtaken them.
Yep, Predator in second and GNS Motorsports in first in Class 4. Look at the battle starting to take shape here, though. This should be for second in Pro Stock V. Pit Viper, Twisted Tea, North Myrtle Beach RV and Resort. I believe that's Fast Boys to the back, but it's hard to tell because there's two green boats. Fast Boys and Speed Marine are both green. Going to be hard to kind of differentiate looking into the sun. Pit Viper Twisted Tea. Look at this, though. LSB Hurricane of Awesomeness continues to battle with BoatFloater.com. Mercury 525 fuel-injected engine versus the carbureted, naturally aspirated motor of BoatFloater.com. Steve Furman and Steve Miklos have checked out in BoatFloater.com. They have pulled away. Now, while I say these boats don't need to monitor their speed, they do need to meet certain weight requirements when they come out. There are technical inspections that have to happen to the outdrive, that have to happen to the motor. They were tech inspected yesterday, and then they'll be teched. The top 3 boats, maybe the top 4 boats in Pro Stock will be teched after the race in case there is a disqualification or an issue. Then the next person would bump up in line. But they can go as fast as they want. As I said, probably going to run mid-80s out here today, given the conditions.
This was the last Extreme built before Britt bought the molds.
Yep.
And so it's basically the same design.
So I say this is the Gen 2 of the Extreme. If you look at BoatFloater.com, they are the Gen 1 of the Extreme.
Yes.
This is the Gen 2. The back of it's cut down a little bit more. You can see it slopes off, and it's a little bit more rounded. Then Britt's boat, the Gen 3, is very, very similar to this from the deck perspective. Britt didn't make a whole lot of changes to it.
More of a bustle at the stern and gives it a clean look.
Yeah, it's a very well finished line. Of course, Britt is building one for the Speed Marine guys, not put together yet. Britt does besides building the race boats, he's building the bullet boats. He's running the race shop. He's running the mechanical shop. Look at the battle now for second between Pit Viper Twisted Tea and North Myrtle Beach RV and Resort. Boat number 33 against boat number 99. There's BoatFloater.com. We should see that. There's LSB Hurricane of Awesomeness Revex Oil. They currently lead in Pro Stock. North Myrtle Beach RV in second.
And that corner every year seems to be one where people have to get they need to be reminded of that hop they're going to feel coming out of it.
It's a true ocean race coming through that corner. So this should complete lap 1. Mod V and Pro Stock V running 5 laps. Class 3 running 5 laps. Class 4 running 5 laps. All the groups in this race running 5 laps. Race number 2 of 5 coming to you live from Cocoa Beach, Florida. Thunder on Cocoa Beach, presented by Keltec. Beautiful day out here. A little bit of a haze. They said it was going to pretty much be overcast all day and cloudy, and that's what it's sticking with so far. Seas did build yesterday after testing, so we'll see if it continues to happen here. There is Sunprint. Boat riding up on the pad, and that's how these boats run. Eric, they just run right up on the top. You can see them jumping back and forth. Of course, every once in a while, they'll do exactly what Sunprint just did. They'll bow steer a little bit, kind of trip, fall down on the nose, and it'll pull it around. So not only are you fighting the chine walk, but you're also fighting the bow steer occasionally in these boats. There are Class 4 entries, Predator and GNS Motorsports.
And Predator.
Not GNS Motorsports, I'm sorry, Complete Marine Pompano. The Phantom, I apologize.
And Predator, being a big old Apache, probably wants more of this.
Oh, yeah. No, that'll love it. Now, again, these are bracketed to speed. LSB Hurricane of Awesomeness Revex Oil has now passed a boat in the upper class. BoatFloater.com is second place in Mod V, getting passed by Pro Stock V. LSB Hurricane of Awesomeness Revex Oil, Britt Lilly and Kevin Smith.
But Steve Kildall could have also just made a decision. Hey, Miklos checked out, so we're just going to run our race and not worry about racing because LSB isn't a threat.
Yeah. It's a little early in the race to do that.
Yeah.
Like I wouldn't want to give that gap up quite yet because you still got time to make up some ground in the turns.
Yep.
But Sunprint
it could also be a setup thing. It may come to him later.
Yep. Sunprint checked out. Steve Furman, Steve Miklos. Beautiful shot of that extreme hull. Of course, Steve Miklos, one of the most analytical guys out here. But to be competitive in this class now, everybody needs to be as analytical as he was and still is. I mean, you're talking, very minimal setup differences between prop diameter, prop pitch, weight distribution. Drive height has to remain the same. Skeg length has to remain the same. There's a lot of technical things to it, but the little tweaks that these guys have to do. And as I said during the break, I love the guys in this class. I love every class of powerboat racing. This is my least desired to race class just because of how it's a super complicated class. Although Superstock was my favorite, it's getting the same way. So
you have to be up on it.
Oh, yeah. I mean, you have to be on your game. And I used to work for LSB when Britt bought his boat, and I remember the struggles he went through in his first year, and it was a lot. So we take a look at boat number 444, Predator. Connie Hunt, Nate Hunt, and Dean Stallman running that boat. Very unique sounding. Sounds like V12 engines, but they are not. They are V8s, but they sound like V12s because it's 2-into-1 exhaust out the transom. So if you hear it, you can hear that very high whine to make you think. They are coming up on Shocker.
And it's good to see Nate Hunt out here.
Very good to see Nate.
Yep. Through.
He is, of course, in full remission, doing very, very well. Talked to Nate quite a bit during the 2021 season about what he went through. And obviously wouldn't wish that on anybody. Class 4.
We got someone.
Yep. The Complete Marine Pompano is trying to make a move on the outside. Of course, they are already up in lap traffic. Shocker was working on their boat for a while last night. Kept hearing it start up in the pit, so not sure if Chris is having some sort of an issue there. Of course, he does not have Patrick Romeo in the boat this weekend. Raymond Evans is driving, so I think he has a new driver as well. Class 3 had 2 boats in it, Team Woody and Team Elite Home Game Rooms. Team Woody in the early lead. Elite Home Game Rooms in second. All this finishing lap 2 of 5 for Class 3 and 4. Classes 3, 4, Pro Stock V, and Mod V.
It's strictly speculation, but it almost looked like Home Game Rooms was down on power at the start.
Yeah, it's hard to say. Team Woody, of course, put a lot of work into that 35-foot fountain, not only when they bought it. Look at the move now, though. Complete Marine Pompano there on the outside. Put a lot of distance between themselves and the boat. That looked like a canopy boat idling to the inside of the course. Don't know who that was. Now, here's an interesting thing as I look out the live window. If you watch Class 4 in the stream, as I look out the live window, I did not see Team Woody come by. That's Elite Home Game Rooms coming in front of the window, and I have not seen Team Woody.
Either, so...
look at the big hop there by Predator. That's a fantastic shot. That's the north end of this course, and you can see some of the holes in the turns we're talking about. We'll try and get this to stop freezing up so much, but a fantastic shot of the Class 4 boats going through the turn. As Predator and Complete Marine Pompano continue to run. I do not know where GNS is. I have not seen them come by either. LSB Hurricane of Awesomeness, Revex Oil continues to lead in Pro Stock V. In Mod V, Sunprint continues to lead. The battle behind LSB Hurricane of Awesomeness, Revex Oil probably is continuing to heat up. It was Pit Viper Twisted Tea, North Myrtle Beach RV and Resort battling it out for second and third.
Yeah, there's still a good bunch going into the
Miklos is slowing. Miklos is slowing a lot. Slowing down, falling off a plane. Not sure what happened to Miklos. This is a bit uncharacteristic. Now, this is in the dogleg. He's in a very precarious position right now. He can't see what's coming up behind him, and these boats are going to jog just to the left and then come back to the right to make the turn. The hatch is up. Steve Furman probably going to jump out. Steve Furman, a local marine mechanic, may jump in the hatch to see what's going on. You can open your hatch. You can make adjustments or changes if you need to get going, but you can't call in saying you're out, and you can't be touched by another boat. There is LSB Hurricane of Awesomeness, Revex Oil. So now they lead the entire group between Pro Stock V and Mod V in this brand new Extreme hull. This was the first one built. See a support boat heading over to Sunprint.
Now, you also can't remove your helmet, right?
I don't want to attest to that.
Right. I thought that's what it was, but I wasn't sure.
So this is the first boat that Britt built. The second one now in the process of being built. That will go to Speed Marine, and as I understand, there is a third one on order. So there they go. They continue to lead in Pro Stock V. Now, who's this in second place? That looks like Fast Boys, and it is.
Pulling
now,
up.
I don't know. Fast Boys blew an outdrive yesterday. Forrest and Ken, this is their first full race in the boat. Not a brand new team. They were around. Of course, they're known for their stuff in Sarasota, Florida last year. Actually blew the deck of the boat apart, broke Ken's leg. This is a brand new Phantom they've rigged and put together with Will Smith of Phantom Boats. So it's LSB Hurricane of Awesomeness, Revex Oil. But I don't believe that fast boats could have been going slow enough to be lapped up into this group already, because in the top part of your screen, you could see some of the slow, not slower boats, but the boats in the lower positions behind them. And I just don't see. There's a boat down in the middle. That's Sunprint. So we know they're out of the race. One boat remains in Mod V, boatfloater.com. Now the Killdalls don't have to push it for any good reason whatsoever.
Right.
Let these pro stock guys go, get out of their way, and let them have their own race. LSB Hurricane of Awesomeness, Revex Oil continues to lead. Now it does look like Fast Boys is in second, though. This is a great race for those guys if they're able to get it and keep it this way. Forrest Riddle, Ken Bollinger, brand new Phantom boat. And the hatch is up on Sunprint, so it looks like they are out for the day.
And
of course, I have to give my plugs to RevX Oil. I use the products in my personal boat. Their heavy-duty drive fluid works great in my outboard lower units. Always comes out clean and saves the lower units. And their fuel and oil additive products work great. Go to RevXOil.com. LSB Hurricane of Awesomeness, RevX Oil. Big hop there. Landed on the tail just a bit. Kevin Britt and Smith Lilly. Sorry. Kevin Smith and Britt Lilly, two of my greater friends in the sport, have been racing together for a while now. We're talking years. I think it's probably now 5 or 6 years they've been racing together. They have a great relationship. They're very good with each other inside the boat. Kevin's very excitable, very high energy. Britt's a little bit more low-key and laid back. And it works out very well for them. Of course, they did struggle during the 2021 season. While it was abbreviated, they did struggle some with setup, but they were able to get it figured out. And as I said, went undefeated towards the back half of 2021 between Key West and Englewood. There is Predator. They were your leaders in Class 4. I believe that's Dean in the middle. It should be Nate to the right and Connie to the left. Connie will be looking behind her. She's going to look to see where the Phantom is of Complete Marine Pompano. I am blown away by Fast Boys because I do think Fast Boys has found a way to get into second place. Now, Fast Boys is the newest Phantom to come out of the Phantom factory. I don't have generation numbers tied to the Phantoms because there are so many models with little because Clyde Petty's is one of the newest ones too. Elite Home Game Room. So there's so many little variances, it's hard to tell. These have been the extremes have had a little bit more definition time between them to understand Gen 1, Gen 2, Gen 3, and so on. A little bit harder with the Phantoms. But that is the newest Phantom to come out of the factory, boat number 97, Fast Boys, Forrest Riddle, Ken Bollinger.
They're running well. And whoa, that was a nice little tail hop.
So I just got an update. I think BoatFloater.com is out of the race too, so we could have lost both of our Mod V entries today.
Yeah, we haven't picked up any.
Yeah, haven't seen them. Haven't seen Team Woody come back by. So Elite Home Game Rooms might be the only boat left in Class 3.
Like Complete was down too.
Okay. Yep. Hard to say. So we'll see what's going on. Right now, the biggest battle on the course, though, is between.
First and second.
Yep.
Oh.
And now look at this: Pit Viper Twisted Tea, North Myrtle Beach RV. Pit Viper Twisted Tea led early with Jim York and Sam Perkowski. And Kirk Renda and Mark Hanna in North Myrtle Beach RV in Resort.
Have gotten around them.
From what I understand, North Myrtle Beach RV and Resort is a fantastic RV resort with tons of attractions for the kids. Located, of course, North Myrtle Beach, South Carolina. Now, Fast Boys looks like they're trying to make a move on the outside. This would be a true Cinderella story if this could happen in Cocoa Beach. But you're going to take a brand-new boat with guys with not a whole, Forrest and Ken haven't run the boat a lot together. Sarasota last year when they had their wreck was, I think, only their second or third race maybe together.
Right.
So they're trying to get this figured out. It's a brand-new boat. They blew a drive yesterday. They've got more working against them than they do for them for sure, but they don't look like it now. Big hop there by Britt and Kevin in the lead. I do think they're making up ground. That boat looks fantastic.
Are they coming into the dogleg? So
yep, they're going to be coming into the dogleg. They're going to be on the inside.
Unless LSB moves over.
Yep. Now, if you're thinking about what it's look like, a little bit big hop there by Fast Boys, if you're thinking about what it is to try and see out of one of the Canopy's boats, put your hands next to your head at about your ears and try and look to either side, and you can't see anything behind you. Well, that's basically, it's actually reduced. That's an exaggeration of what you can see, what I just described, but it's actually reduced in the boat because by the time you're strapped in, you have your helmet on, you can't turn your head. So I know Britt has a ton of rear view cameras. He's got one up on the top engine hatch, and I now believe there's two on the side, and they'll monitor a screen inside of it. You'll see a lot more of that in Class 1. Super stock later today. I think Fast Boys probably has the same camera setup.
I know they have quite a few cameras on the new MTI.
Yep.
Johnny and
Taylor Sism's MTI. We'll see that out later in 450, the 450 class. There goes. I believe that was GNS that just went by at the bottom of our screen. But look at this battle in Pro Stock V. LSB Hurricane of Awesomeness, RevX Oil going toe-to-toe with FastBoys.com. What a confidence booster. Eric, even if they can stay behind,
right.
I used to race motocross and always used to say, if I can just stay behind faster guys, I can watch and learn what they're doing. And albeit while they're two different boats, they have completely two different running attitudes, you'll at least learn the lines and kind of learn how they're running their boat, and maybe you can try and match it. So this is a really good learning experience.
And they just entered the dogleg, and now they're in the would you say this is the rougher part of the course?
Yeah, this is definitely the bigger side of the course down here.
Yep. And
but I'm not taking anything away from turn 1 because we've seen plenty of boats hop through turn 1, and you'll see. And they're taking this turn plenty wide. They don't want to go in and get stuffed down in the middle of one of those waves.
Right, and they don't want to have it catching. Oh, they got a hatch flap.
Yep, they got a hatch coming up in the front. Luckily, Britt Lilly's a fiberglass guy, so just let it rip off, and he can deal with that at a later date and time.
They're not going to slow down.
No, not by any means.
Not
And they
those
can't.
two.
They can't. I mean, Fast Boys is right on them. There's some separation there, but Fast Boys did get a couple bigger hops on that straightaway, headed back down to the dogleg. That did slow them down just a bit. But what a run for boat number 97, fastboys.com.
And now who's in third?
Well, the third place battle, I believe, was between
North Myrtle Beach
and Pit Viper Twisted T.
Yep.
And you can see kind of how it calms down a little bit. This is a great shot. Now they're running north.
Yep.
The beach on the left side of the boat, and you can see how much it actually calms down just a little bit. Yep, a hatch blowing up on the deck of Britt and Kevin's boat. There's 99. Twisted T Pit Viper. Of course, this boat will be run by Travis Pastrana later on in the season. His first race will be Sarasota, Florida.
You can't help but
Beautiful.
admire the lines of this boat.
A beautiful paint job. Britt has really taken some time to become a super talented painter. A lot of good products have come out of there. Of course, Obed, who works for him, who's his #1 paint guy, also fantastic. Did some paint work for me over the winter. Very talented guys up there at LSB, and it shows in their work. Their 40-foot fountain is also just beautiful. There's boat number 32, Speed Marine. Now, that could be considered, that's one of the older Phantoms in the group. That boat actually had the reclining seats in it. It was all cut apart, and they put the new modified seats in it. It was all fiberglass inside of it, and these guys cut a lot of weight out of the boats by doing that. In fact, Britt cut a lot of the seats out for certain guys. He didn't do Speed Marine, but I know he did the old Tugget boat, which is now Shocker. Sunprint back up and going. Now, we did get notification that BoatFloater.com may be out of the race as well, so if Sunprint gets up and going, they could be running alone in Mod V. And they wouldn't have to run a lot. They could actually go pretty slow and just kind of get around the course and be able to take the checkered flag. There's boat 467, GNS Motorsports. Eric, I expected a lot more out of this Velocity. I'm a Velocity guy. I like the hull.
At the start,
not sure what happened there.
They were flying.
I mean, that should run with an Apache. It's not as heavy duty as the Apache is. And that does look like maybe a piece of rub rail falling off the back.
Yeah.
There's something hanging down there a little bit, but I don't,
I'm not sure of the age of this boat, but it looks very similar to one that Hurley Step used to run in the modified class years ago.
Yeah, I think that's probably like a mid-2000s maybe.
And Predator's still out.
Yep, Predator.
Sunday drive. Waving to the people in Shocker.
Yep. I don't know what Nate is quite saying to Shocker over there. Maybe he's giving the Shocker symbol to them. Speed Marine, Jay Waltman, Kyle Miller. Kyle Treemaster Miller, of course, owns a tree servicing business up there in New Jersey. And Jay Waltman of Speed Marine. These guys do the work to their own boats. Great guys. Known both of these guys for a lot of years. Jay Waltman used to run Papa Dukes and a few other teams back in the heyday. So kind of grew through the sport with him.
Do all his boats have to be that green color?
No, I don't know what the reason was for that. I don't remember.
Because now it's the Money Monster. One of his
old boats. It was up to. Now it's the Money Monster. It was Papa Dukes. Actually ran a race in Papa Dukes many years ago in Port Huron, Michigan. Good race site up there. Go to P1offshore.com. Keep up with your favorite race teams, the schedules, and where we'll be next. We're coming to a town near you. Come out and check out the spectacle known as offshore powerboat racing. You're watching the 2022 Thunder on Cocoa Beach, presented by Keltec. Thunder on Cocoa Beach would like to thank Keltec for all their support. Keltec designs firearms right here in Brevard County, Florida that are innovative in design and exciting to use. Look for them at your favorite firearms dealer. As this is race number 2 of 5.
And when you look at the Shocker boat, you see what they call the tractor pipes.
Yep, got the tractor pipes. He's actually, I think he's probably one of the few remaining boats that has the tractor pipes on it.
Mm-hmm.
Sometimes it's for effect. They say it does make a difference, but it is super duper loud.
Yes. So if you like the roar,
I love the new wrap on the Shocker. I love the Shocker, the colors and the carbon fiber and the blues. I think it's just an absolutely great boat. Chris and Patrick have done a fantastic job. Of course, they have their toter that looks just like the boat. Very well clean team, organized, well run.
Yep.
But this is a perfect example of a Pro Stock V. This boat was this is the artist formerly known as Tugget, okay? And Tugget was Kevin Smith's old boat, one that Britt tuned on and worked on, and it was a winner. It was a proven winner, and they had that boat figured out. Britt and Kevin a couple of years ago decided to join forces. They sold Tugget, which then became Play It Again.
Yep.
In between becoming Shocker. But the point of the story is how hard it is to be good in this particular class, because that's a winning boat. Mm-hmm. You've got a pretty good winning setup there. But you have to learn how to make it work for you and make it your own boat for sure. And I think the Shocker guys are still trying to get that figured out. Looks like Predator's out just for a Sunday ride, probably drinking martinis and having sandwiches on board.
And the origin of the Tuggets is that Kevin is a tugboat captain.
Yeah, he owns a shipyard and a crew boat company based out of Baltimore, Maryland.
And the velocity is out for a pretty comfortable ride, I would imagine, as well. Although,
yeah, I don't think any Class 4 boats are really getting it handed to them. Maybe the Predator, or maybe the Phantom, because they're sitting down, might be a little bit more bouncy bounce on.
We haven't seen the Phantom in a while, though.
No, we have not seen the Phantom in a while.
I think that's the one that I saw down in the north turn.
But we'll keep looking up. Now, as I look at the backside of the course, North Myrtle Beach RV and Resort has pulled away from Pit Viper Twisted Tea.
Yep.
Now, Jim York, the driver, and Sunprint is still going as well. They are coming just in front of our purview. Right now, looking at Shocker. Oh, there's the velocity behind them, and then we saw some Mod Vs back there. Looking down the hazy beach here in Cocoa Beach, Florida. Hot, humid day. Nice little surf going out there. Of course, Cocoa Beach is a huge surf town. This is the home of Ron John Surf Shops, located right here on A1A in Cocoa Beach, Florida. So let's talk about these Mercury V12 600 horsepower 7.6 liter Verados. Eric is a reporter for SpeedOnTheWater.com. Of course, a shout out to Matt Trulli and Jason Johnson for all they do to cover the sport. We know Ray Lee is here from Speedboat Magazine. Shout out to Ray Lee for the great coverage of all things boating. So tell us more about the Mercury V12.
Well, the interesting thing about that motor is when they came out with it, the way they pushed it was never about speed. It was never about going fast. It was about powering big boats, making the experience a luxurious one. So right from the start, it was to be a big boat motor. It wasn't to be a fast motor.
Well, and if you talk to Stuart Haley and the guys at Mercury, the way the market is going is outboards, right? Everything is going to outboards. Everything is becoming outboards. And Mercury saw the need.
But that's also not a Mercury racing product.
It's
a Mercury product.
Yeah, it's a Mercury product, but Mercury and Mercury Racing saw the need for a bigger outboard to go on these bigger center consoles, like a 51 Tirana, for example. That's got 6 450s on the back of it. They figured that they could cut down the space a little bit, cut down the space on the back of the boat a little bit and be able to put these V12s on it. And that's one of the places, one of the many ideas it came from.
And by not having the upper sections of the motor turn, they only need 1 extra inch of center compared to a conventional outboard. So they saved themselves some space on the transom that way, so you don't need a crazy wide boat.
Yep, and of course a 2-speed transmission. As you said, you don't even feel it shift when the boat is running. It's a duo prop outdrive. So just like the Bravo 3, it's got counter-rotating props on the same prop shaft. Of course, fantastic, innovative products from Mercury Marine. You'll see a lot of their products out in our next 2 races between Superstock, a new engine in that class, and then in Class 1. Later today, of course, Class 1 running the 1100 competition Mercury sealed engine. Shocker continues to go around the course here. Well, of course, we lost lap counts, so I have no idea what lap we're on. I'll openly admit that. LSB Hurricane of Awesomeness Revex Oil continues to lead. Speed Marine.
One of the Phantoms is down right in front of our vantage point.
Oh, that's Fast Boys is down right in front of us after a great run. So I think that'll put North Myrtle Beach RV and Resort in second. Remember, Fast Boys blew an outdrive yesterday. They were able to get it fixed. They had a great run going. I wonder if the outdrive thing kind of haunted them. Now they are getting lapped. You'll see them on your screen right about there. That's fastboys.com. They are out. There is Pit Viper Twisted Tea. Now putting them down a lap. And they just went some faster traffic in Class 4. Now remember, Class 4 is a bracketed speed class. So and I don't think we have any Class 3 boats. I haven't seen any Class 3 boats come by. I know Team Woody's got to be out now.
Yeah.
Have not seen them. You said you thought Elite Home Game Room, so we'll try and keep a live action look.
So we are seeing the attrition pick up.
Yep.
A day, race 1, day 1.
Yep. And
which
it's only
not
going to get
necessarily surprising.
Nope, not with this race, and especially not with Cocoa Beach. This is always a rough water race. This is a challenging race to have as the first race of the season because it is rough. Everything's just got test time on it. Test time is mostly in flat water. You really don't get to push it till you come out here to these rough water races. And this is actually one of the truest rough water races we have. We'll go to Sarasota in the Gulf of Mexico. It'll be kind of flat. St. Petersburg will be flat. Fort Myers will be flat. A lot of more flat water races than there are rough water races. Right. Of course, the purists of the sport say that this isn't racing unless you're going in the ocean out of view and coming back and so on and so forth, but that's kind of hard to do for fans. North Myrtle Beach RV and Resort.
Keeping it together.
Yep, boat number 33, another Phantom entry hull. That is an older Phantom. And the other thing is I don't know which Phantom is which anymore because they've changed so many hands now. Like I used to know who owned it before who, and I don't remember who this one is, who had it before, but Kirk Hanna and Mark Rinda on board North Myrtle Beach RV and Resort. They are currently in second. That hatch is gone from the deck of Britt's boat.
And he is now passing Predator.
So, Obed, if you're listening, start getting the mold ready to make a new deck hatch, buddy. Going to have to get painted on that one. RevX Oil, yep, now they're going past Sunprint. What a great shot from the helicopter, though. What a fantastic just attitude of that boat. Just looks flat, running great. Looks like a lot more negative drive on the trim than I would anticipate, and a lot of negative tab down. This boat does have ballast in the front of it, as you saw, picks it up off of the trim tab, controlled by a lever in the side of the cockpit. But a pretty negative trim setup, as I can see angle of the drive and angle of the trim tabs on that tight shot there. But they continue to lead in Pro Stock V.
Just want to keep the prop in the water.
Yep, just want to keep things going down.
And that velocity's taking some pops now.
All right, so Mike McLaughlin just told me North Myrtle Beach RV Resort was the old IMCO boat. The old IMCO boat. All right. So I think that was owned by Mike Ogden at one point in time. Not sure what's going on with GNS. At the rate of speed they're going, you have to think they have some sort of a mechanical issue. As LSB Hurricane of Awesomeness, RevX Oil has just checked out in this race, and it should be wrapping up shortly.
Yes. You almost don't want to jinx it by saying anything, but
not the way this race is going, because a lot of people, have dropped out of this race.
I mean, I think watching Predator go up the backstretch, I just think they're cruising.
Oh yeah, they're barely got that thing up on a plane there. Big 41-foot Apache really enjoying the nice conditions out here. Good water for an Apache hull.
But imagine the source of pride if you're Britt Lilly and you built this thing yourself.
Sure. And the thing about Britt Lilly is, of course, everybody knows Art Lilly, his father, world famous throttleman, throttled on Team Fountain for years. Really good. Tutored by Billy Moore, of course, who founded the throttling position. Bobby Moore, sorry. Billy will be racing later today in CJ Grant and in Atlas. Atlas will be the next race in Superstock. But he's actually, Art never built boats. I mean, he worked with Fountain on a lot of boat designs, worked with MTI on a lot of boat designs. Of course, David Wood's involved with that. Britt has really taken it to the next level to be able to build boats. He actually went up to Skater Powerboats for a week, spent a peek with Peter Ledden up there, and the extreme hulls are basically built on the same lamination schedule that a Skater is built on. So they're built strong, and I've worked for Britt. I worked for him for a couple of years, and I can tell you that the stuff they do is fantastic, and Britt really has taken it to the next level. And during 2021, if you talk to Britt, he was kind of defeated because they couldn't get this thing figured out. They were having issues with the motor. It ended up being something electrical. I don't remember exactly what it was, but he was getting really down. It was hard because his old boat was so good, it was fast. They spent so much time dialing it in, and then they got the electrical issue. And as I said before, they've kind of just picked up right where they left off, winning in good fashion.
Here's a guy doing triple duty today.
Yep, he'll be in WHM.
He's driving for Steve Curtis.
Yep.
One of the most down-to-earth, humble guys you'll ever meet.
Filling in for Travis Pastrana, who will be running the Husky boat for the remainder of the year. So he'll be in the third race of the day in that boat, and then he'll get out of that boat and get to WHM with Jay Muller. Of course, we want to send our shout-out to Billy Moff. Billy, we know you didn't make it down here to Cocoa Beach. We wish you well. Speedy recovery for everything that you have going on. Of course, we miss you walking around the pits, but we hope that we hope you get well soon, my friend, and we miss you.
And we hope the Huskies are doing well.
Yes, the Huskies are doing well also. All right, LSB Hurricane of Awesomeness, RevX Oil. They are coming across the finish line just outside of our view, but I can't see a checkered flag quite yet.
They're trying to get ready to put a lap on Shocker.
And it doesn't appear, nope, I don't see a checkered flag yet. So this has probably got to be the start of the last lap.
Because the sea race pointed the wrong way.
Well, I mean, you can get to the back of it to wave the flag. I mean, it looks like they have trouble getting it anchored because I think looks like the motors are still going in and out of gear and keeping it in place. Now, one thing I didn't see from Britt and Kevin is that they really didn't kind of slow down and check their speed. They kind of kept running at a pretty hard pace. Now it seems like they've kind of slowed maybe, and the team has told them, hey, look, you're way out in front. You've got a good lead. Let's just keep the engine package together.
Don't beat it up.
Yeah, don't go through anything you don't have to. Of course, North Myrtle Beach RV and Resort, they are currently in second place in Pro Stock V. It was Pit Viper Twisted T in third, but there may have been some changes to that group. Not 100% sure. As we wrap up the second race of 5 today here in beautiful Cocoa Beach, Florida. Thunder on Cocoa Beach presented by Keltec. Fantastic town, fantastic resort. Get to see the cruise ships coming in and out. Got to saw the SpaceX booster rocket come back into port today. That was probably one of the coolest things I've ever seen. and you understand how much Elon Musk has put into the effort of that, because, I mean, it has its own support boats that were specifically designed to support that package. And I learned that the barge that it sits on, that it lands on, has thrusters on it and is controlled by a drone remote, so it can twist and move to be able to catch the rocket when it sets down. That's simply just mind-blowing technology to me.
Is it electric?
Yeah. Oh, yeah. And if you look at the rocket closely, you can see the arms like that fold down that it lands on. Yep. It's really cool stuff. It was really cool to see that.
Well, the Sea Ray with those motors should have
Skyhook on it, right?
Dynamic position holding.
Okay, yeah. which they used to call Skyhook. I don't know if they still do or not.
So they wouldn't need to anchor. They
this
just
is
use
true.
The motors to hold them in place. So.
And it could be the case. I mean, you can see everything shifting and kind of changing and moving back and forth. But Skyhook used to be the button where you could hit, and the motors would pick up on the GPS sensor, and they would stay within a certain amount of feet of the position there.
Nice to use when you're waiting for a bridge on the ICW or something like that.
Exactly, yep. I used it for checking boats into boat shows one time. Yep. Boat number 32, Speed Marine. They are probably in fourth, so I think we're starting to wrap some boats up. Looks like Sunprint now pulled back into the middle, so maybe this is finishing it up. I have not seen Boat Floater. I have not seen Team Woody. I have not seen Elite Home Game Rooms. I have not seen a few boats now that did start this race that looks like, unfortunately, did finish. As Eric said, probably some attrition coming into play.
Yeah, the amount of work that Woody put in on that boat yesterday.
Well, and all winter long. I mean, that boat had stringer issues. They put new IMCO drives on it. They did a ton of work to that boat. And I don't know if it went out and tested yesterday or not, to be honest. I didn't see it go out, but that doesn't mean...
No, they were working on the drives late
in
the day. I saw that. And GNS just came across. They must still be wrapped up. No, they're still running.
So Predator is leading in Class 4. I haven't seen the Phantom come by lately either, so now GNS could be in second in that group. And Mark Robbins' Phantom, Complete Marine Pompano, may be out of the event.
That can't be Predator straight across from us, is it?
It doesn't look like it, but kind of hard to tell. It might be.
This far away, yeah.
Sits kind of like a low profile in the water, as a Phantom would. As we look at Speed Marine come across the finish line. And they will wrap up their race. So it should have been LSP Hurricane of Awesomeness Revex Oil. North Myrtle Beach RV and Resort, I believe, in second, and Pit Viper Twisted Tea in third. Again, these results are unofficial as well because these boats have to go back and be teched.
Well, LSB is still running.
Yep, they're coming down.
They're coming up the backstride now.
Yeah, they continue to run with Shocker, so that should be the last lap for them. They should get the checkered flag this time by. This is the second of 5 races today here in Cocoa Beach, Florida. The next race will be Super Stock, the outboard class with some brand new engines in the group. Twin 300 Mercury 4-stroke outboards replacing the 300 2-stroke outboards. And I know Eric and I got to talk to a couple of teams yesterday about how that went and what was going on with those guys. So Speed Marine now comes back into our purview. It is, I think it might be getting a little bit rougher, Eric. Some of these Pro Stock boats are kind of dipping down into a trough, and you lose sight. You lose sight of them for just a minute.
Yeah, on that outer leg.
Yep.
And then when they come into the southern turn here.
So North Myrtle Beach RV and Resort is getting ready to put Shocker a lap down. So that does tell me that Shocker is in. I'm sorry. That North Myrtle Beach RV and Resort is in second place. LSP Hurricane of Awesomeness Revex Oil continues to lead. North Myrtle Beach RV and Resort in second. And I don't know who's in third at this point.
Who's that? Is that Fast Boys?
No, Fast Boys is under tow.
Oh, they're under tow.
I think that's Miklos.
That's Miklos. Yep.
So we'll stand up and look out the window here, see if we can see something. Kind of hard to see, blocked by the building. Just wanted to kind of see who was coming down that leg there, seeing who was going to wrap up.
Yeah,
the Pro Stock.
Don't see
race.
Woody anywhere.
North Myrtle Beach RV and Resort currently in second. Woody probably headed back in already. Twin engine boat luckily can get back into their own power as long as they don't lose both engines.
Right.
So LSP Hurricane of Awesomeness Revex Oil lead in Pro Stock V. North Myrtle Beach RV and Resort in second. They put Shocker a lap down, and I haven't even seen another boat. Maybe Speed Marine at this point because I haven't even seen Pit Pipe for Twisted Tea in a while.
Right. And
they're dumping ballast out of Shocker right now. That's what the water coming out of the side is.
And that's what sometimes happens in an offshore race.
Yep.
You do get the attrition, and
so there's another boat.
We've got boats coming back towards start-finish.
No,
Oh,
I
there's
think
Pit
Pit,
Viper
I think
Twisted
Pit
Tea.
Viper Twisted Tea is still in third because they're right behind North Myrtle Beach RV and Resort. So unofficial top three, it looks like in Pro Stock, is going to be LSB Hurricane of Awesomeness, Revex Oil, North Myrtle Beach RV and Resort, and third place Pit Viper Twisted Tea. So I think that would put Speed Marine in fourth and maybe Shocker now in fifth.
Although second and third looks like it's a pretty good fight coming up.
Yeah.
Coming out of that south turn.
The only boat out of the Pro Stock class is FastBoys.com. Not sure what happened to those guys. Of course, in Modv, Sunprint went down and BoatFloater.com went down, and then Sunprint was able to get back up and going, and they went across the finish line. No boats running in Class 3. Team Woody out. Team Elite Home Game Rooms rolling dirty out of the race.
This looks like LSB is coming to the start-finish. Let's see if anything waves.
Yep, I see a checkered flag. There it is. So
And we
LSB,
have a
Hurricane of
checkered flag.
Awesomeness. Revex Oil takes the win in Pro Stock V.
And I don't know for second.
North Myrtle Beach RV and... Wait a minute.
Now that's Shocker that's still running.
Wait a minute. I don't see LSB Hurricane of Awesomeness Revex Oil.
Wasn't that just them that...
No, that's Pit Viper Twisted Tea there. And that was North Myrtle Beach RV and Resort. And I don't see those guys even in the middle of the course. Something must have happened to LSB Hurricane of Awesomeness Revex Oil. We did not see them come across the start-finish line. And luckily, I can see some of our different camera angles here in our broadcast booth, and I can't even see anything on the cameras. Now, it looks like North Myrtle Beach RV Resort is getting back up on a plane. Did they count themselves? But I still haven't seen Britt and Kevin. Now, Pit Viper Twisted Tea is still going. North Myrtle Beach RV Resort back up on a plane. I mean, I hope they're not thinking they need to get back into the race because they're definitely not going to catch the leaders. A lot of attrition happening out here today. See if we can get some updates as to what is going on. Predator continues to run in Class 4. This should be their last lap as well. A lot of attrition happening out here today.
I can't see the north end of the course fully.
Yeah, where our view is kind of blocked of the south end of the course and the north end of the course. So we can't really see what's going on beyond what we see on our screen and what we can see directly out of our window. Predator's going to come across the start-finish line with GNS Racing, or GNS Motorsports rather, coming up behind them in Class 4. So I'm guessing the Phantom of Complete Marine Pompano went out with a mechanical issue. And we still don't have any confirmation on Pro Stock. So a lot of things happening here in the second race of the day. A little bit confusing to hear exactly what's going on. Camera crews are kind of looking around for the boats that we say that we're missing. We know Fast Boys got towed back in. Team Woody must have gone out on the north end of the course because we never even saw them come around. The only boat we didn't see cross the start-finish line was LSB Hurricane of Awesomeness Revex Oil. Fast Boys under tow. As Predator comes across, this should be the checkered flag for them as well. Should see that come into the screen any minute now.
Keeping an eye on that right now.
Connie Hunt, Nate Hunt, and Dean Stallman in that 41-foot Apache. Now they're
and the
just
velocity
cruising.
is making a run at him.
Well, there's a big fist pump by Nate Hunt, so I'm pretty sure he thinks he got the win there.
Yep. But you're going to see the velocity come
the
right
velocity.
behind
The velocity was right through the turn on turn 4 with them, so not quite sure if they made up some ground or maybe Predators knew that they could get it in the bag. There's the beautiful pier here in Cocoa Beach, Florida. You're watching the 2022 Thunder on Cocoa Beach, coming to you live from Cocoa Beach, Florida, presented by Keltec. Keltec employs hundreds of your friends and neighbors right here in Brevard County. Many of them are military veterans. Look for their guns at your local favorite firearms dealer. As it looks like Predator and GNS now slow in the middle, of course, thanks to Sea Ray, providing the beautiful Sea Ray 370 Sundancer powered outboard, twin V12 Mercury 600 horsepower, 7.6 liter engines. Thanks to Butt Racks, Cape Marina, Port Canaveral Firearms and Ammo. Visit spacecoast.com. Wallace Air Conditioning and Heating, JT Social Bar, Bale Brothers Cranes and Rigging, Coconuts on the Beach, Offshore Outdrives, the Tiny Turtle, Golfing Gator, and Juice and Java Cafe for their continued support of Thunder on Cocoa Beach. All right, we're going to take a break. This has been race number 2 of 5 today. Next up is going to be Super Stock, Big Fleet in Super Stock. I am Mike Iwaski for Eric Colby. We're going to tune back into some older Class 1 races. We'll be back right after this.
The Kel-Tec KS7 shotgun is ideal for personal defense. It's lightweight, compact, and easy to handle, even in confined spaces. With its patented downward shell ejection, the KS7 is also totally ambidextrous. Plus, M-LOK slots let you trick it out the way you want. And with its 7+1 capacity, well, mi casa no es su casa. Innovation, performance,
toppling their arch rivals, victory. Can the Qataris topple the immaculate Al Zafin and Bin Hendi? Is there a dark horse in the ranks? You're about to find out. We're back in stunning Arendal, Norway, one of the most spectacular stops on the Class 1 Tour. With its iconic wooden buildings, fjords, and the traditional pollen area, Arendal is truly a gem, and the Class 1 Grand Prix weekend is a grand festival that attracts tens of thousands of people every year. The BMW Norwegian Grand Prix is round 2 of the UIM Class 1 World Powerboat Championship. Arendal has been hosting the event since 1994, this year marking the 14th Class 1 Grand Prix event. Arendal is transformed into a festival town every year. Parallel to Class 1, there are concerts, special events, lots of partying, and the traditional boat parade, which is always a big crowd pleaser. Round 1 in Abu Dhabi saw local heroes Team Abu Dhabi take the Edox pole position. But it was a spectacular racing produced by two-time and defending world champions Arif Saif Al Zafin and Nadir Bin Hendi of Victory that outpaced the rest of the field to win both races and carry on the form that earned them last year's World Championship. Victory's perennial nemesis, Spirit of Qatar 96, were runners-up in both races, and team leader Sheikh Hassan bin Jabir Al Thani and 8-time world champion Steve Curtis will be keen to finally get their first Class 1 race win together here in Arendal. Spirit of Qatar 95 featured 2005 European champion Italian Matteo Nicolini on throttle beside rookie Qatari driver Ali Al Neima. They got podium finishes in qualifying and in race 2, and they're also keen to not only defeat Victory, but also their boss in Qatar 96 here in Arendal. There are 10 boats and 8 teams competing in this year's BMW Norwegian Grand Prix, with a number of changes in both driver combinations and boats. The fight for Norwegian supremacy and a win on home waters is between two teams, Wellmax Offshore Racing and Zabo Racing. Wellmax is the most successful team in home waters, and they introduced a second boat this year, First Fisken, the same boat they ran as Wellmax Alianza in Brazil last year. Jørgen Jacobsen will be on throttles with Frode Sundsdal driving.
Well, it was the first outing for the two of us together, so we just went out and had a few laps to shake the boat down on the race course. We're getting more and more comfortable each lap, so I think we're going to have a fun weekend.
Wellmax remains unchanged with 2008 European champion Jorn Thunberg throttling alongside driver Kolbjorn Selmer in the Mercury V8-powered Wellmax. They have 10 podium finishes from 21 starts and 6 pole position wins. Zabo Racing has upped the stakes in its bid for silverware, with Ushik Zaborowski getting their first competitive outing in their new championship-winning hull, Faza, bought from Victory Team.
This one definitely is a more stable boat. We took it up to over 140 miles an hour immediately on our first test together last week somewhere near Oslo. The boat really balances perfectly at that speed. Again, I am sitting with Christian in a new boat, so we will try to get ourselves adjusted to this one.
The all-Italian Fendi Racing will compete for the first time with their new Outer Limits boat and Outer Limits powertrain V8 engines. It's Luca Formili Fendi's first race in Arendal, but he'll be driving alongside the experienced throttle man Giovanni Carpitella, last year's world runner-up. DAC Racing's 10-time F1 champion and legendary driver Guido Capellini and veteran Class 1 throttle man Giampaolo Montavoci will be racing in their modified DAC 40 boat, Kim.com, and they'll be aiming to improve on a disappointing round one.
We cut the boat more than 1 meter. Now is the measurement is exactly as the rules say, and now the boat is very fast and have a good, very good acceleration.
Changes also in Team Abu Dhabi, with Emirati throttleman Majid Al Mansouri stepping in to take over from John Tomlinson, alongside 3-time Class 1 Grand Prix winning fellow Emirati driver Rashid Al Tayer.
We race long time from the X-Kart and jet ski. We are the same team in Abu Dhabi, and I hope I do good in the first race.
Parsonage Racing features Norwegian throttleman Paul Erik Nielsen and San Marino driver Giorgio Manuzzi, both of whom have been on the podium here in previous races when they were teammates in Maritimo.
Yeah, the course is quite challenging because inside you have completely flat water and very tricky, and then you go outside the fjord and you hit the big waves out there and the wind, so it's quite hard to find the right setup on the boat, and doing very well before, so I hope to deliver as well this year.
Class 1 weekend spans 3 days, with official practices, the EDOX pole position, and 2 races. The EDOX pole position determines the starting lineup for race 1, and the results of race 1 determine the starting lineup of race 2. But the only winner on day 3 was the weather, and race 2 was subsequently cancelled due to high winds, low visibility. But there was still enough action to please the crowds, including the EDOX Speed Run, which was won by Sheikh Hassan bin Jabir Al Thani and Steve Curtis in Qatar 96. Pole position got underway with fierce winds and big waves. Due to the number of boats and the tight starting chute in Arendal, there will be a 2-tier lineup. That makes getting into the first line of 5 boats crucial.
It's a good. I mean, you have to work with the venues that you have. I mean, Arendal has always been a two-line startup here since I recall. So I think it's a good safety measure. It's very important for the teams to run hard on the pole position, so they be on the first line. But whoever is on the second line, they need to drive a little bit like crazy to get up front.
So it's very important to stay in the first line for immediately advantage minimum of 100 meters. So everybody try to remain in the top 5. This is our target.
Victory has had to work overnight to bring their boat to the minimum length of 12.19 meters, essentially by applying fiberglass extensions to the tips of their hull.
Well, we didn't test. We're going to try today. We're going to go out and push. We're going to see how the boat handles and the race course, and hope we'll do the best.
Victory seemed none the worse for it, as they set a blistering lap time of 3 minutes, 53.20 seconds on their first lap.
Got number 1, and now we're waiting for the other drivers to see what they're going to get.
Qatar 95 went out to set a fastest lap time of 3 minutes, 54.85 seconds, which put them in second position behind Victory.
It was very good. We're running 3:54, and I think it's good time because in the practice they run 4, something like that. I think it's okay. I knew that Victory beat me for less than 1 second. Now we go out again. We do a change, we go out again.
Qatar 96 went out next, and they were 3 seconds off the pace with a fastest lap time of 3 minutes 54.92 seconds. Fendi Racing were trying to get the feel of their new boat.
I still have a problem when we come back with the wind on the back. So I think the engines is suffering. It doesn't have too much air to breathe. So we're gonna do something for that. And I mean, we are not on the best laps time like Victory. Victory is another stage.
Team Abu Dhabi were struggling, but managed to stay in the top 5 with a lap time of 4 minutes 3.32 seconds. Kim.com ran a fast enough lap to get into the top 5, but they were subsequently disqualified for a power infringement. Last year's EDOX pole position champions just managed to slip into the top 5 with a fastest lap time of 4 minutes 10.54 seconds.
We're struggling a little bit with, since we have a new setup with the ratios and how to get enough push in the boat. Because last year we were definitely always on the faster boats, and now we are more or less 15-20 seconds behind. It's a little bit frustrating, but everybody is doing as good as they can, and I promise you we're going to solve it during if not now, then as soon as possible.
First Fiskin and Relecta came in 7th and 8th, with Relecta also disqualified for a power infringement. Qatar 95 weren't able to go for a second lap due to an engine starter problem.
Upset because Victor beat us only for 0.4 seconds. We wasn't in place to beat them. Yeah, because we do only one run. Okay, what to do?
Victory went even faster on their second lap to record a fastest lap time of 3 minutes 51.95 seconds. So the winner of the EDOX pole position is Victory.
Thank you. I am happy about the setup. Really, when I change now next setup, I feel more acceleration and also the top speed, and I can handle it in outside.
The other top 5 spots going to Qatar 95, Qatar 96, Team Abu Dhabi, and Wellmax. Parsonage Racing were unable to get out on the water. Victory will be starting on the back foot as they will have to run an extra long lap. The penalty was given due to certain irregularities following post-race technical scrutineering in round 1 in Abu Dhabi. Festivities continued into the night with concerts, partying, and a whole range of other events. Race 1, great weather here in Arendal, bright sunshine, good conditions, thousands of spectators. Visibility is perfect, although strong winds will make for some tricky water on the outside part of the course. Sheikh Hassan and Steve Curtis will be key to capitalize on Victory's extra long lap, and even though Victory will have the pole advantage, they will have to perform exceptionally well here. 9 boats starting, Negotiator out with an engine problem. 3 Norwegian boats in the lineup. Can they win one for Norway? The course, 1 start lap, 6 race laps, 1 long lap. A total of 52.45 nautical miles. Victory in pole, then Qatar 95, Qatar 96, Team Abu Dhabi, and Wellmax completing the first line of boats. An interesting lineup considering the first 4 boats are all V12s, while the other 5 are all V8s. Sheikh Hassan and Steve Curtis look on for the green flag, and there it is! Race 1 is underway! Nicolini and Al-Nima and Spirit of Qatar 95 are pouring on the power in the starting straight. Their teammates in 96 trying to keep up. This is Matteo Nicolini's 100th Class 1 race, but only the second one for Ali Al-Nima. But they already have 2 podiums under their belt from the EDOX in race 2 in Abu Dhabi, and they're definitely one of the favorites here too, if they can hold their own with victory and Spirit of Qatar 96. Kim.com is moving up the ranks from 8th at the start. Capellini and Montavoci are up to 6th. The boats are in the long, narrow straight leading to the outside part of the course. The 2 Qatari boats are going neck and neck, but it's victory that leads the field. It's Qatar 96 going in front of 95. They're giving it their all to keep up with victory. Al-Zafin and Bin Hendy know that they need to open up as much distance as they can with the other boats as they pour on the power. But Sheikh Hassan and Curtis have other plans. They're gaining rapidly on victory. Can they go into the turn in the lead? And they have it! Qatar 96 have overtaken victory on the start lap. What an incredible opening display from Qatar 96. And now victory has a mammoth task ahead of it. Further down the field, Fendi racing in 7th behind Kim.com, while Team Abu Dhabi stays in 4th. Capellini and Montavoci and Kim.com pushing to overtake Womax and move up to 5th. Up in the lead, it's Qatar 96 who edge out victory to take that outside turn in the lead. Incredible racing from Sheikh Hassan and 8-time world champion Steve Curtis. Victory is not used to being caught in anyone's spray, but this time they are outgunned. Steve Curtis is a former winner here in Arendal from 2001, and he has 6 Norwegian Grand Prix wins throughout his career, including wins in Oslo and Trondheim. And at the end of lap 1, Sheikh Hassan and Curtis have a 7.5 second lead on victory, with Spirit of Qatar 95 in 3rd, followed by Team Abu Dhabi and Kim.com, who moved from 8th to 5th position in just 1 lap. Womax are in 6th, their teammates First Fiskin in 7th, Fendi Racing in 8th, and Relecta bringing up the rear. Al-Zafin and Bin Hendy in victory won both races here last year when they were racing as Faza. They had a remarkable 2010 overall, winning 9 of 12 races and taking the World Championship title by an unprecedented 96 points. Team Abu Dhabi going strong in 4th, but they will have to give it their all to stave off Kim.com, who are moving close and eyeing that 4th spot. Team Abu Dhabi, Kim.com, and Womax take their long laps in lap 2, which moves Fendi Racing up 2 spots into 6th position. There's some fierce racing at the back of the field between the Norwegian boats and Fendi Racing, and the Norwegians will all want bragging rights to be the top Norwegian team here. At the end of lap 2, the top 3 boats remain the same. Qatar 96 lead, then victory, Qatar 95 3rd, followed by Team Abu Dhabi, Kim.com, Fendi Racing, Womax, First Fiskin, and Relecta. 2006 and 2008 Norwegian Grand Prix winner Tom Berg and Kolbjørn Selmer and Womax chasing Fendi and Carpatella in lap 3, trying to regain 6th spot. Relecta have had a difficult time finding the speed they need as they get adjusted to their new boats. But no such problems for Sheikh Hassan and Curtis. Spirit of Qatar 96 have opened up a 20-second lead with victory. Rashid Al-Tayer and Majid Al-Mansouri putting in a good performance so far in 4th, but Kim.com is pressing hard behind them. They must be happy with their new modified DAC 40 boat. This race has really been about the dominance of the V12s, with the V8s trying to plug the gap. The exception seems to be Kim.com, who take advantage of Team Abu Dhabi's long lap to move up into 4th position. This is an incredible performance from Capellini and Montavoci, who is also in his 100th Class 1 race here today. Al-Tayer and Al-Mansouri have dropped to 5th, and a V8 has broken into the top 4. Into lap 5, Victory slightly closes Qatar 96's lead down to 18 seconds, with Nicolini and Al-Naima in Qatar 95 still third, followed by Kim.com in fourth. Team Abu Dhabi miss an outside course marker. That could be a costly mistake for the young Emiratis. Victory in second, but they're the fastest boat out there, averaging over 187 kilometers an hour as they continue to consistently cut the gap down with Qatar 96. At the end of lap 4, Kim.com are in fourth, Team Abu Dhabi hard on their tail in fifth, followed by Fendi Racing, Womax, Frisk Fiskin, and Relecta. For Qatar 96, it's all clear waters ahead, but Sheikh Hassan and Steve Curtis will surely have one eye on Victory, who are just a bit faster than them, despite being 17 seconds behind. Fendi and last year's world number 2 Carpatella are racing for the first time in their new American-built Outer Limits boat and engines. They started racing together last year, and they've gelled into a tight and competitive team that is a force to be reckoned with. There's some drama at the back now between the Womax offshore racing boats as First Fiskin goes neck and neck with Womax. And Jacobsen and Sundsdal move ahead of Thunberg and Selmer as they take 7th position from their experienced teammates. Although it's his Class 1 debut, Frode Sundsdal is an experienced powerboat driver with numerous Scandinavian and European titles, while Bjørge Jacobsen made his Class 1 debut in 2004 and last raced with teammate Thunberg in Montenegro in 2008. At the end of lap 5, Qatar 96 in the lead, but Victory narrowing the gap to 16 seconds. Qatar 95 third, then Kim.com, Team Abu Dhabi, Fendi Racing, First Fiskin, Womax, and Relecta. Zaborowski and Ishik will be aiming to finish as well as they can here to prepare for the coming races. Fendi Racing goes for the long lap, followed by Frisk Fiskin, and that moves Womax up the ranks from 8th place to 6th as Jacobsen and Sundsdal are bumped back down to 8th. Last year's Edox pole position champions, Thunberg and Selmer, have been having a tough time adjusting to the new regulations and haven't had the same pace that they did in 2010 when they finished 4th overall in the World Championship standings. Up in the lead, it's an awesome display from the might of Qatar 96, and this marks Sheikh Hassan's 50th race start and Steve Curtis's incredible 126th race in Class 1 with a record 40 Grand Prix wins to his name. On the last lap, Victory have cut Qatar 96's lead down to under 10 seconds, averaging 187 kilometers an hour. Qatar 95 third, Kim.com fourth, Team Abu Dhabi fifth. Womax is a minute and a half behind Team Abu Dhabi, ahead of Fendi Racing, First Fiskin, and Relecta. But it's too late for Victory. They are out of time and out of laps as Sheikh Hassan and Steve Curtis win their first race together. What a performance! Victory are well-deserved runners-up, coming from a penalty lap disadvantage to finish just 7 seconds off the pace. Nicolini and Al-Naima are third, very consistent racing from them. Kim.com should also be happy with a fantastic surge from 8th to 4th. Team Abu Dhabi make do with 5th, Womax in 6th, then Fendi Racing, First Fiskin, and Relecta completing the field. It's the first time a non-Emirati team has won a race since 2009.
I think it helped. We didn't have a good setup in Abu Dhabi, so we spent a lot of time between Abu Dhabi and here doing setup on the boat. And the guys worked really hard. All the engineers worked really hard to set the boat up, and they've done a great job. And we're getting closer. We're not quite there yet. They've still got Victory, which seems to be a lot faster than us for some reason. But all we can do is keep working on it.
really happy about the race, but I'm not happy about the rules because I feel I win the race. My place is not second. My place is win, because it's not fair. Everybody he go 9 lap, I go 10 lap. But still, I am happy about my staff. I want to say thank you for everybody to help the victory team.
There are the final results. Team Abu Dhabi are disqualified for having missed that course marker, and Fendi Racing also subsequently disqualified for a power infringement. Qatar 96 sits atop the European Championship standings ahead of Victory in Qatar 95. The world overall standings sees Victory's lead reduced to just 5 points ahead of Qatar 96 in second and Qatar 95 in third. And that concludes round 2. See you in Italy for round 3 of the 2011 UIM Class 1 World Powerboat Championship. And there we go. Race 1 is underway as the machines roar and scream through the starting chute. Go, Womax are out! Oh, they're airborne! There's contact! World Championship leaders and winners! And there we go. Race 1 is underway as the machines roar and scream through the starting chute. Go, Womax are out! Oh, they're airborne! There's contact! World Championship leaders and winners! Class 1 goes to Cernobbio, Italy, a beautiful old town located on the shores of the stunning Lake Como, situated amidst the Italian Alps. Known for the many celebrities and business tycoons who have made this town their permanent residence, Cernobbio is a place of opulence and scenic splendor that attracts high-profile visitors from all over the world. With its narrow streets, historic buildings, and lavish villas, Cernobbio is a picturesque delight with quaint shops, busy cafes, elegant restaurants, luxurious hotels, and magnificent churches. Cernobbio is a town steeped in powerboating history, as Lake Como was the scene of the first powerboat race more than a century ago. The last Class 1 race here was in 1987, and now the world's elite powerboating series is back in Cernobbio, an ideal location for round 4 of the 2011 UIM Class 1 World Powerboat Championship and the second and deciding round of the European Championship title. Round 3 in Arendal, Norway only featured one race, the second race cancelled due to bad weather. Race 1 was a classic Dubai versus Qatar showdown as Victory took on the might of Spirit of Qatar, who stormed back into Class 1 racing in 2011 after a year's absence. Although Victory had the pole position, they had the disadvantage of having to run an extra penalty lap due to a technical infringement. Victory driver Arif Al-Zafin and throttleman Nadir bin Hendi had their work cut out for them as Spirit of Qatar 96 overtook them on the start lap, taking that crucial first turn buoy. From then on, driver Sheikh Hassan bin Jabir Al Thani and legendary English throttleman Steve Curtis never looked back, leading from start to finish. Al-Zafin and bin Hendi still put in a great performance, finishing second ahead of Spirit of Qatar 95 as Italian throttleman Matteo Nicolini and Qatari driver Ali Al-Naima settled for third. The win put Spirit of Qatar 96 5 points ahead of Victory in the European standings going into round 4. Now all eyes are on the Italian Grand Prix, where the European Championship will be decided. addition to victory in Spirit of Qatar 95 and 96, there are 7 more boats competing in this year's Italian Grand Prix. Local hopes lie with 2 all-Italian teams. DAC Racing's Polyform features 10-time F1 champion and legendary driver Guido Cappellini and veteran Class 1 throttleman Giampaolo Montevocchi, racing in their modified DAC 40 boat, Polyform, featuring Mercury V8s. Fendi Racing features driver and team owner Luca Formilli Fendi, alongside one of the world's top throttlemen, Giovanni Carpitella, last year's world runner-up. They've traded their V8 power plants for new Lamborghini Scam V12s. New lineup also for the V12-powered Team Abu Dhabi, with Rashid Al-Tayer out through injury. He's replaced by F1 star Ahmed Al-Hameli, with Majid Al-Mansouri continuing on as throttleman. Norway's Walmax also features a new lineup as Tandberg and Selmer step aside and make room for throttleman Bjorge Jacobsen and driver Kurt Olsen, who will race in the Mercury V8-powered former Maritimo boat, which raced as number 69 in Arendal. Team D'Alessio Scam starts for the first time this season with Italian throttleman Luca Nicolini and Class 1 debutant Belgian driver Frank Hemelair in Faro Axii with Lamborghini Scam V12s. No change for Zabo Racing of Norway, with throttleman Christian Zaborowski and driver Udo Schick racing in the former Fuzza boat Relecta. Also running Mercury V8s. Georgi Offshore is also back after missing out in Norway, with throttleman Nicola Giorgi racing alongside fellow Italian Sandro Sardelli. But a technical problem sidelined them for the weekend. The Italian Grand Prix features a tight, freshwater, anti-clockwise course that will be particularly challenging on drivers who will be on the outside of their turns.
You know, it's a lake race, the buoyancy of the water is different. It should be a good race. You know, it's still going to be whoever gets out first has got the, has got the hole. So pole position is really important here, and that first bend's really important.
The reason the EDOX pole position is so important in this course is that it features 3 start groups, and getting into the first start group is crucial. Spirit of Qatar 95's Nicolini and Al-Naima started proceedings in the 1.5-hour session with a fastest lap time of 2 minutes, 53.76 seconds. But victory comes out all guns blazing as the defending world champions left their rivals in their wake, posting the fastest lap time of 2 minutes, 49.73 seconds around the 4.51 nautical mile course on their first lap, going 4 seconds quicker than Spirit of Qatar 95. Then it was Team Abu Dhabi that set an exceptional lap time of 2 minutes, 54.01 seconds to go into third place. Polyform had a frustrating session, leaving it late to record a fastest lap time of 2 minutes, 55.03 seconds, which earned them 4th position, but just out of that coveted top 3 spot. It was also a frustration for Spirit of Qatar 96, managing only 5th fastest with a lap time of 2 minutes, 55.31 seconds, and breaking an engine in the process. Walmax, Fendi Racing, and Relecta were between 9 and 11 seconds off the pace. Faro Axii still trying to get its bearings, 4 minutes off the pace. Georgi Offshore did not start. Winner of the EDOX pole position, victory! The EDOX pole position overall standing sees victory on top, then Spirit of Qatar 95, followed by Team Abu Dhabi in 3rd. Race 1 gets underway. Spirit of Qatar have the points advantage in the European Championship, but victory has pole position. Race 1 features 1 start lap, 10 race laps, and 1 long lap. Total racing distance of 52.66 nautical miles. Victory! Spirit of Qatar 95 and Team Abu Dhabi take the top 3 pole positions, followed by Polyform, Spirit of Qatar 96, and Wellmax. Yellow flag, boats get into position. They're off! These boats can hit speeds of up to 200 kilometers an hour on a starting straight. Victory characteristically strong at the start, leading the field. Team Abu Dhabi in second position. Spirit of Qatar 95 moving up. Qatar 95 pulls ahead of Team Abu Dhabi. The four boats neck and neck. Polyform on the outside. Victory first into the turn. Perfect start for Victory. Qatar 96 already has a lot of work ahead of it if it is to maintain its 5-point advantage in the European Championship, trailing in 5th position. With 23 race wins apiece, the two-time defending world champions Al Zafina bin Hendy may still be a ways from equaling Steve Curtis's record, 41 race wins and 8 world titles. But they are young, talented, and well on their way. Al Zafina bin Hendy complete lap 1, less than 4 seconds ahead of Qatar 95. Team Abu Dhabi 3rd, Polyform 4th, Qatar 96 5th. Polyform's Guido Cappellini considers Lake Como to be his, and anything but a podium here is not an option for him. Norwegian battle at the back. Relecta pull away from Wellmax, but Wellmax hangs tight and pushes back. Victory slowly builds on its lead over Qatar 95, while Team Abu Dhabi races hard in 3rd. The young Emiratis Al Hameli and Al Mansouri performing like true veterans, consistent, aggressive, and flawless. Polyform misses a ploy, gets a penalty long lap for lap 3. Sheikh Hassan and Steve Curtis now pouring on the pressure, trying to upstage the veteran Italians, Cappellini and Montavoci. In the back of the field, Relecta stays ahead of Faro Axiai. Victory extends its lead to 14 seconds over Spirit of Qatar 95 and 26 seconds over Team Abu Dhabi. Although Spirit of Qatar 95's Nicolini and Al Naima have only raced in 5 races so far in 2011, they already have 2 podium.
Welcome back to 2022 Thunder on Cocoa Beach, coming to you live from Cocoa Beach, Florida. I am Mike Iwaski along with Eric Colby. This is race number 3. Super Stocks just now getting underway. Getting up on a plane, Scott Porte up on the pace boat. Going to get these cat outboard to line up. Lots to talk about in this race. Sorry we came on. They got going a little faster than what we thought they would. So we'll get into a lot of details of the class later on. But let's run through a quick roll call. We'll alternate this time. Boat number S14, Atlas Offshore Racing, Tanner Lewis, Billy Moore.
LPC, Anthony Smith and Lauren Peters.
S1, new team, CMR Construction, Sean Connor and Sean Torrente.
Team Allen Lawn Care and Landscaping, Rough Water Veterans, Cody McDowell and Billy Allen.
Big East Construction, Cole Leibel and Gary Ballou.
Play Trades, Brian Marquardt and Randy Swears.
Jackhammer, Reese Lanham, Ricky Maldonado.
Ignite, Christopher Hopgood, Ryan Beckley.
Performance Boat Center, Myra Cole, Rusty Williams.
Nighthawk Offshore Racing, Dominic Steele, Julian Maldonado.
And A-Game, AJ Boijo and Peter Bogino. Bogino, I will say. Apologize if I say that wrong.
And Nighthawk and A-Game are starting behind the others because they have rookie drivers.
They are rookie drivers. Of course, the Nighthawk entry is the old kinetic animation boat owned by Ryan Beckley, but we're getting ready to get a start here. Sorry, a bit hazy from our perspective. It looks like we do have a green flag. We're going racing super stock style in Cocoa Beach, Florida. Thunder on Cocoa Beach, presented by Keltec. Lots of things to talk about with this race. New teams, new boats, new engines. Of course, going from 2 strokes. And look at the start by LPC out into the early lead. Let's see if we can make out who that is on the inside of them. It looks like Plate Trades. No, I think that's Atlas.
That's Atlas on the inside because they had the pole position, and that's Billy Moore who's going to be pulling double duty.
Here comes a new team, CMR, a new team together. Sean Connor and Sean Torrente. Jackhammer way on the outside. Steele jumps to the way outside of them. There's Play Trades. Big group here moving up behind them. There's Performance Boat Center. There's Ignite. And there is A-Game.
And Performance Boat Center we need to keep an eye on because they did take a shot yesterday and had to make some hull repairs.
Jackhammer's trying to make a move way on the outside of the way on the outside of the course while the remainder of the boats are running to the inside. This is the only start in this race. And super stock. So if you look at the screen right now, Jackhammer should be all the way to the right, and Atlas should be all the way to the left. Now they're going to start. They have to maintain their lane through the first corner. Let's see how that goes. It looks like maybe Allen Lawn Care Landscaping starting to come into the buoy just a bit, but it could be deceiving from our vantage point. LPC up in the mix. CMR up in the mix.
And LPC's a new throttle.
I'm sorry, that's Jackhammer. Oh, big hop by Jackhammer there.
And CMR just took a hop, too.
They're trying to make a move on the outside. There's CMR. There's Big East. Allen Lawn Care Landscaping behind this group. Jackhammer now in the lead pretty easily. There's LPC, CMR, and Atlas. LPC in second, CMR in third. Maintain their lane going through the first turn. So Jackhammer's going to be way on the outside. He's going to have the longer line. LPC, Atlas, and CMR should all have the shorter line, should be able to make up some ground. Will they get the lead back? Hard to tell. There is...
That's the steel boat.
No, that's the Nighthawk entry, the old Brian Beckley skater.
That's flying the steel colors.
Yeah.
So
big hop there by Jackhammer. Slowed them down. Look at LPC. Definitely getting a lot rougher out there.
Yep.
LPC now challenging for the lead as Jackhammer took a big kite off of a wave going through the turn. You can see how much they've had to slow down to make it through this turn and keep the boats running flat. New rule this year, they had to add 500 pounds of weight to the boat, so now they have to weigh 4,900 pounds when they come out of the water. Some teams running the two-stroke 300 XSs and the four-stroke now V8 300s. LPC's running the V8s. There's the hop by Jackhammer.
Yep.
Yeah, that was a close one right there. You don't want to do that again. That almost could have been a stuff maybe roll if they'd hit a bigger wave after that. And the fleet is kind of divided. Jackhammer's running the new 300s. LPC's running the new 300s. CMR's running the new 300s.
And that's a 4.6-liter V8 versus a 3-liter V6.
And it's a four-stroke versus a two-stroke. Now, everybody that I talked to said they really liked the power curve of the new V8. They thought it was a lot smoother, better delivery. We'll see how it holds up in race conditions. These are bone stock V8 300s. They are not modified whatsoever. They don't even have the 15-inch midsection on them because one couldn't be done in time. The thing about the 300 two-strokes is, the XSs, is that if you want to go race this class, you have to custom build one of these midsections, one of these 15-inch midsections to go running. Another big sky hop there by Jackhammer.
And now Jackhammer is a Victory. LPC is a Doug Wright.
Yep, and LPC is one of the older Doug Wrights in the group. The newest Doug Wright is CMR.
Right.
LPC starts to take the lead now. Good battle for LPC. LPC, Anthony Smith, Lauren Peters on board, based out of Lake of the Ozarks, Missouri. Reese Lanham and Reese Maldonado.
Reese Lanham.
I'm sorry. Nope, hold on. Ricky Maldonado.
Ricky Maldonado.
Ricky Maldonado. I knew that. In Jackhammer, Victory versus Doug Wright, as Eric mentioned. Now Jackhammer starts to make a move back on the outside, deck to deck. Now they are heading down into the dogleg. The group behind them is still just all kind of glued together, as you see now. Jackhammer and LPC just to the right-hand side of your screen. Back to the left-hand side of your screen is everybody else literally in super stock.
That looks like CMR coming up on the inside.
Yep, Nighthawk is up there in the group. Nighthawk, this is a good race for Nighthawk because if you ever talk to Ryan Beckley, that's a big hop there.
That was
CMR did stuff. CMR did stuff, but they did not go over. That was a big hop, and that's what I kind of started worrying about.
And we're going to be coming up into that dogleg.
And that was a big trip. Battle still continues for first. Jackhammer and LPC. Jackhammer's going to be in the inside of the dog leg. LPC will be on the outside, but LPC will have the inside of the bigger corner to make the turn on the south end of the course and then come back up. Superstock running 6 laps today here in Cocoa Beach. There goes Jackhammer trying to take the lead again. Here's a look at the
CMR. Yep.
Big hop there. You saw it dove down to the port side. Oh, yeah, there it is, right there. And that was hard enough to maybe do some structural damage to the boat, but they were able to get back up on plane and get going. So now LPC and Jackhammer are through the dogleg. LPC now on the inside. Let's see what this turn looks like.
And LPC has the new V8s as well.
Yep. As there they go through the big hop there. Yeah, it's getting pretty bumpy out there. I think as these races go on, it's going to get rougher, exactly what it did yesterday. In testing, it's doing out there today. LPC now got about 2 rooster tail lengths on Jackhammer. Here comes Nighthawk in third place. Where did this rookie team come from? They were behind on the start. Now they're running in third in the oldest boat, heaviest boat in the class. Allen Lawn Care Landscaping now up in fourth.
I talked with Julian Maldonado, or actually their brother, who's on the crew, and they said the one thing they noticed with the new 300s because of the extra weight, they do want to pick the nose up like CMR did.
Yep.
But the props still stay connected,
Yep.
but you're picking up the bow more when it pops up like that. So they're trying to work that out.
Yeah, and you may have to lift out of the throttles. There is Play Trades. Of course, Play Trades, this is their first race back after getting stabbed in the side in Key West by Allen Lawn Care Landscaping and ripping basically the whole port side of the boat open. LPC continues to lead in super stock. Where is Jackhammer? They were side by side. They came out of that bottom turn as LPC took about a rooster tail length lead.
And where is Team Allen Lawn Care known for rough water?
They were in fourth, and you're right. That is a well-known team. Billy Allen really likes the rough water conditions for his boat, but just not up there in the group at this time. LPC in the lead, Jackhammer still in second, and Nighthawk now in third. So a father-son team racing against each other. Oh, I just saw somebody come to the bottom of the stream. There is Jackhammer. They are now trying to make a lead on the outside. This is what they did the last time by on the start. They were all the way up against the beach. I think maybe they liked that line. And here at Cocoa Beach, the conditions will change, every couple of feet out from the shore because it gets a little bit shallower, a little bit shallower, a little bit deeper. And it tends to make the water change a little bit, maybe generate some holes, some ups and downs as they run along the beach.
And as you just look out the window, you can see the size of the waves themselves is getting bigger, and the tide is coming in.
Yeah, and there's a huge group back behind these leaders. I mean, it's everybody. It's Performance Boat Center. It's Ignite. It's Atlas. It's CMR.
And
of course, CMR did that trip and stuff.
That was Gary Ballou and Cole Leibel that just went by, so they're new together.
Well, they have a new Doug Wright being built. They're using Gary's boat right now as a backup boat. Of course, that's the second victory in this group. They're using it as a backup boat so that Doug Wright can get built. Jackhammer now took the lead away from LPC pretty convincingly as they come back up the beach here, headed towards the...
Let's see how the north turn looks here.
North side turn. Let's see how this goes. So maybe Jackhammer is liking this direction of the course. Probably maybe not liking this turn very much, but we'll get a good we'll get a good idea as they go by. Of course, new black hull sides on Jackhammer. Was all silver last year. Put some black graphics on it. You can see it's just sloppy around that corner right there. And look at what that did to Jackhammer. They had to go out so much wider, and that's going to allow LPC to kind of tuck up in the middle.
And when they come out of that turn, they're having
they're barely on a plane right there.
Right.
I mean, that's how much they're getting tossed around. And you can see how wide they have to go. They're just trying to keep the boat. And see what that does to LPC. See, that allows LPC to catch up, which means LPC is probably able to turn a little bit better.
Yep.
Maybe the balance. Now, these boats do not have ballast tanks.
Nope.
They do have weight bags that are distributed throughout boxes in the boat, and they're all measured, and it's a diagram, and a lot of science and setup and rigging goes into this class. Now, LPC is going to be on the outside, and they are able to make up some ground on Jackhammer, so let's see if it plays out.
Now LPC will set themselves up for the dog leg to be inside when they arrive there.
But Jackhammer is going to be back on the inside of the bigger leg. When you go to this dog leg, because it's so close to the bigger turn, my thought would be you'd want to be more prepared for the bigger turn, not the smaller turn, because that's where you're going to be able to make up a lot more ground. But it's a lot more, the course is very diverse in conditions from the front stretch to the back stretch, because the back stretch is where we're seeing the trips and the stuffs happen. As you just saw, Jackhammer did it, not as much as CMR did. Of course, CMR back and running. That's S1.
And
Sean Connor, Sean Torrente.
This is the very latest Doug Wright with the 300 V8s against an older Doug Wright with the XS 300s.
That older Doug Wright is only a year old. That's Sean Torrente's old boat from last year, so it's not.
Okay.
That's the second newest. I believe that's still the second newest Doug Wright in the group.
Because when you look at the Jackhammer, the Victory, and you look at LPC, when they're coming at you, just the width of that tunnel looks so much wider on the Jackhammer.
Yep. Now Jackhammer loses the lead to LPC. So what I said, probably right. I think LPC likes this leg of the course. Jackhammer getting a lot more air, carrying the bow a lot more. So it's something they like about these conditions in the two opposite directions. A lot of separation between the two of these boats, a lot more than what it appears. As you said, LPC is going to be in the inside of the dog leg, but Jackhammer, as long as they can stay within about that half a rooster tail length distance behind, and see now it looks like they're maybe even closing, but this is deceptive because of how they're running up the beach. They're kind of running away from us as they get ready to put a seagull.
Or pelican.
Down. Pelican, yep. Look at a pelican. So there is LPC. There is Jackhammer, 1 and 2.
Have not seen Team Allen come by, so I'm wondering...
Nope, Team Allen's out there because I can see him as I look out the window. I was looking for Nighthawk, but I think Nighthawk has actually lost third place to Allen Lawn Care Landscaping. So let's, as they come back by the window, we'll get an official count update here because there still is a very big group in the back of the super stock class. It's all really kind of stuck and hung together. But the battle right now is for first. And we'll see how that pans out. So Jackhammer now making a move. Big stuff there by Jackhammer. They were able to save it. That was a scary one going into the dog leg. So a lot, so not only are you racing, new setup.
2 in 2 laps.
New weight, new motors. You're having to deal with some pretty nasty, what's turning out to be pretty nasty conditions for boats that are very bow light as it is. Big hop there by Jackhammer. This is true offshore powerboat racing at its finest. That allowed that little stuff. See what allowed LPC to make up some ground.
But it flew well there. The one that it just took, it flew well.
It was just it was in the air too long. Nothing they can do about it. But that just allowed LPC to close in. Jackhammer very respectful going around that corner. You can see he kind of starts to push Lauren out there just a little bit.
Yep.
And look at that wave. Big hop coming out of the turn there for LPC. I saw that one coming.
Oh, there is Team Allen.
We lost LPC in a boat wake. Now Jackhammer's actually in the lead on the straightaway. I think they like more, but look at the acceleration of LPC.
Yep.
Wow, really came out of that turn very, very well. There's Allen Lawn Care Landscaping, so they are now in third. And as we said, that is a rough water boat, so Billy and Cody could make up some ground on these top 2 boats here. Jackhammer on the inside, LPC on the outside. Allen Lawn Care Landscaping third. Nighthawk in fourth.
And Billy will be doing double duty today when he gets in the new Clovar boat, which is a 450 class boat.
Yep, that'll be coming up later today. As you see a good shot there of what these boats are going through. Kind of hard to see the difference in the tunnels, but you can see that they're actually losing probably a little bit of vision because of the wave depth. And now they're going to kind of tighten back up. They want to stay out of that prop wash of Jackhammer for multiple reasons, but if you catch one of these flighters and you get a rooster tail tucked up underneath of you, that could really be a bad day. But they have pulled right back up. Now, Jackhammer didn't pull away from LPC like they have on this straightaway before. This completes lap number 2 of 6. As the battle for the lead continues, LPC looks like they might be taking it away from Jackhammer, and they do so. LPC back in the lead, Jackhammer in second, Allen Lawn Care Landscaping in third, Nighthawk in fourth. And as everybody else comes by, Allen Lawn Care Landscaping now just coming by our window.
They're basically all alone in third.
Yeah, that's just past the start-finish line, and they're way back there. And now they've got Nighthawk behind them.
The boat is badged as Steel. That's what people are going to see it as.
Yep, but it's Nighthawk on our registration. So it's Allen Lawn Care Landscaping in third.
And Atlas
Nighthawk in fourth, Atlas in fifth.
Atlas is doing well in its first race.
Yep, CMR in sixth, Performance Boat Center in seventh. CMR and Performance Boat Center kind of starting to come together. Could be a race there. And here comes Big East. They are currently in eighth. And Play Trades looks like they're in ninth.
With Ignite and right behind them.
In, I think, 10th.
So Ryan Beckley is getting to know that boat after all his years in the Skater.
Yep, and that used to be the Talbot excavating boat, and it was the paint factory for the past couple of years in Superstock, now known as Ignite. LPC S27 continues to lead. Of course, Lauren Peters has had to go through a lot with this boat. It's been upside down quite a few times, but he always sticks with the program, makes it work, based out of Lake of the Ozarks, Missouri. Superstock class, either powered by the 2-stroke outboard or the 4-stroke V8. We talked about the amount of moving parts in a V8 outboard. You've got I'm sorry. I think Jackhammer took the lead back. I'm sorry. That was a deceiving shot there, and they did. Jackhammer is in the lead. LPC in second. Sorry.
And A-Team just crossed.
Okay.
Getting their feet under them in their new boat,
so,
which is the old Shadow Pirate.
Yep. Jackhammer comes out of the turn in the lead. LPC in second. Not sure where the big change came from there. They weren't this far separated last time they went into that turn, or when they went into this turn before. So something happened there, but you can see just getting a lot of air. See, and they're kind of running back into the breeze now because the breeze is coming out of the southeast, so it's carrying the bow. I think that's why we're starting to see a little bit more bow carries and wheelies on this back straightaway. LPC now about a rooster tail to a rooster tail length and a half behind Jackhammer.
And you almost wonder if this would favor the LPC being the older boat not wanting to need as much air. And,
but it comes down to weight, too, in this class. It comes down to that, because that's one thing. Allen Lawn Care Landscape, it's not a heavier boat, but it's a heavier boat in some ways, and that's why it tends to like the rough water a little bit more. It's very possible Cody and Allen are running their own race. They've got clean vision. They've got clean water in front of them.
Yeah.
They could very easily maybe catch this group and make it a top 1, 2, 3 battle here in Superstock. Of course, they're having to deal with the spray now, too. And the salt will dry and crystallize on the windshield. Jackhammer continues to lead in Superstock. LPC in second.
And you don't know whose setup is going to come to them as the race goes on either.
Yep. Now this is a spec class racing. There's no GPS or speed brackets or speed limits rather on this particular class. They do have to weigh 4,900 pounds when they come out, and there are technical restrictions on the motor, motor height, jack plates, all kinds of things that'll get checked when the boats come out. Jackhammer now starting to pull away a little bit more from LPC.
Yep.
So as Eric mentioned, there are setups going or coming to the team. So LPC, but you know what? Look out the window right now, Eric, and you can't see it on the screen, but we can. Allen Lawn Care Landscaping is well within striking distance for a 6-lap event because this is going to complete lap number 3 coming by. So Billy and Allen, they're going to have a shot at getting up into these top 2 positions. I feel they've got enough time to be able to do it. And the thing is, if LPC and Jackhammer start battling again like they were before, then that's going to kind of slow them down and allow Billy and Allen to catch up.
Billy and Cody.
Billy and Cody. You're right. Billy and Allen is Billy Allen.
Yeah.
Way to go on that one. All right, so now Atlas is starting to catch up to Nighthawk. Atlas on the inside of that group. That's just outside of our window.
Yep.
Jackhammer continues to lead over
And
LPC.
Look who's sneakily moving up, Performance Boat Center.
Yeah, Performance Boat Center's kind of gotten Rusty Williams and Myra Coyle have kind of gotten it together a little bit, maybe found their line, and they're also moving up into this group. So you could have a big group kind of getting towed up by Allen Lawn Care Landscaping.
Yep.
Which could catch up to 1 and 2 if they continue to battle. LPC has made up some ground now. Rooster Tail length behind Jackhammer. Jackhammer is going to be on the inside of this turn. LPC going to be on the outside. And if we can widen out from this shot just a bit, you would be able to see just how close Allen Lawn Care Landscaping is. They come out of the turn. So this is a 3-pin turn. So that was the middle pin they just went past. Here's the exit. LPC is running right in the line.
Yeah, you wondered which way they were going to try to go there. I wondered if they were going to try to make an inside move, but I just think it's too bumpy for them to try to get too aggressive.
Yeah, and they don't want to cross the Rooster Tail lengths behind that close because they're going to get washed down. But you should see Allen Lawn Care Landscaping any minute.
Coming into the turn.
That turn. Yep. There they are right there. So Allen Lawn Care Landscaping is almost through that turn. They've made up even more ground since the last time I saw them come by. And as you said, Billy Allen wants this type of water. He likes a rough water race.
And he's still with the XSs, right? Or does he have the Rs now?
I didn't get to talk to him and didn't get to look at their boat the other day. He's still got the 300s on it.
Yeah.
He's still got the XSs on it. So he's still running the 2-strokes here.
But they know how to make them work.
In Cocoa Beach, yep. So Jackhammer now has pulled away from LPC a little bit more. LPC right with them coming out of the turn, but LPC fell back, maybe a little bit better acceleration from Jackhammer. Jackhammer's in the lead, LPC in second, Allen Lawn Care Landscaping in third.
If LPC has a spotter, they might want to let them know who's coming.
Now look at this. Nighthawk's having to contend with Performance Boat Center fast diesel fuel systems.
So Performance Boat Center got around Atlas.
Well, we think so. Not 100% sure where Atlas was. Look at the gap now for a Jackhammer compared to where it was before. They're really starting to pull away from LPC. And there is Allen Lawn Care Landscaping just coming in at the right-hand side of your screen. So they are in tow with this group. This completes lap number 3 of 6. Halfway down, 3 laps to go for Allen Lawn Care Landscaping. And as I look out the window, it's deceiving to see on the screen. But as I look out the window, Allen Lawn Care Landscaping looks faster than either one of our first 2 boats.
They're flying cleaner, if you will.
They're not hopping out of the water. Like if we stay on this shot on the screen for just a couple of minutes, you'll notice they're not taking these big hoppers. I mean, they do one there, but they didn't carry the bow up real high.
Right.
It was real flat, and they got back down in the water quick. Now, they can't control that. There's nothing they can do. But that's just going to prove setup a little bit more, that maybe Billy has a little bit more weight further forward, anticipating this.
But they seem to be just advancing forward.
Yep.
They're not going up.
Yeah,
they're continuing
Anytime
forward.
you're out of the water, you're not making forward progress. It's
right.
Like not having your wheels on the ground. Now, look at the mass group behind us. Now, see, they did not get around to Atlas. Atlas is now in 4th with Performance Boat Center, Fast Diesel Fuel Systems, Nighthawk, and here comes Big East on the outside of this group. So a big battle behind them now for what could be 4th place as the group is starting to tighten up. So we had some separation in the beginning, and now we've got 2 groups tightening up, coming together. Jackhammer continues to lead. LPC in second. Allen Lawn Care Landscaping in third. There's Jackhammer. There is LPC. And there is Allen Lawn Care. Look at the time they're making up. And, again, they get into that turn, Eric, and they're having to literally just slow down, not drop off of a plane, but they're barely up there just because it's so rough. And they can't really turn very sharp. They don't want to dig a sponson in.
Right.
As they ride up one of those waves, that could create a rollover situation. Now they start to exit. Now that looked like a good amount of acceleration from Jackhammer there exiting that turn.
Yep.
As you can see, then it bumps around just a little bit. Now, this is the group I was just talking about behind them.
Yes.
That's Atlas on the left, Performance Boat Center in the middle, Big East down to the lower right, and Nighthawk behind them. Nighthawk has just lost 2 positions within about a half a length straightaway on this course. And Big East is now on the move.
And that could just be boat length.
I mean, it could be boat length, it could be set up, it could be burning off fuel, it could
Yeah.
be getting lighter. On the other end of the course that you just saw behind these boats is Jackhammer and LPC and Allen Lawn Care Landscaping, your top 3. They are a half a lap ahead of the remaining group here in Superstock. So right now the battle could be for 4th place, as top 3 are pretty secure in where they are. But I think these 2 teams are starting to have to think about Allen Lawn Care Landscaping, and this is where the Superstock race is going to get really, really interesting because they've burned off enough fuel now
Yeah,
to
now
where
they're
the boats
gonna-
are going to lighten up. But all the boats seem to not be flying as high. Oh, I say that, and then
Jackhammer.
there's a wheelie there from Jackhammer, it looks like. But I was about to say all the boats seem to be flying a little bit more level.
Right.
Even though they seem to be burning off. See, I said, big
Well,
hop
yeah.
there by Jackhammer. They
And-
stuffed that port sponson a bit. And that's what we've seen happen a couple of times out here. Of course, CMR had the same issue.
And now you got Big East and
Performance
Boat
Boat
Center.
Fast diesel fuel systems. Now this is going away from us, headed south down this course. This is a interesting battle here because both of these boats were fairly far back in the pack, and they've been able to get it figured out and move forward. I think Gary is still running the 2-stroke motors as well.
Yes.
Because I believe they were saving the V8s for the new boat. There is Atlas. So this is going to be a 3-way battle for 4th place now, just behind this group. I look out the window. Allen Lawn Care Landscaping still making up ground. 2 laps remain this time by. I don't know if Allen's going to have enough at this point. It actually seems to be calming down a little bit rather than staying as rough as it was. There is Jackhammer, the victory hull, out in the lead. Ricky and Reese. Reese, one of the greatest guys in the sport. If you sit there and talk to him, his wife Sarah, they actually just took a Doug Wright and made it the Mrs. Jackhammer for his wife to run around Lake of the Ozarks with, which they have a house at. A lot of the Superstock teams are actually based out of Lake of the Ozarks, Missouri. You've got LPC from Lotto. You've got Allen Lawn Care Landscaping. They're from Iowa, but they have a house at Lotto. Jackhammer is from Lotto. Performance Boat Center is from Lotto. So, half of the Superstock fleet calls Lake of the Ozarks, Missouri home. And, of course, Performance Boat Center is the largest offshore powerboat dealer in the world, located in Osage Beach, Missouri, for Lake of the Ozarks. So Superstock battles continue here in Cocoa Beach, Florida. This is Thunder on Cocoa Beach, presented by Keltec. A big thank you to Keltec for being the presenting sponsor of Thunder on Cocoa Beach this year. The race could not happen without the support of great sponsors like Keltec. Make sure you look for their guns at your favorite firearms dealer. Of course, thanks to Sea Ray, the official start-finish boat of Thunder on Cocoa Beach, with that beautiful Sea Ray 370 powered by the B12 600 7.6-liter Verado outboards. Out there as the start-finish boat. Go to SeaRayBoats.com for more information. 37-foot boat, almost 40 feet long, 12 feet wide, weighing in at 21,000 pounds with a top speed of around 60 miles per hour, and released on what is the 45th anniversary, in conjunction with the 45th anniversary of the Sea Ray Sundancer boat. There's Allen Lawn Care Landscaping. They are currently in 3rd place in Superstock. So the battle now for 4th. 2 laps remain. There is Jackhammer and LPC. These 2 boats finally starting to set into a rhythm now, I think, of where they're going to probably finish. I would have to say maybe the LPC setup has gone away a little bit just because of how much ground he's lost, but it would be very hard to tell if that's the case, of course, until they come out.
And he's right in their wash.
Yeah, so Performance Boat Center now has gotten around Atlas. That puts them up into 4th place.
4th, yep.
Performance Boat Center, fast diesel fuel system. Atlas now in 5th. Big East in 6th. Big East and Performance Boat Center were kind of in tow with each other, but there's some separation there now. They may have not gotten too clean of water through that turn. There's Big East there. Yep, he had to swing out way wide. So something happened in that turn he didn't like. There is Play Trades. Randy Swears, Brian Marcroft coming up. They've gotten around Nighthawk. Great start for the Nighthawk team. Very positive things coming from this team.
Yep.
They just may not have been able to keep the pace. Julian's a rookie, not a rookie throttleman, but he's new in the Superstock
class.
He ran Class 7 last year. Very successful in that class with Brian Guy in the Jackhammer Class 7 boat.
And that's a big jump.
It's a huge jump. Yeah, it's a completely different jump. Then again, they put new motors on the back of that boat. Ryan Beckley had that boat for years, had it really dialed in with the 280s, and then they went to the 300s.
but from a single engine 22-foot V bottom
Yep.
to a 30-foot cat.
Yep.
And that start that they had was impressive.
In a uber competitive class.
Yes.
So Jackhammer continues to lead. LPC in second. And Allen Lawn Care Landscaping in third. So look out the window here. That mass group behind them, a lot of separation starting to happen there. Performance Boat Center Fast Diesel Fuel Systems currently in fourth. Now the race is for fifth between Big East
Big East
Atlas.
is pulling Atlas right now.
Yep, Jackhammer goes into the north end of this turn. You can see there is the typical slowdown we've seen lap by lap. That's Allen Lawn Care Landscaping there.
Yep.
They should have one lap remaining after this. This was lap number 4.
I feel like every lap
6.
I'm watching them come out of that tournament. Are they slowing?
Oh, they're definitely slowing down.
And then
I think everybody's having to do that.
Yeah.
I think that angle, see, that's a 3-pin turn as well, so they can't just run straight to the next buoy. They've got to run almost at a quartering C out and then kind of turn back into like a head-on C and then turn. So there's obviously a lot of different things happening in that corner there. A little bit of a big hop.
And those kind of confusing conditions coming around and handling them with 2 hulls.
Well, yeah, exactly.
You know, that makes it more of a challenge just to get it around as cleanly as you can.
Well, 110%, because if one hull digs in harder than the other, then it's going to pull the boat,
which is
one
what
direction
happened to Nick Scafidi last year.
Yep, exactly. So this is the third race of 5. Class 1 will be up next, 6 boats in that group. And then we will have Super Cat, lots to talk about in these next 2 races between Class 1 and Super Cat, between new teams, between changes in boats, between changes in sponsors, different drivers, lots of moving pieces. Of course, MCON and their brand new boat. You've got the Graydale team who bought the old MCON boat, which is a very proven boat. That's the former Steel boat. Big hop there by Jackhammer. So we're starting to see the hole in the breeze there just a little bit again. And now see Jackhammer, they may have lost quite a bit of ground there to LPC. If LPC, what's funny is that these boats are hitting such different holes at such different positions that it's allowing the group to kind of tighten up and stay together.
But I remember last year watching it. I try to watch as many of the races as I can on the live stream from home, and it was always coming into the dog leg that things got hairy.
Yep.
And how many years ago was it that Geico and Victory both went over late in the day?
Well, that was Sarasota. That was Sarasota in 2019 on the very last lap.
Right.
Broadco had a bad flip here years ago. SV Offshore ended up on the beach last year. Nick Scafidi went over last year. This is typically a rough water race. Now, I don't think the dogleg's messing with them as much as that north turn
the north
is.
turn
I think
this
the north
year.
turn is really getting the best of them. And I do think that little hop there allowed LPC to catch up. There's the Play Trades entry. That is a newer Doug Wright also. That's only a couple of years old. First season. Actually, I think the first race was Key West with it last year for Randy and Brian. And, of course,
one of the tallest
guys.
guys.
It was the first race because I remember Randy saying the boat only had a few hours on it. They stuffed a big hole in the side of it, and it had to get fixed.
Now,
put back together.
do they need to do anything different to configure a cockpit for Randy Swears because he's so tall?
I mean, maybe just move the footrest. Maybe put a pad around his head somewhere, I would think. I don't know who's running suspension seats in this class at this point, if anybody is. I know that Taylor's running them in the MTI 450 boat, which we'll see later today. But they'll want to get the seat height down as low as they possibly can. And Brandy's a racer, been a racer for a long time.
Yeah.
Used to run in Super Cat Light in an MTI that was powered by Mercury 525s.
Then
look how confusing that water is there. And they're actually big, not a stuff there, but just a big plow into a wave. They're actually another one there.
Yep.
So there's a little bit of a hole there, but they're actually having to turn in, straighten up, turn in a little bit more because they just can't keep it straight enough. LPC was able to catch up. This should be the last lap for Pro Stock. I don't think Allen Lawn Care Landscaping quite has enough.
No.
For these 2 boats. It was a big charge by Allen. Of course, we haven't seen them come into the screen yet. As we watch Jackhammer and LPC come toward the finish line, they should get the white flag.
I'm keeping an eye on the start-finish boat as they approach.
Where is Allen Lawn Care Landscaping, though? They were in straight. There they are.
There they are.
But I did not see them. It looks like they're coming through the turn. Let's see if there's a buoy here somewhere.
Yep.
There it is. So they're still out there. I guess they've maybe lost some ground to the top 2 boats. I really thought that they were charging harder.
Maybe they just dialed back when they realized.
Maybe. But that's not.
Doubtful?
No, not in these conditions because
No.
this favors Billy so much that, he would want to stay there with him to make up as much ground as they can.
Now, that looks to me like they're waving a white flag.
Okay, well, that signifies last lap then. And as I
because
said,
we confirmed that when we talked to Britt earlier, that they did a white flag first, then they do a checker.
and thank you for reminding me. I need to provide clarity on that. North Myrtle Beach RV Resort did one extra lap. That's why I thought something had happened to Britt, because I saw those guys come around one more time, and Britt was nowhere in sight. But according to Britt and P1 race officials, it was declared that LSP Hurricane of Awesomeness took the win. Big East just got around Atlas, so that puts them up into 5th place. Now, Play Trades is catching up on this two group. Of course, Atlas got Billy Moore in it. Billy Moore pulled double duty. He will come up in the last race of the day in
the Gray Dell boat.
Yep. S33 Play Trades. Of course, Randy Swears from Fast Boats.
Marine Group?
No, it's FB Marine Group.
Yes,
It's not
FB
Fast
Marine.
Boats, it's FB Marine Group. Sorry. I said Fast Boats halfway through it. I was like, yep, that's not right. FB Marine Group, based out of South Florida. There is the Nighthawk entry. Completely, it looks like a completely different boat, just with the different graphics on it. Now Nighthawk, formerly Kinetic Animation, run by Ryan Beckley. Ryan Beckley now with Chris Hopgood in the Ignite boat.
Now,
running in Superstock.
Now, do we think that Performance Boat Center could make a run at third?
Nah, I don't think so.
I don't think
this is the last lap. If they're not within striking distance now, there's nowhere they're going to be able to make up enough ground. I think because nobody can get enough speed to really catch anybody down at this point, you're just going to have to be right there with them.
Yeah.
I just don't think that's going to happen. Big East now has pulled away.
Gary
a little
Ballou
bit
is
from
pulling
Atlas.
away from Billy a little bit.
There is Nighthawk. So there is LPC. They are currently in second. Jackhammer should just be to the right of your screen, just out of screenshot in first.
Yep. And we'll be able to.
And Alan Lawn Care Landscaping behind them. Unofficial results from the second race. Team Sunprint did come in first place in Mod V after BoatFloater.com went out with a mechanical issue. Haven't confirmed what happened to Boat Floater, but you had talked to Steve
They said
Miklos.
they had a bad vibration in Boat Floater.
Had a bad vibration. That's right. Yep.
And then Miklos called me and said that a coil wire came off, and Furman found it, put it back on, and they got going again.
Well, then there you go.
Helps to have a mechanic on board.
Sure. In Pro Stock V, Hurricane of Awesome, LSB Hurricane of Awesomeness RevX Oil took the win. North Myrtle Beach RV and Resort came in second. Twisted V Pit Viper came in third. Speed Marine in fourth. Shocker in fifth. And Fast Boys came in fifth after dropping out. Came in sixth after dropping out with a mechanical issue. Rollin' Dirty won Class 3. Team Woody Racing came in second. Talked to Billy Shipley between races with a quick text. A little bit of a hop there by LPC. Billy said they had some sort of ignition problem. Not sure what happened there. In Class 4, Predator Stallman Motorsports took the win. GNS in second. And Complete Marine Pompano in third place. So the Velocity ended up coming in second in Class 4.
No, Jackhammer. I was just going to say, they seem to have things in hand, and then he took to the skies.
Well, it looks breezy out there. Looking at some
Yeah.
of the flags on the patrol boats, I mean, they're straight out, which means there's a pretty good breeze. But Jackhammer has just put on an epic show for this crowd here. They kept their composure at the beginning of the race when LPC was just making as many moves, as many challenges as they can. They were sticking their nose wherever they wanted to try and get in there. They were able to take the lead a couple times.
Whoa,
Ooh,
that
another
was
one. Yep, that was a potential stuff there, too.
That one did go under a little bit in the nose.
So we've kind of seen it on this back straightaway. Here is Big East and Atlas. This is the battle now for fourth place. Of course, Atlas was Eric Biles' old boat, who used to run with Sean Torrente last year. That was the CMR boat.
Now it's Tanner Lewis.
Yep, bought it over the off-season, put the 300s on it, and he's out here racing with Billy. And you could tell Jackhammer's gotten lighter, I think, throughout the entire race because they just seem to be tripping on the back a little bit more.
Yep.
And carrying the bow a little bit higher.
Mm.
Big East now starting to pull away from Atlas. So top 1, 2, and 3, Jackhammer in first, LPC in second, Allen Lawn Care Landscaping in third. This is the last lap of the Super Stock race. Up next, we're going to have Class 1 in the fourth race, and then the fifth race will be Super Cat, and we are pretty much right on schedule for the day.
So
this race should wrap up within the next 5 to 10 minutes, so that'll put us right around 12:30. So I would think 1 o'clock would be the next start for Class 1. And then it would probably be about 2:15 for Super Cat. I think Super Cat was on the schedule for 2:45, if I remember correctly.
We'll have to see if Britt can do the Triple Crown.
Yeah, triple duty. Yep, WHM with Jay Muller. Of course, they last raced in Key West together. Didn't win down there, but a successful race. You know, Britt drove a Super Stock one time for Nick Scafidi, and he has experience in a cat boat, but not racing. Yeah, look how nasty that turn has gotten. A couple big hops there for Jackhammer.
Now they should be bringing it home, though.
Yep, this is their race to lose at this point. Of course, one boat we're missing is CR Racing. Casey Boaz and Rob Understall retired. I heard they sold the boat, but I'm not confirmed. I thought they were thinking about building a 450 boat, but not 100%.
And what was the other one? Phase 5, right?
No, Phase 5 is still around. Al
Right.
Benson still has it. I don't know why it's not here this weekend. I know that Jay Muller's only doing single duty, which he says he's liking this weekend. So Jackhammer should come across and get the checkered flag, and then LPC should be just behind them. Jackhammer did a great job at this race.
Yep.
Like I said, kept their cool, played it calm.
Hats off to him. And now Billy has done his homework.
Yep.
And he will go back out.
And that was
the
a good shot.
450
Like
class.
if you could compare the side-by-side shot of a 300 V8 boat compared to a 300 XS boat, you could see how much shorter the midsection is.
Yep.
Sean Connor told me yesterday that Mercury is working on a shorter midsection. It's in the development phase, so it'll come out shortly.
And there's the checkered flag.
Jackhammer takes the win in Super Stock. It should be LPC in second place, and Alan Lawn Care Landscaping coming across
And
in
here
third.
comes LPC. And now this is their first race together as a pair, isn't it?
Yes, it is. Yes, it is. So
heck of a debut there.
Yep. Now, Performance Boat Center Fast Diesel Fuel System should come in fourth place when we get Alan Lawn Care Landscaping. Eric, you may be right. Maybe they did just slow and say, we'll save the equipment to the next one because they were up there within striking distance of that last time by. Big East and Atlas still going at it.
Yeah, Billy.
Victory Hall versus the Doug Wright. Of course, that's the first victory that came over to run in the Super Stock class built by Gary Ballou, and then Jackhammer was the second.
And here comes Team Allen.
Yep.
For our final podium spot. Technical inspections pending, of course.
Allen Lawn Care Landscaping. Team Clover coming up next. Two teams based out of Iowa, but they both have houses. So the Clover boat is Taylor Sism's old 450 boat from last year.
Yep.
And then Taylor built herself a new boat for 2022, and it's actually a 6-person boat. There's a back seat in this one. Got to check that out yesterday. Very well done, of course, by MTI. So there's the checkered flag. Wow, look how much Performance Boat Center Fast Diesel Fuel Systems caught up to Allen Lawn Care Landscaping. So that rounds out your top 5 with Performance Boat Center Fast Diesel Fuel Systems coming in 5th. Fourth. Allen Lawn Care Landscaping in third. LPC in second, and Jackhammer in first.
And we should thank Performance Boat Center for putting red cowlings on their motors to make them easy to pick up.
Yep, they definitely did the paint job on their motors. Now, of course,
same with Steel / Nighthawk. Those green engines are easy to pick up.
Big news coming out of Performance Boat Center. Obviously going to start building their own boats there out at their dealership in Lake of the Ozarks, Missouri shortly. They'll build of course, they have their Wright Performance Catamaran, which I'm sure they're going to probably take over that build.
Mm-hmm.
And maybe go with some center consoles, but they currently do quite well with Sensation Powerboats. They're also a dealer for MTI Powerboats. Performance Boat Center Fast Diesel Fuel Systems. Myra Coyle pulled double duty. He will come out in the brand new MCON boat later today.
So everyone will go back in and get hydrated.
Yep. Take a break. I don't think there shouldn't be anybody from this race getting into the next race, and there isn't. Here is Nighthawk. I want to give my hat off to this team. I think they did a great job just even going out there and finishing.
And just injecting more youth into the sport. A young owner, enthusiastic about it. And if I'm not mistaken, they're from Sarasota, right?
Yeah, around that area.
Okay, so he probably grew up through the years watching a race that a city supported.
Well, Ricky Maldonado is a famous international throttleman.
Yes.
So Julian is his son.
Yep.
So they own Manatee Marine out there on the west coast of Florida. And Ricky actually took over the Jackhammer program. I guess it was the beginning of maybe last year, or was it 2019? I don't remember. No, it wasn't 2019 because I think that's when Reese got the start.
Yeah.
But I don't think so. It's hard to say. I get confused. I still feel like I lost 2 years of my life based upon COVID, which I feel like I mean, everybody did. So
didn't
it's not
Reese drive some with Lee Murray in the Deep V Cat boat?
No.
Did
I
he
don't
drive
think
any
so.
of that
No,
boat?
the first boat that Reese brought over was a cat outboard from Australia. It was that really big black. I don't even remember the make of the boat, but it was quite big. That was the first boat, and then he built this Victory to come out and go racing. You're watching the 2022 Thunder on Cocoa Beach, presented by Keltec. Thunder on Cocoa Beach race would like to thank Keltec for all their support. Keltec designs firearms right here in Brevard County, Florida, that are innovative in design and exciting to use. Look at them at your local firearms dealer. Of course, the official start-finish boat for Thunder on the Cocoa Beach is a 37-foot Sea Ray outboard model powered by twin Mercury V12 600 horsepower 7.6-liter outboards. Was released in conjunction with the 45th anniversary of the Sea Ray Sundancer. Sleeps 4 people on that boat. Go to searayboats.com for more information. Of course, a shout out to Keltec Butt Racks, Cape Marina, Port Canaveral Firearms and Ammo. Visit spacecoast.com. Wallace Air Conditioning and Heating, JT Social Bar, Bale Brothers Crane and Rigging, Coconuts on the Beach, Offshore Outdrives, the Tiny Turtle, Golf and Gator, Juice, and Java. Thank you for your continued support of this event. So we have wrapped up the Super Stock race. Race number 3 in the books. We're going to go on to race number 4. This will be the big boys of the sport. Class 1 coming up next, Mercury 1100 competitions. We're going to go to a commercial break. Then we'll turn on some P1 races. I'm Mike Iwaski for Eric Colby. We'll be back right after this.
With its top-mounted double-stack magazine and 50+1 capacity, the Keltec P50 pistol introduces a whole new class of handgun. Chambered for the 5.7 by 28 millimeter cartridge, its versatility ranges from sporting and hunting to serious personal defense. The P50 also comes with 2 50-round magazines. Innovation, performance, Keltec.
The Keltec Sub 2000 thrives on reliable accuracy and versatility. But the best part? Welcome to the full innovation, performance, Keltec. Out here, it's go small or go home. You take only what's necessary, only what's smart, compact, versatile, and reliable. The Keltec Sub 2000 thrives on reliable accuracy and versatility. But the best part? Welcome to the full innovation, performance, Keltec.
And there we go. Race 1 is underway as the machines roar and scream through the starting chute. Oh, Womax are out! Oh, they're airborne! There's contact! World Championship leaders and winners! Class 1 goes to Cernobbio, Italy, a beautiful old town located on the shores of the stunning Lake Como, situated amidst the Italian Alps. Known for the many celebrities and business tycoons who have made this town their permanent residence, Cernobbio is a place of opulence and scenic splendor that attracts high-profile visitors from all over the world. With its narrow streets, historic buildings, and lavish villas, Cernobbio is a picturesque delight with quaint shops, busy cafes, elegant restaurants, luxurious hotels, and magnificent churches. Cernobbio is a town steeped in powerboating history, as Lake Como was the scene of the first powerboat race more than a century ago. The last Class 1 race here was in 1987, and now the world's elite powerboating series is back in Cernobbio, an ideal location for round 4 of the 2011 UIM Class 1 World Powerboat Championship and the second and deciding round of the European Championship title. Round 3 in Arendal, Norway only featured one race, the second race cancelled due to bad weather. Race 1 was a classic Dubai versus Qatar showdown as Victory took on the might of Spirit of Qatar, who stormed back into Class 1 racing in 2011 after a year's absence. Although Victory had the pole position, they had the disadvantage of having to run an extra penalty lap due to a technical infringement. Victory driver Arif Al-Zafin and throttleman Nadir bin Hendi had their work cut out for them as Spirit of Qatar 96 overtook them on the start lap, taking that crucial first turn buoy. From then on, driver Sheikh Hassan bin Jabir Al Thani and legendary English throttleman Steve Curtis never looked back, leading from start to finish. Al-Zafin and bin Hendi still put in a great performance, finishing second ahead of Spirit of Qatar 95 as Italian throttleman Matteo Nicolini and Qatari driver Ali Al-Naima settled for third. The win put Spirit of Qatar 96 5 points ahead of Victory in the European standings going into round 4. Now all eyes are on the Italian Grand Prix, where the European Championship will be decided. In addition to victory in Spirit of Qatar 95 and 96, there are 7 more boats competing in this year's Italian Grand Prix. Local hopes lie with 2 all-Italian teams. DAC Racing's Polyform features 10-time F1 champion and legendary driver Guido Cappellini and veteran Class 1 throttleman Giampaolo Montevocchi, racing in their modified DAC 40 boat, Polyform, featuring Mercury V8s. Fendi Racing features driver and team owner Luca Formigli Fendi, alongside one of the world's top throttlemen, Giovanni Carpitella, last year's world runner-up. They've traded their V8 power plants for new Lamborghini Scam V12s. New lineup also for the V12-powered Team Abu Dhabi, with Rashid Al-Tayer out through injury. He's replaced by F1 star Ahmed Al-Hameli, with Majid Al-Mansouri continuing on as throttleman. Norway's Walmax also features a new lineup as Tandberg and Selmer step aside and make room for throttleman Bjorge Jacobsen and driver Kurt Olsen, who will race in the Mercury V8-powered former Maritimo boat, which raced as number 69 in Arendal. Team D'Alessio Scam starts for the first time this season with Italian throttleman Luca Nicolini and Class 1 debutant Belgian driver Frank Hemelair in Faro Axii with Lamborghini Scam V12s. No change for Zabo Racing of Norway, with throttleman Christian Zaborowski and driver Udo Schick racing in the former Faza boat Relecta. Also running Mercury V8s. Georgi Offshore is also back after missing out in Norway, with throttleman Nicola Giorgi racing alongside fellow Italian Sandro Sardelli. But a technical problem sidelined them for the weekend. The Italian Grand Prix features a tight, freshwater, anti-clockwise course that will be particularly challenging on drivers who will be on the outside of their turns.
You know, it's a lake race, the buoyancy of the water is different. It should be a good race. You know, it's still going to be whoever gets out first has got the, you know, has got the hole. So pole position is really important here, and that first bend's really important.
The reason the EDOX pole position is so important in this course is that it features 3 start groups, and getting into the first start group is crucial. Spirit of Qatar 95's Nicolini and Alnema started proceedings in the 1.5-hour session with a fastest lap time of 2 minutes, 53.76 seconds. But victory comes out all guns blazing as the defending world champions left their rivals in their wake, posting the fastest lap time of 2 minutes, 49.73 seconds around the 4.51 nautical mile course on their first lap, going 4 seconds quicker than Spirit of Qatar 95. Then it was Team Abu Dhabi that set an exceptional lap time of 2 minutes, 54.01 seconds to go into third place. Polyform had a frustrating session, leaving it late to record a fastest lap time of 2 minutes, 55.03 seconds, which earned them 4th position, but just out of that coveted top 3 spot. It was also a frustration for Spirit of Qatar 96, managing only 5th fastest with a lap time of 2 minutes, 55.31 seconds, and breaking an engine in the process. Walmax, Fendi Racing, and Relecta were between 9 and 11 seconds off the pace. Faro Axii still trying to get its bearings, 4 minutes off the pace. Georgi Offshore did not start. Winner of the EDOX pole position, victory! The EDOX pole position overall standing sees victory on top, then Spirit of Qatar 95, followed by Team Abu Dhabi in 3rd. Race 1 gets underway. Spirit of Qatar have the points advantage in the European Championship, but victory has pole position. Race 1 features 1 start lap, 10 race laps, and 1 long lap. Total racing distance of 52.66 nautical miles. Victory! Spirit of Qatar 95 and Team Abu Dhabi take the top 3 pole positions, followed by Polyform, Spirit of Qatar 96, and Wellmax. Yellow flag, boats get into position. They're off! These boats can hit speeds of up to 200 kilometers an hour on a starting straight. Victory characteristically strong at the start, leading the field. Team Abu Dhabi in second position. Spirit of Qatar 95 moving up. Qatar 95 pulls ahead of Team Abu Dhabi. The four boats neck and neck. Polyform on the outside. Victory first into the turn. Perfect start for Victory. Qatar 96 already has a lot of work ahead of it if it is to maintain its 5-point advantage in the European Championship, trailing in 5th position. With 23 race wins apiece, the two-time defending world champions Al Zafina bin Hendy may still be a ways from equaling Steve Curtis's record, 41 race wins and 8 world titles. But they are young, talented, and well on their way. Al Zafina bin Hendy complete lap 1, less than 4 seconds ahead of Qatar 95. Team Abu Dhabi 3rd, Polyform 4th, Qatar 96 5th. Polyform's Guido Cappellini considers Lake Como to be his, and anything but a podium here is not an option for him. Norwegian battle at the back. Relecta pull away from Wellmax, but Wellmax hangs tight and pushes back. Victory slowly builds on its lead over Qatar 95, while Team Abu Dhabi races hard in 3rd. The young Emiratis Al Hameli and Al Mansouri performing like true veterans, consistent, aggressive, and flawless. Polyform misses a ploy, gets a penalty long lap for lap 3. Sheikh Hassan and Steve Curtis now pouring on the pressure, trying to upstage the veteran Italians, Cappellini and Montavoci. In the back of the field, Relecta stays ahead of Faro Axiai. Victory extends its lead to 14 seconds over Spirit of Qatar 95 and 26 seconds over Team Abu Dhabi. Although Spirit of Qatar 95's Nicolini and Al Naima have only raced in 5 races so far in 2011, they already have 2 podium finishes, 1 in Abu Dhabi and 1 in Arendal, not to mention 3 out of 3 Edox pole position podiums so far this year. Going into lap 3, Qatar 96 stay in 4th, followed by Wellmax in 6th, and Polyform now trailing in 7th. Al Zafina bin Hendy are a tight and experienced team who also race together in XCAT series, where it's bin Hendy who does the driving and Al Zafin who is on throttle duty. They know each other inside out and have the kind of synergy that makes them such a formidable and gifted pairing. Oh no, Polyform are in trouble! What a blow to Italian hopes! Relecta up in 6th place, Zaborowski desperate for a repeat of the podium finish in Abu Dhabi last year. The Victory juggernaut is unstoppable, extending its lead to nearly 20 seconds. Qatar 95 throttleman Matteo Nicolini made his Class 1 debut in 1986 with 3 race wins and an impressive 25 podium finishes, not to mention the 2005 European Championship, which he won with Sheikh Hassan. Sheikh Hassan and Steve Curtis still off the pace here, unable to break into that top 3. Oh no, trouble for Wellmax. The Norwegians were having a good run of it. Technical problems have dogged the Norwegian team all year. Now with Polyform and Wellmax out, Faro Axiai puts the pedal to the metal to overtake Relecta at the back of the field. Great driving from Luca Nicolini and Frank Hemeler, who now move up into 5th. Into lap 6, it's Victory over 20 seconds ahead of Spirit of Qatar 95. Then Team Abu Dhabi, Spirit of Qatar 96, Faro Axiai, and Relecta bringing up the rear. Positions stayed the same in the next 6 laps, Victory's lead growing to over 40 seconds, with Qatar 95 holding tight in the face of sustained and consistent pressure from the young Emiratis and Team Abu Dhabi. Victory win race 1, what a performance! And the team is happy as they should be. Yet another podium for Nicolini and Al Naima. Great racing from them. And what a performance from the young and inexperienced Ahmed Al-Hameli and Majid Al-Mansouri. The results: Qatar 96 4th, Faro Axiai 5th, Relecta 6th.
Thank you for the crew. Thank you for everyone. My driver, my brother, he did an excellent job, so happy to be number one.
That moves Victory to the top of the European standings, 6 points ahead of Spirit of Qatar 96. They opened their lead atop the world standings to 16 points. With the day's racing over, it was time to kick back and relax as Chernobyl welcomed Class 1 in fine style. Race 2, the final race of the European Championship. Teams work on last-minute preparations.
The race is long, and the boat now working good. I hope this for one good result.
It's always, the butterflies are always there on the start of the race, so we'll see how it goes.
Victory now have the advantage over Qatar 96 with a 6-point lead over them in the European Championship. Sheikh Hassan and Steve Curtis need to win and hope Victory somehow slip up during the race. If Sheikh Hassan is to win his second European title and Steve Curtis a record 5th. Victory in pole with Spirit of Qatar 95 and Team Abu Dhabi completing the top 3 pole positions. You can feel the tension as teams get into position and await the green flag. A good start is crucial here as throttlemen prepare to gun through that opening chute to take that first turn. And there's the green flag. Race 2 is go. Victory pours on the power, eager to make the most of their inside lane advantage as they fly away with the clear blue waters of Lake Como spread before them. It's an all Middle Eastern affair up front as the 2 Qatar boats and Team Abu Dhabi move up to challenge Victory's lead. Qatar 95 just nudging ahead of the pack. Team Abu Dhabi sandwiched between the 2 Qatari boats. Qatar 95 and 96 move on ahead of the Emirati boats. Nicolini and Al Naima in Qatar 95 going neck and neck with teammates Sheikh Hassan and Curtis. Al Zafin and Bin Hendi stay cool under pressure and now power up ahead of their rivals as they go into the first turn in the lead. Spirit of Qatar 96 cuts into the inside on the turn. Further back, Faro Axiai nips Relecta. Qatar 95 right up there with Victory. The Qatar 95 throttle man is a former European champion, having won the title with Sheikh Hassan in 2005. End of lap 1, Victory with a 2.5-second lead on 95. Then Team Abu Dhabi 3rd, Qatar 96 in 4th, nearly 7 seconds off the pace. Polyform up with a leading pack. Wellmax, Faro Axiai, Fendi, and Relecta between 14 and 20 seconds behind. Polyform overtake Qatar 96 to move up into 4th position in lap 2 as they cut in front of 96 going into the turn. Steve Curtis is not happy. With 24 race wins now under their belts, Al Zafin and Bin Hendi are the most phenomenal partnership in the sport since the great Bjorn Rune Gjelston and Steve Curtis, who won an incredible 5 world titles together between 1998 and 2006. Curtis having become world champion 8 times overall. Going into lap 3, Victory opens nearly a 9-second lead over Spirit of Qatar 95. Back in 8th position, Fendi Racing trail the pack as Luca Formili Fendi and Giovanni Carpatella are still trying to get a feel for their new boat. Behind Fendi is Relecta, Zaborowski and Ishik racing hard to make up ground with the other boats. On lap 3 now, Victory lead. Qatar 95 in 2nd position goes for its long lap. Team Abu Dhabi and Polyform in 3rd and 4th, poised to pounce and bump Qatar 95 down to 4th. Capellini and Montavocchi cut through to come out the turn, neck and neck with Al Hameli and Al Mansouri as Capellini tries to make up for a disappointing race one here. Team Abu Dhabi is not backing down. The young Emiratis trying to stave off the veteran Italians. Polyform move up to second place with Capellini's F1 style cut. Team Abu Dhabi right on their tail. Excellent driving from Capellini. But the Emiratis strike back. Such a promising team they have proven to be, earning a podium yesterday ahead of Qatar 96 in both race 1 and EDOX, and now vying for second spot ahead of such greats as Curtis, Nicolini, Sheikh Hassan, and Carpitella. And now Team Abu Dhabi moves ahead of Polyform. Great stuff! Victory is a daunting 20-second lead over their fellow Emiratis, with Polyform in third and Qatar 95 in fourth. Nicolini and Al Naima pushing back up. Oh, and Polyform falters! They almost miss a buoy! That puts Spirit of Qatar 95 into second. Polyform drops to third. Team Abu Dhabi is overtaken by Spirit of Qatar 96. A promising race from the new team, D'Alessio Scam, as Luca Nicolini, older brother of Matteo, and Hemelair are in sixth position, just ahead of Jacobsen and Olsen in Wellmax. Matteo Nicolini and Al Naima of Qatar 95 are currently in third position in the European Championship, following their second place finish in race 1 and their third place finish back in Arendal. Finishing ahead of their teammates in 96 here should make them European runners-up. It's been a disappointing Grand Prix so far for 96, managing only a 5th place showing in the EDOX pole position and a 4th place finish yesterday, and currently half a minute off the pace in race 2. Polyform and Qatar 96 take their long laps on lap 6. And Team Abu Dhabi passes them to move up to third. It's been a hotly contested race so far up front, but Qatar 95 have proven themselves to be up to the challenge. Oh, and Spirit of Qatar 95 spins out! That is a big blow to their hopes. There it is again from the onboard cameras. That cost them second spot, and Nicolini and Al Naima will have to battle their way back from this. Qatar 95 drops to 6th as Wellmax moves up to 5th position. Consistent racing from Jacobsen and Olsen. Also good racing from Faro XCI, who have maintained their 7th place position since the start, successfully staving off challenges from Relecta and Fendi Racing. Victory moves into lap 6, more than 30 seconds in the lead. Team Abu Dhabi in second, Polyform third, Qatar 96 fourth, with 95 way down at 6th, Wellmax up in 5th. Oh, and now Fendi Racing has hooked it, and they roll! That will be a red flag. The race will be stopped. The drivers make it out safely through the escape hatch. Fortunately, Fendi and Carpitella are unhurt. The race will be restarted, -1 lap as Fendi Racing is towed away.
When you start in the last position, you try to push a little bit more than the normal. We have a lot of line in the front, and the corner, the chicane in the front of Villa d'Este was very, very difficult. So the boat hooked a little bit and then start to roll and flip. So the accident was, I think, spectacular, but not very fast.
It's a frustrating end to the Grand Prix for Fendi Racing, who also failed to start race 1. Now the restart, but trouble now for Team Abu Dhabi as yesterday's third place finishers pull to the inside of the circuit and retire from the race with technical problems. Green flag goes up, the race is restarted. Victory Team immediately set about rebuilding their commanding position at the head of the field. Polyform is in second position, followed by Wellmax, then the Qatari fleet, 96 and 95, Faro XCI in 6th, Relecta bringing up the rear in 8th. Italian hopes now rest on Capellini and Montavocchi, who are putting in some exceptional racing as Polyform keep victory in their sights and maintain a 2.5 lead over Qatar 96, with Qatar 95 still back in 5th position. Into lap 13, Spirit of Qatar 95 has moved back up into third position, overtaking teammates 96, but still 14 seconds behind Poliform. Womax are in fifth, Farok CI sixth, then Relecta. The final lap, Victory 20 seconds up on Poliform, who have had an incredible race and thoroughly deserved second spot. Victory are European champions for a third year in a row. What a performance! Capellini and Montemacci runners up to the delight of the Italian crowd. Qatar 95 recover and earn a place on the podium. It was a fantastic race in which Victory proved themselves to be head and shoulders above the competition. There are the results. Qatar 95 are given a penalty of 1 minute for being underweight in post-race scrutineering, which bumps their teammates Qatar 96 to third position. As for Victory, they were simply sublime.
I am happy today because really it's hard to start between 95 and number 5 Abu Dhabi, but it's good I have space to turn the first boy, then I take all the race. It's okay.
Great race. We stay all the time following and fighting with the other boats, and very, very good race.
The Italian fans got some consolation as Capellini and Montemacci made it to the podium. The defending world champions are on target to win the Grand Slam, a feat only ever achieved by Bjorn Gjelston and Steve Curtis in 2003 and 2006. The post-race penalty also means Spirit of Qatar 96 moves ahead of their teammates 95 in the European Championship, as Sheikh Hassan and Steve Curtis become European runners-up.
Well, we worked hard in the winter preparing the boat. We knew that the competition is going to get hard and tough, especially Qatar are going to come in and all the other pilots, so the boats are going to increase. So we worked hard. The crew did a good thing, preparing a fantastic boat. Everyone did a good job, worked hard. At the end, it paid off.
Today's win for Al Zafin and Bin Hendi puts them in a commanding position in the World Championship standings, 26 points clear of Spirit of Qatar 96. See you in December in Dubai for the final Grand Prix of the 2011 UIM Class 1 World Powerboat Championship season. And there we go, race 1 is underway as the machines roar and scream through the starting chute. Oh, Womax are out! There's contact! World Championship leaders and winners. And there we go, race 1 is underway as the machines roar and scream through the starting chute. Oh, Womax are out! There's contact! World Championship leaders and winners. The world of Class 1 is in mourning. On July 13, in race 1 of the Gabon Grand Prix, English driver William Knocker lost his life in a tragic accident in his first ever Class 1 race, driving alongside teammate Kurt Olsen, who is in intensive care. His condition is critical, but stable. This program is dedicated to the memory of William Knocker. The Class 1 family extends its deepest sympathies to his family and loved ones. Libreville, Gabon was a setting for round 2 of the 2012 UIM Class 1 World Powerboat Championship. With its vibrant urban life, lush equatorial forests and beaches, Gabon is a small but prosperous nation of 1.5 million citizens. Libreville has a decidedly French flavor, with historic colonial buildings as well as modern architecturally designed structures featuring wide palm tree-lined roads and a vibrant and rich cultural heritage, as it hosts a historic first ever Class 1 event in sub-Saharan Africa. Round 1 of the 2012 calendar was in Doha, Qatar, where it was Victory Team and their perennial rival Spirit of Qatar who shared the spoils. Arif Al-Zafin and Muhammad Al-Mari, who has stepped in as throttleman to replace suspended Nadir bin Hendi, ran a bizarre number of penalty laps in the first race, which gave the win to Sheikh Hassan and Steve Curtis in Spirit of Qatar 96. In race 2, it was surprise leader Polyform that dominated proceedings until they broke down and Victory took advantage to nab the lead. This time they drove immaculately to take race 2 ahead of Rashid Al Tayer and Majid Al Mansouri of Team Abu Dhabi, who were runners-up in both races. The championship standings going into round 2 saw Victory and Spirit of Qatar 96 even on top with 32 points apiece, followed by Team Abu Dhabi on 30 points in third position. Eight boats and 7 teams would compete in Gabon. The absence of Spirit of Qatar 96 and 95 would give a crucial advantage to the Emirati teams Victory and Team Abu Dhabi, which had unchanged lineups. Gianpaolo Montavoci is back in the cockpit alongside Guido Capellini as they would fly the Gabonese colors in Polyform's Spirit of Gabon. A few teams had undergone significant equipment changes going into the Gabon Grand Prix. Zabo Racing introduced new Mercury V8s to give throttleman Christian Zaborowski and driver Urushik the boost in pace and performance that they're looking for.
Yeah, we had the supercharged engines. Now it's the new generation. Basically, they are built by Mercury. Their design power is 1,350. But for this specific Class 1 series, they have detuned it to 850 levels. So these are twin turbos versus twin supercharged in the old ones. So these are very smooth engines. We also have new transmissions, which we can shift. Actually, you have probably seen us docking into the pontoon here. We can actually, without shutting the engine down, we can shift back and forth. We can go to neutral and reverse and everything. So it is a very smooth transmission as well. So it's a very good package, very improved package. You can tell the technology is going, forward day by day in this series. So it's very important.
Luca Formili Fendi Racing has acquired the multi-race winning Michael Peters designed Victory-built hull, Faza. It was an emotional reunion for former Victory and current Fendi Racing crew chief Marco Bonomo, who knows every inch of the boat.
Well, it's a good feeling to have an old friend back, I'm very happy to be here with the Victory team, but actually it's the boat that I won so many races with. We basically tried two packages, a V8 and a V12. The V8 didn't perform as we wanted, so we stayed with the V12. This is the first race that we are gonna face. We will see what she will do. I'm very confident.
Driver Luca Formili-Fendi and throttleman Giovanni Carpitella will be looking to capitalize on their new acquisition, aiming for the podium. Faro Axii still had work to do on their boat, but they were there to race. Luca Nicolini on throttle next to Gianmaria Gabbiani. Wellmax would run two boats, with Bjorge Jacobsen and Paul Geiser continuing their partnership in Wellmax 90, and Class 1 newcomer William Knocker driving alongside throttleman Kurt Aga Olsen in Wellmax 9. The 5.14 nautical mile course in Gabon features long straights and unpredictable conditions.
The course was very nice. There is a lot of difference of sea condition. Perhaps in the way on the north, the way up, we have the water movement was from the north to go out, but the sea come from the northeast. So we have a wave in the back and wave in the front. So it's very funny. We have a different condition. The first turn we have the waves in the front, so we have to take care. And the three buoy up before the finish line, we have waves in the back, but also in the side, in the left-hand side. So it's interesting, really interesting. The course was very nice. Fortunately, we come back in the offshore race.
The Edox pole position would determine which of the boats gets the coveted inside lane advantage going into the first turn. Victory have reigned supreme in Edox qualifying, having won the last 4 in a row. The last team to beat them was Team Abu Dhabi in home waters in 2011. Can they repeat the feat? Attending the Edox pole position was Gabon President Ali Bongo Ondimba and Prime Minister Raymond Ndong Sima. The president met with Guido Cappellini, who would be flying the Gabonese colors in Spirit of Gabon polyform. Victory set the fastest time in their first lap, 3 minutes, 8.39 seconds. Once again, they would be the team to beat. Team Abu Dhabi went out to chase their fellow Emiratis' blistering lap time, giving it their all, but Altair and Al Mansouri remained more than 6 seconds off the pace. All eyes were on Fendi Racing to see how Fendi and Carpitella would do in their new boats. It turns out they did just fine, recording a lap time of 3 minutes, 12.04 seconds on their very first lap to claim second place behind Victory and ahead of Team Abu Dhabi. It was disappointment for Spirit of Gabon Polyform as recurring electrical problems prevented them from recording a time. Wellmax 9 put in an excellent performance, getting better and better with each lap to eventually record their fastest lap time of 3 minutes, 18.04 seconds. Good result for Olsen and Knocker on their very first official outing together. Their teammates Bjorge Jacobsen and Paul Geiser in Wellmax 90 only managed to complete one lap, setting a lap time of 3 minutes, 28.25 seconds. Team Abu Dhabi changed their setup to have another go at possibly snatching pole position from Victory. Although they set their fastest time of the day at 3 minutes, 14.89 seconds, they remained in third position behind Victory and Fendi Racing. Victory win their 5th Edox pole position in a row. The celebrations were short-lived for Fendi Racing as their boat failed post-race technical scrutineering, resulting in their disqualification, which moved Wellmax 9 up to 3rd place and Team Abu Dhabi into 2nd.
I found good setup for our boat, and I pass everybody in the first turn. I think I'm happy about my boat, and I want to say thanks to our staff and thanks to the organizer here work in Gabon.
Eight boats from 7 teams completed their final preparations for the first race of the Gabon Grand Prix. Windy and choppy conditions await drivers in this all-offshore circuit. The race course, 10 laps and over 50 nautical miles of racing ahead. The starting lineup, Victory, Team Abu Dhabi, and then the 2 Wellmax boats, followed by Fendi Racing, Spirit of Gabon Polyform, Faro Axiai, and Zabo Shiklad. The boats all lined up, waiting for the green flag. The race was underway. It's a choppy start shoot to the first turn. Victory with the inside pole advantage, Team Abu Dhabi right behind them. Arif Al-Zafin is on the throttle for this race, Al-Mari taking over driving duties. The onboard camera there from Team Abu Dhabi, Wellmax 9 going hard on their port side. Victory charging out ahead at the start. Zabo Shiklad and Spirit of Gabon Polyform right up there with Victory, pouring on the pace. Fendi Racing, Team Abu Dhabi and Wellmax 90 about 3 or 4 boat lengths behind them. Victory opens a lead ahead of Zabo Shiklad and Spirit of Gabon Polyform, with Team Abu Dhabi now moving up alongside Wellmax 90 and Fendi Racing. Team Abu Dhabi catches up with Victory going into the first turn. Spirit of Gabon Polyform cuts in across Fendi Racing and Wellmax's path. That could be penalized. Fendi Racing sandwiched between Wellmax 90 and Zabo Shiklad. Zabo Shiklad does well even though they turned farther out from the other boats. Spirit of Gabon Polyform moves up into 3rd place, catching up with the Emirati boats. Zabo Shiklad right behind them. There's the team to beat, Al-Mari and Al-Zafin, with 6 world titles between them and defending 2011 world champions. With clear waters ahead of them, they open a solid lead over their young rivals Altair and Al-Mansouri in Team Abu Dhabi. There's a Norwegian drag race behind Spirit of Gabon Polyform as Wellmax 9 and Zabo Shiklad go neck and neck on the straight. Wellmax 90 and Fendi Racing in a tussle, neither boat backing down. As the battle unfolds on the water, team manager Marco Bonomo relays the tactics. Luca Fendi and Giovanni Carpitella driving great out there in their new boat. They look faster than ever as they begin to pull away from Wellmax. Up ahead, the other Wellmax boat, Wellmax 9, pulls away from Zabo Shiklad. At the end of lap 1, Victory is clear in the lead. Big fight going on for 2nd place between Spirit of Gabon Polyform and Team Abu Dhabi. Neither boat backing off. Comfortably in the lead, Victory enjoys the clear waters, having opened a significant lead over Team Abu Dhabi and Spirit of Gabon Polyform. Capellini and Montevacci have 3 podiums since they began racing together in 2010, including a race win in Cernobbio last year. While Capellini is a 10-time F1 Series world champion, Montevacci is one of the most experienced and skilled of Class 1 throttlemen. Oh, Spirit of Gabon Polyform steer right in front of Team Abu Dhabi. That was a close call. Thankfully, Al-Mansouri quickly backed down on the throttle, averting possible disaster. Wellmax 9 charging up from behind, taking advantage of Team Abu Dhabi's drop of pace to move into 3rd place. This is Kurt Olsen's 9th race in Class 1 since 2007, the first ever for his teammate William Knocker, who was originally going to race with Wellmax team owner Jorn Tonberg, a former European champion.
The Keltec KS7 shotgun is ideal for personal defense. It's lightweight, compact, and easy to handle, even in confined spaces. With its patented downward shell ejection, the KS7 is also totally ambidextrous. Plus, M-LOK slots let you trick it out the way you want. And with the 7+1 capacity, well, mi casa no es su casa. Innovation, performance, Keltec.
Welcome back to the 2022 Thunder on Cocoa Beach, presented by Caltech. Beautiful day here. Great racing so far. Class 1 is getting ready to start. That will be our next race of the day. Let's check out some action from testing yesterday. Welcome back. That was a little bit of highlights from testing yesterday, as the conditions were very similar to what you see today. We kind of thought it was laying down, but maybe bumping up a little bit. But the skies are opening up. The water's getting a little bit clear, so it's a little deceiving as how things are going. You're watching the 2022 Thunder on Cocoa Beach, presented by Caltech, coming to you live from Cocoa Beach, Florida. Go to p1offshore.com. Keep up with your favorite race teams and the schedule. See when we come to a town near you. Go to facebook.com/p1offshore. For more information there and catch up on the live stream. Mike Uwaski, Eric Colby. Eric, this is P1. This is the new premier class in offshore powerboat racing. Class 1, not P1, I'm sorry. It's called Class 1.
Yep.
This is the new premier offshore racing group powered by Mercury 1100s, one non-Mercury 1100 boat in the class. But a couple new teams here, a couple of changes.
Yep.
A really big change, honestly, with boat number 21, Husky Racing. The artist formerly known as Miss Geico, number 113. Different there, but you've got JBS Racing, who's running the 16 power, which are 1100s, V16s, which he's been running all along. Ran him in Englewood last year, ran him in Key West. Approved to come in and run with Class 1 this year. In fact, there is JBS, the beautiful blue-yellow MTI. Jeff Stevenson, Michael Stancombe, number 16, running that boat.
Naturally aspirated.
Naturally aspirated, yep. We have Lucas Oil, which is a brand new boat to the class. That's a 52-foot Mystic. The largest boat in the class, actually, running the Mercury 1100. So you can
They're
guarantee.
actually running 1350s.
No, they're running 1100s. They're in the 1100 class.
Okay.
Yep. They're in the 1100 class. But they actually, Jay and Nigel wanted rougher water like this because of the boat being bigger. You've got 345 Racing. This is a brand new team. The boat used to be known as Zabo. You got Miles Jennings and Alex Pratt running that boat. And if Alex Pratt sounds familiar, that's Good Boy Vodka, sponsored by X Insurance.
And they're flagged out of the Cayman Islands.
Yep, the boat owner is out of the Cayman Islands. And then we've got boat number 21, Husky Racing. This is the Geico boat. It's the Geico hauler. It's the entire Geico team. They just changed clothes, basically, and put on some different colors.
Yep.
It's Steve Curtis and Britt Lilly running that boat. Travis Pastrana is scheduled to run it through the end of the year, but he just couldn't make this race because of a scheduling conflict. Lucas Oil E3 batteries. You got triple two offshore Australian Navy, boat 222, all the way back from Australia. Last time we saw these guys race was in 2019. Talked to Darren Nichols yesterday, and he said, yep, we had to go down there and get everything running again and get it out and get it going because it sat for 2 years basically until this event this weekend. Team DeFalco is not here this weekend. Steve Curtis is actually rigging that boat in Orlando currently, and it's just not done in time. So unfortunately, they won't be here. So we've got JBS, Husky, 222, Lucas Oil E3 batteries, and X Insurance 345 Racing in Class 1. And there is that X Insurance boat. So lots of things to talk about. First off, let's talk about JBS. They're the unknown variable this group, if they would. Michael and Jeff have spent a lot of time testing this boat. They ran a couple of races last year, did well. It's a good package. It seems to run well. They get along together in the boat. Now, looking at that shot, Eric, it looks like it calmed down a little bit to me.
That's just a pace boat just kind of cruising along. High tide is right around 2 o'clock, so maybe the tide coming in is settling things down.
Yep, maybe. And the breeze might be settling down just a little bit. It's hard to tell.
Well, every time we think it, then someone pops their nose in the air.
Right, somebody takes a big hop and it just gets out of control.
So it'll be interesting watching these guys come out of that north turn. It'll be interesting with the V16 versus the turbos.
Yep.
Is there going to be a torque advantage for JBS?
Stancombe didn't think there would be any real advantage or disadvantage. He doesn't have all the props that he would like to obviously be able to test to some of these different teams. But he was happy with their setup. I think if they can carry a little more momentum through the turn, a turbo boat, if you talk to Steve Curtis. Now, this group will do one full parade lap, too, by the way. They'll do one full parade lap.
This is the parade lap.
Yep. So, but, when you talk to Steve Curtis about throttling one of these turbo boats, he wants to keep – he doesn't watch tacks anymore. He watches turbo gauges, boost gauges, because he wants to keep the boost in a certain RPM range because they have figured out that if the boost drops below whatever that range is, then it takes too long for the motor to spool back up and make power. So that's how they're actually running the boat. And, of course, Alex Pratt, Miles Jennings, they're a brand-new team to this class, brand new in the boat. Miles Jennings actually drove for Geico 2 years ago. I believe that was 2019. Yeah, it was 2019. That's when the boat flipped over, and they had to lease Zabo from Zabo Racing. They turned it into Miss Geico and then used that for the remainder of the year.
So we have 5 boats, and how many countries represented?
You've got Australia. You've got Great Britain with Miles.
And Giovanni
Carpatelli is Italian. You've got Darren Nichols from Australia. He's got 4 different countries running in a true international class. The biggest international class we have in offshore powerboat racing is Class 1. And this is a lot of focus with the efforts in America in offshore powerboat racing has really developed this. This is a child of P1, what used to be overseas, the former Class 1 group over there. That, of course, went away a few years ago. In 2019, they tried to make a big push for it to come over here. At that time, we had Geico, we had 222, and we had
Victory was over here.
Victory was over here. Yep. Now I know the Victory boats have gone home. They're no longer in America. They're back over in their country. But 222 offshore stayed.
We're hearing there's interest if this could go international again.
It could. Yep. And I've heard like Abu Dhabi has talked about bringing their team over here and racing. So there is a lot of momentum growing for this class, and I think it's great to see that. It's a cool class. They're trying to go with this Mercury 1100 package. They're really trying to not make it so the unlimited class is an unlimited budget where you just build the biggest engine you can. If you remember the CMS Bob Bowl Geico battle days, I mean, you were talking 1650s that were turned up to 1900 horsepower.
Right.
The QC4 Mercury engines were tweaked so much they were making that much horsepower. So this was to try and scale it back and bring it down a little bit and make it a little bit more
it doesn't
flatten the competition curve a little bit, if you would.
It doesn't have to be unlimited for it to be a good show.
Oh, no, not by any means.
That's the thing. For the fans on the beach, and there are a lot of them out there now, they're going to see some pretty competitive racing, I would imagine.
Sure, yeah, 100%. So I think this is going to be great. I'm very interested. This is Britt's first race as a Husky Chocolate team member. He did obviously drive this boat a couple of years ago when Travis wasn't able to.
Right.
So it'll be interesting to see. Husky Chocolate's an interesting story. They currently have 2 boats. There's talk of adding a 3rd boat to the team. They want to field 2 Class 1 boats in the future, from what I understand.
Yep.
So that'll be good to see as they run around. And Team DeFalco, which they just didn't make it in time. There was a lot of talk. I'm not really quite sure why they pre-registered, because everybody said they probably wouldn't be able to make it, but hats off for trying. Yep, but that's an Outer Limits. We'll see one Outer Limits later today come out in Supercat. Obviously, that's Vinny and Simon. They're going to run SV Offshore.
With the 860s.
Yep, they're running the 860 program. So they were grandfathered into that class because the Supercat class for the past couple of years has been kind of divided on where they want to go with the motor program. Do they want to go to a Mercury fuel-injected base program, or do they want to stay with their carbureted motors?
Right.
Sterling is still the dominant engine builder out there. You do have Gossi engines in Pro Floors, which is a fantastic engine package. Grant raves about those guys.
Yeah, he loves them.
He loves those engines.
And
not taking it away from Sterling. I mean, Sterling's obviously been around for a long time. They're at WHM. They're in MCON's got Sterling's in it.
I'll be curious to see the motors in how the motors in Graydell.
Yep.
Because that's a new builder.
Yep, that's a new
Supercat.
builder. Yep. So it'll be Graydell is going to be an interesting case anyway, and we'll get into that a lot later. That's a brand new boat to that team.
But you think about this though, and how many iterations of this class, the upper levels, has Steve Curtis been through?
Oh, probably everything that I could ever think of.
And he's still here.
Oh,
he's still a driving force.
Oh yeah, he's huge,
You
and
know.
he is the driving force behind this Class 1. I mean, you figured he raced with Sheikh Hassan and Team Qatar, all the history with Spirit of Norway, and everything that he's done overseas. Obviously, he's a big guy behind this and a big pusher. Looking forward. Of course, I just got a text from my good buddy Rusty Rom. Rusty Rom telling me we will be back. Good to hear from you, Rusty. Hope you're doing well, buddy. Of course, Rusty been absent for a couple of years after having a few medical issues, but he used to own the Wake Effects boat. If anybody remembers, that was actual Bob Bull boat. He leased it for 1 year from Bob Bull. Then he bought it, rebranded it as Wake Effects, and raced it.
He ran with Jeff Harris.
Jeff
right?
Harris, yep.
Who is now the chief operating officer of Iconic Marine Group,
yep,
which builds Fountain, Baja, and Donzi.
Yep.
So, still a small world.
Yep.
Everyone seems to know each other's.
And I know there was actually talk about Fountain wanting to get into the Pro Stocker Mod V category a little bit to try and get their name back out there. Of course, Brian Forehand in the Outer Limits is super, super fast in the Mod V class.
There's still a couple canopied single-engine fountains out there.
Yep. We saw one in Morehead City a couple of years. Last year we saw one in Morehead City. So the oldest boat in this fleet, I believe, is this JBS boat. This used to be a pleasure boat, and then it was basically semi-converted over to a race boat, and they put the 16 power in it.
Yep. I'm not sure of the vintage of the X Insurance.
Yeah, I don't know how old the Zabo boat is, but it is a Victory hull, so it's the same hull.
43.
It's the same hull as Husky Chocolate.
They told me yesterday it's a 43 Victory.
Yep, and the Lucas Oil boat's going to be a 52 Mystic, so that's kind of the oddball bigger boat. That boat, of course, used to be owned by Chris Cox. It was raced for a couple of years under the Envy banner. And a couple different power mills were in that, power packages were in that. He had big blower motors in it at one time. Then Herb Stotler, his engine builder, was talking about doing some sort of a blower motor package for it, but then he went to 1650s.
And that's a BPM boat. That's right?
Yep, that's a BPM rudder boat.
So is
the only boat that's not
JBS
the only boat that's not
number
a boat.
6?
Yep. Yeah, that's the only number 6 boat, and that's a full 6 steering boat too.
Yes,
it's not a fixed drive with a rudder steer option. So, and I don't know the specifics of the rules, and I'm sure somebody can text me and tell me what the specifics of the rule. But I don't know what the specific rules specify for drives, if they can have 6s or if they can have BPMs with rudders. Because I think in the Supercat class they can't. They have to have the number 6 drive per the rules.
Right. Now I wonder if they're gonna have to come off plane and mill and or are they just gonna kind of?
Nah, they're too far separated right now. They won't let everybody catch up. This is going to be very, very exciting. Of course, Darren Nicholson and Giovanni Carpatelli in the 222 offshore Australian Navy boat. First time seeing that boat this is the first time seeing that boat under its new livery. Of course, if you remember it from a couple of years ago, it was white with some red, white, and green graphics on it.
Yep.
Making the trip all the way over here from Australia. Of course, Pro Floors coming up from New Zealand. Wayne Valder and Grant Bruggerman.
And there's a great following of this sport down under.
Huge. They have a huge racing circuit down there on their own.
A lot of boats end up going down there from here.
Yep. Not as many as go to
Trinidad.
Trinidad is like,
and Troy Hannon.
Race boats go get reborn in Trinidad. It's amazing.
It's a number. It's amazing the number that Troy Hannon sends down there from. Is it Superior? Supreme?
Supreme.
Yep.
Yeah. I mean, you figure the old Aquamania Mystics down there.
Yep.
You know, there's the old Big Thunder boats down there.
And if my old friend Craig Archer is watching in New Zealand, hope you're doing well.
Couldn't even tell you what time it is in New Zealand, but I'm sure it's either late or early. So this is the fourth of 5 races today. We are on schedule. We're a little bit behind now. We're going for a 1:15 start, but we're fine. This will be a quick mill, and then they will come right back out and get up on plane and start this race. 5 boats running in Class 1 today. And I can't even tell you who I would think the odds-on favorite would be. I'd have to go with Husky Chocolate just based upon the experience behind it. Darren and Giovanni, they've obviously raced together over in Australia a couple times. They haven't been over here stateside to race. They got to test the boat. The boat's first time was in the water was yesterday in 2.5 years. So
and the same with the X Insurance boat that hadn't seen a lot of water time.
So they're going to have to get some, and that's a brand new team. Not new to racing, but a brand new team racing together, Miles Jennings and Alex Pratt in the X Insurance boat. So Husky Chocolate, Lucas Oil, JBS
Yeah, we'll see how
X-Insurance,
aggressive Nigel gets at the start.
Yeah, I think so. But I'm telling you, it doesn't look as big as it did earlier. I mean, I'm not losing the boats.
No.
I mean, granted, these boats are significantly bigger than everything we've seen, but we're not losing. They don't seem to be rolling around in the groundswell as much.
And he did say when we talked yesterday that he's still learning a lot.
Mm-hmm. Yep.
It's transitioning out of the V-bottom.
Yep. Then, of course, he still has the V-bottom, so.
Yep.
All right, so they've got them lined up. There's the pace boat just to the left-hand side. Everybody's going to start to get up on plane. They're going to come around the turn. Now, there was some question about when the checkered flag was going to get released. I was talking to Jeff Stevenson about this yesterday. I think they got all that figured out, but I'm not going to quote it or say anything about it because I don't want to be wrong. So we're just going to watch this race unfold.
I was a little surprised when they said they were going to start them at 45 because that's barely on plane for these big boats.
Yeah, and I don't know where they'd be in their power band in that. I mean, I appreciate the what they're trying to do. Because I've been in a 26-foot boat started by a skater. He had to be going well over 100. So that's just not a fair thing to do. But all right, so the Active Thunder pace boat, the blue pace boat, just to the left-hand side of your screen. Helicopters are in tow. Everybody is starting to line up. I see 4 boats waiting for the 5th one.
It looks to me like
JBS is on the pole. It looks like Lucas Oil in 2nd, Husky Chocolate out in 3rd.
Don't know who the fourth place is. That the Australian?
That's the Australian Navy boat there on the right.
And then I don't.
So
I didn't see anything about X-Insurance having to start behind or anything.
No, I don't think so.
Because Miles isn't a rookie and he's driving.
Yeah, so I don't know where they are in all this. This is a pretty big hold. We know when these guys are going to go green because they're going to shoot up a big rooster tail and accelerate. But they are holding them for a long time. They're going to come into our view in a moment, but I still don't see X-Insurance, and that's what they could be waiting for. I think that X-Insurance was doing some work to the boat last night in the pits when I left Fish Lips.
I'm just trying to look out the window and see. I see 4.
Still under yellow flag. The group starts to tighten up just a little bit in the middle of the course. Still under yellow flag.
Yep.
No start yet, and they are starting to come into our view. They're going past that beautiful 37-foot Sea Ray Sundancer.
Here's the green flag, and here comes Australia. They got a good jump on everybody.
Yep, green flag racing here for Class 1 in Cocoa Beach, 2022 Thunder on Cocoa Beach.
And here comes Lucas Oil.
Yep, Australia Navy out to the early lead.
Husky is in second with Lucas and JBS side by side in the inside lanes.
I do not see X-Insurance. So JBS all the way on the left-hand side of your screen. Australian Navy 222 all the way to the right-hand side of your screen.
Lucas Oil is now hanging back a little bit.
Yep. I don't know where they were quite on the start. I know that boat is probably not going to accelerate as well as some of the smaller boats. And it's still pretty. It's still got a pretty good little bump out there. I mean, they're hopping around.
Yep.
Britt Lilly running the Husky Chocolate boat. This is the second of triple duty for Britt. We'll see him in the next race. So he got 1 race off. He ran his Pro Stock V in race number 2, took race number 3 off, racing in race 4 and 5. He'll be in WHM, filling in for Billy Moff in the next race. So Australian Navy 222 out to the early lead with Husky Chocolate in tow, 2 victory hulls.
Then Britt is gonna have to get a little settled after totally different driving experience going from his 30-foot single-engine V-bottom to a 40-plus foot catamaran.
Yep, but him and Steve have raced a lot together, and if you talk to Steve, he really enjoys getting to race with Britt. Says Britt's a good driver, understands the mechanics of the boat and what needs to happen. They're slowing down quite a bit through that turn up there.
That's that north turn where in the stock race they just about came to a stop a couple times.
Yeah, and a big slowdown there. I don't know if Australia Navy gave enough room. I mean, it looks like Husky is still on the inside of that group.
Yeah,
it looks like they maintain the lane through that corner. So these 2 boats have really pulled away from the Reindeer fleet. Looks like Husky jumps outside now, trying to find some clean water and make up some ground. They will line themselves up. Whoa, big flat hop there.
Yeah, he flew it. It stayed level, though.
Yep, from Australia Navy. It looks like Husky hit the same one behind him. Now, there is such a gap between Australia Navy and Husky Chocolate that they'll be able to kind of pinch down on him and really doesn't need to leave the door open for him.
He can pretty much go where he wants now, and it'll be interesting to see the approach they take to the dogleg, as you discussed in the earlier race, because you're going to want to keep your speed up if you can to take the bigger corner.
Yep, exactly.
And
plus
make the dogleg as little of an encounter as possible almost.
Yep, these twin turbo motors, they have to keep them up in the RPM range, up in the boost, so they can make sure they run properly. But now I think 222 is pulling away from Husky by that picture, and you can see Darren and Giovanni doing a fantastic job. Now, there is a boat kind of hazy back behind them, but it's a good distance back. I only see 3 boats running right now.
No, they're all 4 running because I'm looking out the glass.
But I don't think X Insurance even made the start.
No, I don't believe so either. There's some space between Husky and Lucas.
Lucas currently in 3rd place, so that would put JBS now back in 4th after we are missing our 5th boat.
And it'll be interesting to see how upended they get.
Yep, Australia
in this turn.
Yep, 222. Australian Motorsports continues to lead over Husky. A lot of separation early on within this group. These guys are running 8 laps today. So there is the dogleg. That kind of gives you a really good idea of what they have to do with the dogleg and then how much they have to jog back out to get to the turn. So they just went past the dogleg. Now they'll turn back to the left and run out to the turn buoy,
which is the south turn.
Yep, and it's first of 3 pins, so it's a big triangular-shaped corner, not a sweeping corner. And they will set down in. There they go. So they are currently in 1st place. Husky in 2nd, Lucas Oil in 3rd.
And the interesting thing is there's enough of a gap that the helicopter can really take us through the turn with the boat.
Yep.
So you're getting a great perspective here.
Yeah, and they're not hopping. I mean, it doesn't look as rough as it did. I mean, granted, these are 42-foot boats, so they're obviously going to ride a lot better through these conditions. But
plus, with the weight of the engines and drives and everything compared to the way the stock boats are so light.
Yep. So there is Husky Chocolate. They are currently in 2nd place.
Yep.
In Class 1. Lucas Oil should come into view. There they are. And the Mystic. So 2 victories versus the Mystic versus an MTI. But I'm looking for JBS on the screen, and I haven't seen him come by. There he is right there. There's Lucas Oil, A77. You can go to T3Telemetry.com and watch live stats from the Lucas Oil E3 Batteries boat as they run around the race course. And you can go to Class1Telemetry.com, and you can see all of the boats. And you can click on the tabs on the side, and you can bring up speeds of particular boats, look at particular teams, how fast they're going. Really great technology, and that's all supported by the Lucas Oil team. So you can go to T3 Telemetry for just Lucas Oil, and you go to Class 1 Telemetry for the entire group. There is 222, the Australian Navy entry. They have completed lap 1 of 8, and they are out to a big lead now over Husky.
Yeah, I can't say that
Husky picked up a lot of speed looking out the window on this straightaway. It didn't look quite as fast on the back straightaway, but kind of hard to tell. The weather is starting to clear, sun's starting to peek through the clouds just a bit.
I can't say that I think that it would be a strategic thing that Steve would want to let them get that far ahead.
No, not by any means, no.
So I don't think it's anything where he's, laying back. And he's
no, it didn't look like they were respectful around the turn. It didn't look like anybody really cut, anybody off. So I think it was a pretty fair start, and we'll have to see how it shakes out.
Could just be, like we talked about, setup coming to him.
Yep. Bummer for X Insurance. It doesn't look like they made the start. As I said, it looked like they were working on that boat pretty late last night from what I could tell. So a tough day for Miles and Alex. I know Alex is talking about wanting to buy his own boat for the 2023 season as 222 continues to lead over Husky Chocolate. So they have gone by. Now they've ducked back out and into the corner. Back to this fantastic helicopter shot and shows you through the corner. Let's see how much they start to slow down. See, it's right about in this point. You can see kind of where the direction of the wave changed.
Yes.
And they had to really reset in a couple big hops there. It doesn't look like Husky Chocolate lost much ground, but they are just entering the turn.
Let's see how their attitude is coming through. Yeah.
And they, it looked like 222 was leaving the corner as Husky was coming into it.
Yep. So now let's just see how they accelerate coming out, see if they can try to pick up some ground. You know that if he can, Steve will.
Yep.
But Darren.
And maybe Steve is hoping for a setup that's going to come to him later in the race.
Yep.
But you see Lucas Oil, Jay Johnson, Nigel Hook. Of course, Nigel Hook, a big history of racing with Nigel Hook. Obviously, a V-bottom guy for all of those years, and then he went out and bought this cat boat. And I think it's because he wanted to really be competitive in this Class 1 racing. He does a lot of the endurance runs too.
Yes.
He did the Catalina Island run. They've got the run to the Bahamas coming up very shortly out of South Florida.
Beautiful boat. And Nigel's a KG veteran.
Yep.
He likes to track people down as the race wears on.
He's super analytical about everything that he does.
And he may be saying, you know what, let's see if attrition helps out at all.
And this is
he's on the podium now.
This is their only this is only their second race in the boat, so they've got a lot to get figured out. If you're used to running a V-bottom and then you jump into a cat boat, it's a world of difference. 222 Offshore continues to lead over Husky Chocolate in second and Lucas Oil in third. JBS seems to have fallen pretty far off the pace. Not sure what's going on with them. I think I talked to Jeff last night, and I think he said they were having alternator issues, but he wasn't too worried about those getting resolved. So 222 now going down the back straightaway, heading towards the dogleg. On the south end of this course. Yep, looks
flying
good.
Nice.
That's a good shot there of Lucas Oil with the blue water and everything. Look how the boat color just pops. It looks fantastic.
Yeah, I think Nigel's doing a wind dance in the cockpit right now.
Now they're slowing. Now they are slowing. Lucas Oil is falling off of a plane almost right in front of us.
And JBS just came around him, so JBS is still running.
Yep, so JBS is now on the podium. Now, the one thing you get with these 1100 Mercury engines is you do get Guardian mode. And Guardian mode can be very, very sensitive sometimes to water pressure, oil temperature, engine temperature.
Lucas is back up and running, but
that would have told me that may have been a Guardian mode issue because they would have had to shut it down, clear the code, and then try and reset. But at the speed they're trying to get back up on plane, that looks like it could be just one engine. So Lucas Oil down now on the south leg of the course. Here's boat number 21, Husky Chocolate. Britt Lilly, Steve Curtis running that beautiful boat. I like the mountain scheme on it. They are trying to chase down, 222 or 222 offshore.
Managed by Gary Stray.
Yep. A new team owner bought the equipment, and they are campaigning it as a new program for this year. And there is JBS. Yep, currently in third place, boat number 16. Got that 16 power in it. Very unique sound when you hear it start up. There's there's 4 headers now on that boat. Not just 2. And Jeff, really a driving force behind the 16 program, bought this boat to put the engines in and be able to test and be able to run them. And this is the original set. They don't have another set of motors. These are prototype motors, and they're still out here running. So hopefully
fans of the American ethanol boat would understand the V16 just without the turbochargers.
Right, exactly. And I talked to Michael Stancoma for a while about it yesterday. He didn't think that he was at an advantage because of the turbochargers. But a beautiful looking MTI.
Yeah, well, with the computer controls now, they can work on the mapping and get rid of a lot of that lag.
Yeah, well, the thing is I know that the Class 1 boats with the Mercury 1100 engines, they're all fly-by-wire. I don't know. I doubt JBS is fly-by-wire. I think that's all still mechanical cables.
Right.
As to where, like, Husky Chocolate's going to have, the shift-by-wire, throttle-by-wire, still has the manual steering.
And he looks like he's picking up now.
Yeah, they like this part of the straightaway, and he's getting it pretty good. A little bit rougher out there than we had anticipated. You see the deck kind of roll up onto the side just a little bit.
Yep.
Great to see this boat continuing to run.
Yeah,
of course, Geico around for so many years, and they just paid respects to Gary Goodell, who passed away over the winter. They paid respects to him on Friday. I understand it was a beautiful ceremony. And give a shout out to the official media partner for P1 Offshore, Speed on the Water. Go to speedonthewater.com for more information or follow them on Facebook, facebook.com/speedonthewater. Go to p1offshore.com or follow us on Facebook, P1 or facebook.com/P1 Offshore. Keep up with your favorite teams and the schedule of events.
And I will have a full recap at speedonthewater.com at the end of the evening, hopefully.
Yep.
As long as we get all the results.
So I will not be attending the awards now. They got me on a 6:40 flight after my original flight was canceled. So go back down to the pits for a couple minutes and talk to people, and then we'll probably head to the airport. Maybe go to check out Ron John for a couple minutes. Got to get the kid something because he's apparently being good. Good job, buddy. I'll be home shortly. 222 Offshore, Australia Navy continues to lead in Class 1. Husky in second. JBS now in third after Lucas Oil out with some sort of mechanical issue. I don't even see Lucas Oil anymore.
Lucas Oil is basically across from us. You can see them idling.
Oh, yep, there they are. And X Insurance, they must be under tow somewhere because we haven't even seen them come by our vantage point yet. And unfortunately, we started talking and I lost count, but this has got to be the third or fourth. I think they're on the third or fourth lap of this Class 1 race. This is the second to last race of the day. Last and final will be Super Cat, and I think that's going to be a really good battle. There's a good bit of trash talking going on between all of the Super Cat owners, and I think it's going to be really interesting to see those guys come out later. And, of course, in the second race, we're also going to have the 450 stock class, which is the 2 MTI boats of MTI and Clovar Motorsports.
And you ever notice it's rarely the throttlemen who are talking the trash? It's the owners of the boats.
Yeah, I mean, I've never paid attention to it, but yeah, you're probably right about that. But you know, they've got some bragging rights on the line, I guess you could say.
They've spent money and they want to be the top guy.
And I think it's going to be a free-for-all of who could possibly win in Super Cat, because you have Pro Floors, who won the 2019 APBA Championship.
Yep.
Graydell's got a brand new boat. MCON's got a brand new boat. Team 10, they have revamped their program and really changed some things around. Then you have Dramatized Offshore Racing. So a lot of unknown variables in the Super Cat class coming up next. There is JBS, Michael Stancombe, Jeff Stevenson. Jeff Stevenson now resides down in the Keys.
And he comes out of a turbine boat before he had this.
Yep, I worked for the Geico team when that turbine boat was built, and I remember all the equipment and the big truck he bought, hanging out with all of them. Jeff's a good guy. Beautiful wrap on that Victory hull. Darren Nichols and Giovanni Carpatelli. 222 or 222 offshore. No, it's not 222, it's 222 offshore, Australian Navy. Big deal for the Australian Navy to sponsor those guys. It takes a lot to get a government entity to come on board, but glad to see it. Have to give a shout out to our Navy, Army, Marines, and Air Force for keeping us safe and allowing us to come out here and do this stuff on the weekends. Thank you to all of our armed forces. And also thank you to our firemen, our policemen, our emergency medical technicians, police dispatchers, all you people that work behind the scenes. Thank you for your protection as well. These events wouldn't be able to happen without you guys, because all the logistical stuff that has to go into it. United States Coast Guard, obviously, couldn't do it without them either. So thanks to all y'all folks who helped make this happen.
And any first responders as well.
Yep, here comes 222. They have crossed the start-finish line. Husky's still in second place.
That's hard. I don't feel like Husky's making up much ground.
Yep. No, I don't think they are.
They're not losing.
Like they
they're not losing ground, but they're just not being able to make a charge.
So in that shot you just saw go by, you saw the beautiful Sea Ray 370 Sundancer outboard model powered by twin Mercury V12 600 horsepower 7.6-liter Verado outboards. Boat made here locally in Merritt Island, Florida. Boat is 39 feet 9 inches long, 12 feet wide, weighs 21,000 pounds, and tops out at 60 miles per hour. It's the first release of the next generation of Sea Rays and was released in conjunction with the 45th anniversary of Sundancer. Go to SeaRayBoats.com for more information. And a big thank you to Keltec for being the presenting sponsor of Thunder on the Cocoa Beach for 2022. The race could not happen without the support of great sponsors like Keltec. Make sure you look for their guns at your favorite firearms dealer. And shout out to Butt Racks, Cape Marina, Port Canaveral Firearms and Ammo. Visit SpaceCoast.com. Visit SpaceCoast.com. Wallace Air Conditioning and Heating, JT Social Bar, Bale Brothers Crane and Rigging, Coconuts on the Beach, Offshore Outdrives, The Tiny Turtle, Golf and Gator, and Juice and Java Cafe. Of course, there was a big party at Juice and Java Cafe on Thursday night. They had the big block party in downtown Cocoa Beach on Friday night. This is a great town to come race to. I love this beach town feel when you come out here.
Yeah.
Of course, this is a big cruise terminal, so you know there's always a lot of people around town because of cruises coming in and out. And we got to see the SpaceX rocket come in, the booster rocket come back in today. That was pretty cool. So a lot of interesting things happening down here in beautiful Cocoa Beach, Florida for the 2022 Thunder on Cocoa Beach. As we're at the halfway point now of this Class 1 race, race number 4 of 5. Our 5th and final race of the day will be Super Cat and 450 stock.
And 222 offshore is heading back up the backstretch. Looks to have things well in hand as long as.
Yeah, Husky doesn't look like they're not close. They're not losing any ground, but I don't think they're making up a whole bunch of ground either.
At first, I thought that they might have been making up some in the turn, but then it looks like about the same distance.
Yeah, and it's hard to tell from our vantage point because we can't. We're not looking at a direct line at them. So.
Right. But nothing. I hear some popping. Unless that's a limiter.
I might be banging on the limiter a little bit, and that means somebody's probably propped a little too short. Still getting some pretty good airs out there. Some pretty good hops, though. Husky just took one.
Yeah, I do think that the Super Cats will feel it a little more than these guys.
Now, I think 222 offshore and Husky Chocolate are getting up into lapping the third-place boat in this class. Lucas Oil out with a mechanical issue, and X Insurance didn't even make the start today, and that's a brand new team. Miles Jennings, Alex Pratt running the Mercury 1100 competition engines. Saw Stuart Haley walking around the pitch yesterday. Didn't get the chance to catch up with him, but we hope he's doing well, and we look for the growth of this class moving forward. Case Productions producing this event in conjunction with P1 Offshore. Go to p1offshore.com for your schedule. Keep up with your favorite teams and check out when we're going to be in a town near you. Go to facebook.com/P1 Offshore or find us on Instagram. Keep up with all the happenings in offshore powerboat racing. The races have kind of slowed the races have gotten bigger and faster as the day has gone on, but they've kind of slowed their pace down a little bit, especially compared to our first race. The bracket class race, that was very exciting between all the different classes.
Yeah, and this is one of the things that does happen with offshore. You don't have a lot of entries in the bigger classes.
Yep.
They are not inexpensive.
Yep.
So, one or two boats drops out, and
unfortunately kind of left with what you have.
Yep.
But that's not to take credit away from 222 Offshore or Husky. They are continuing to run 1 and 2. JBS currently in 3rd. Now, I think this might be the roughest conditions that Jeff and Michael have run this boat in since it's been put together.
Yep.
With this engine package. So that could put a little bit of a hindrance on their program and maybe not make them run it as fast and as smooth as they want to. But they've got to still get some stuff figured out. Of course, Husky Chocolate, well-known Steve Curtis, Sir Steve Curtis, actually knighted. With Mr. Britt Lilly in there. Travis Pastrana will take over the driving duties for that boat in Sarasota, Florida, coming up in the beginning of July.
And if I'm not mistaken, when Steve won Key West decades ago, he was the youngest throttleman to do it.
Youngest throttleman to win a world championship. You are actually correct in your assessment. So they just went back in front of us. 222,
yeah, that
222 rather, continues to lead. Husky in 2nd, JBS in 3rd. It'll be interesting to see. I don't think they're going to put JBS a lap down. They should be just about through halfway on lap number 5 of 8. So 3 more laps to go in this Class 1 race.
But someone's definitely popping. I think it's Husky.
Yeah, I heard that time too as they were coming this time by. And he's hitting the limiter when he's out of the air or out of the water, hopping around a little bit, or if it's actually doing something in the water. I know they had fuel pump issues yesterday, but they were able to get that fixed.
Yep.
And out here racing today.
Well, the 222 Navy,
So you come over from Australia to your boat that's been sitting for 2 years. You have to pay. He told me they had to pay money to get the trucks running because they were sitting for so long, and then you're going to go out there and put this sort of an exclamation point on your season, hopefully. That's a good way to get it started in this 8-race APBA Championship Series. There's Husky Chocolate. Yeah, not much distance has changed. When we saw them go by last time, they came into the turn and exit the turn almost in the same spots.
Yep.
But that turn is still pretty nasty down there. They're still taking a couple good poundings.
The 40-foot-plus boat.
Yep.
Is not going through flat.
And they're going to
They're handling it well.
Oh, yeah.
So
they'll feel it a little bit later, of course.
Britt's going to go in and have his favorite energy drink and jump in WHM.
Yep. If he even has time. They may pick him up. They may do a boat swap on the way in and way out, meaning that one of the Husky Chocolate guys would ride on WHM.
Yep.
And then switch spots to help Steve drive the boat back into.
Or they may do it off of Husky's support rib.
Yep, which is the old Miss Geico support rib from many, many years ago.
Easier to maneuver those.
Yep. Especially considering WHM is a crash box boat. They can shift the 1100 boats are shiftable transmissions. They're not crash boxes. Crash boxes, of course, are transmissions that need to be you need to start the engine in gear. It's not a shiftable transmission because it has square edge gears and not bevel edge gears, so the gears don't mesh together as well. So if you tried to do it while the engine was running, it would basically just probably grenade itself over a certain amount of time. There is JBS, boat number 16. They are running 3rd place in Class 1. And we do think that 222 Offshore was starting to catch them just a bit.
And I think,
well, I can look out the window. I can look at the screen and out the window at the same time and tell you that you'll see them come into the picture here any minute, I think. Because I saw where Geico was. Of course, it is a little deceiving because we don't know how much the distance is down to the other end of the course.
Husky.
What'd I call it?
Geico.
Knew I was going to do it once.
Yep, you did say it.
I knew I was going to do it at least once.
Old habits.
That team was around for 14 years. I worked on that team for a while, so you're right. Old habits hard to break. Good shot there, that 2-2. Nice hop there by 222 Offshore. The Australian Navy-sponsored entry as they head into the turn. 3-pin turn here, so they'll sweep around it. taking it kind of easy. Not, you know.
Yeah. They're getting to know it.
No, exactly. They're basically relearning the boat. But they took 3 or 4 big hops just going through that turn alone.
Because if nothing else, they know that it's not going to be this easy in Sarasota.
Right. Well, Sarasota's a flat race, and Sarasota's a very dynamic race course. There are a lot of turns.
Steve and Gary Stray.
I think it's like 8 or 9 turns in that Sarasota course.
But Steve Curtis and Gary Stray are going to get stuff figured out between now and then.
Oh, yeah, 110%. And they may have it figured out now. They just may not have done the right setup. We know they tried the gear ratio yesterday.
Yep.
I don't think it's as rough today as it was yesterday in testing. So they could have kind of maybe anticipated it being a little bit rougher than what it is.
Yeah, I mean, the clouds have burned off, and it's a pretty day out there now.
I wouldn't mind being one of those people sitting in the water on the beach. That looks like a good place to be.
Yeah, I wouldn't complain about, or under the umbrella.
Well, yeah, I mean, since you could be under the umbrella and in the water.
Yeah.
There's not much of a beach here, though. They need to look into doing a beach replenishment project, it looks like. But it's a beautiful beach. Again, I love getting to come down here and hang out. I like this town. Good people down here, a lot of fun. They're really appreciative of having the race.
Yeah, that's...
everybody at Fish Lips, where we've had dinner for the past couple nights, has been very, very helpful. So glad to be here. Always looking forward to coming back to Cocoa Beach. So hopefully Kevin Pruitt and Carrie Bartlett and their entire group can continue to make this race happen in years to come. Go to P1offshore.com for more information. Keep up with your schedule. Follow your favorite teams, or go to Facebook.com/P1Offshore. That was a little interesting preview there as I just looked up to the producer screen. It's like, wow, look at that. 222 offshore looking fantastic.
Still a great attitude.
Oh, yeah. Boat is absolutely running perfect. If you see the black thing, the black part that sticks up on the back there, they actually have an adjustable rudder.
Oh,
so they can adjust so they can adjust the rudder up and down according to the water conditions. Less drag, more drag, depending on what they wanted.
And everyone's probably running an aerator of some type too. On the back of the boat.
I know Geico's run it. I don't know if this boat has it or not. I can't see one, but that doesn't mean it's not there.
Yeah, I saw the ones on Husky yesterday.
Well, there goes. We kind of thought, we predicted this may happen. We figured that 222 offshore may catch up to JBS, and they have done so. JBS just really wants to go out, shake it down a little bit.
Just keep learning. It's, it's kind of like the,
hold on. 222 offshore is now slowing. They're falling off of a plane. Oh, no. What has happened? Let's see. Now, we saw Nigel do this earlier, but Nigel got going back underway for a short amount of time. So let's see what happens here. So now that puts Husky in the lead and JBS in first. Now Husky just getting around.
Yep, Husky in first.
That 222 offshore boat.
Just keep running.
Yep. Now they'll go chasing down JBS. So 2 boats remain in this Class 1 race. Probably, I think, about 2 laps left. Although, again, I don't know why I didn't count laps for this race. This would have been the easiest race of the day to count laps for.
As Mr. Nordskog always used to say, you have to finish.
Yep.
To finish first.
Yep. Got to finish to win it. And there's that Sea Ray 370 Sun Dancer just at the bottom of your screen.
Yep.
So Husky Chocolate in first place. Now JBS in second. The only 2 boats that remain. And that's an attestament to the JBS engine program, right? I mean, they can come out here and they can finish it when 2 or 3 other 1,100 boats are not finishing the race for whatever reason, be it mechanical or structural. Yeah, because we won't say either way, whether it's either one, because we don't.
And we'll see if
we don't know the answer to that.
We'll see if 222 gets back up and running.
Yep, could have been a Guardian mode issue. Remember in the Pro Star or in the Super Cat Light days in the Mercury 525s, they would go into Guardian frequently too, and would have to get codes cleared and stuff like that. Guardian, I mean, in reality, Guardian is meant to prevent damage to the engines, especially for the pleasure boaters. Whether it's a loss of oil pressure, temperature, overheat. I forget what else contributed into Guardian mode.
It heads off bad things.
Yeah, right, exactly.
And so it probably wasn't initially intended for a racing application, but
no.
But they made it work. That was a good class for a few years.
Yeah, that was a very good class. And it's good to see that Mercury is throwing their support back in here with the Class 1 team and with the SV offshore team running the 850 program. Some teams vying to push for the 850 program in SuperCat, and some teams saying no. So right now they've grandfathered in SV offshore to be able to race with that group.
Yep. And that's something that the other owners were in favor of.
Yep. But the other owners didn't necessarily want to switch to the motors, but they appreciated, because last year that boat ran by itself in an 850 class alone.
Right.
So it kind of helped to bring him in. Did it again. Husky Chocolate goes out a little bit wide in that turn.
Yeah, they have to give JBS some room.
Give a JBS plenty of room. All these boats running rear view cameras, so I'm sure JBS could see Husky coming up behind them. So Scott Colton was telling me the other day that if anybody remembers, this team, the Husky Chocolate team, had a 53-foot outer limits in Key West a couple of years ago that raced. And now, from what I understand, that's sitting up at the Team Husky shop, waiting to be put inside the building there.
Yep. Oh, that's right. They did have that boat.
Yeah, I don't think it went very well for them.
Right.
It was kind of riddled with issues, but I don't too much remember about that particular year.
And it was such a big boat.
Oh, it's huge. All right, so Husky Chocolate now gets around JBS. JBS just to the right bottom of your screen. Another beautiful helicopter shot showing that beautiful crystal clear blue water.
The wily veteran, Steve Curtis.
Yep. And his curly-haired rookie, Britt Lilly. Britt's not a rookie. He's curly-haired, but he's not a rookie by any means. And give a shout-out to Art, his dad, Art Lilly. We know you're at home watching. Hope you feel better. Got a little case of the pneumonia going on. But take care of yourself, Art. Feel better. We'll catch up soon.
And what is Britt's daughter's name?
Stella Rogue.
That is a cool name.
Yeah, well, it's Rogue Boats. So the name of the boat building company at LSB is Rogue Boats. So I was hanging out with Stella a little bit last night. She was making some dinosaur noises for me. And Amanda and Carrio, the entire LSB team. One big family over there in that camp, and always feel welcome when you go over there. Of course, being sponsored by Twisted Tea always helps because there's always ice-cold Twisted Tea laying around over there somewhere to get a drink. But now I want to go out and try the Husky Chocolate stuff. I know that I know it's a chocolate additive for a drink.
Oh, I wasn't aware of that.
Mm-hmm. And I think they actually make chocolate. I should do research on that and find out for Sarasota, Florida. Or have our official notes producer guy, Cole McGowan, give us official, cool notes about something. But he gave us cool notes today, so everything is all good. You're watching the 2022 Thunder on Cocoa Beach, presented by Keltec. Keltec employs hundreds of your friends and neighbors right here in Brevard County, many of them military veterans. Make sure to check out for Keltec weapons at your favorite firearms dealer.
Now, what do you think this gives? Oh, I didn't mean to interrupt you.
Oh, you're good. No, I was going to say Juice and Java Cafe, obviously, for hosting the party on Thursday night. And then, of course, I am a freederfightem.org, a group dedicated to fighting human trafficking. And I think part of the reason it happens here is because of the cruise port. There are so many people coming in and out. This is it's not a trade. I know it's a trade port, but that's not its biggest thing. Its biggest thing is cruises.
Yep.
So they do their best as they can. So what were you going to ask?
Well, how much of an advantage do you think this experience gives Britt going into the Super Cat race?
I think it's going to give him a lot. They could be, he could be changing props, or he could tell them to change props if they needed to.
Yep.
It's funny because it's super deceiving. You can't tell if it's actually really rough. Right now, it looks more just like a normal ocean day. It doesn't look like it's anything special.
It doesn't look like there's much wind happening, and I'm trying to look out and see. Yeah, well, the flags on the patrol boats they're moving, but they're not moving like they were this morning.
Yep. So I just got a message from our good friend Billy Shipley.
Yep.
He says, delicious chocolate milk. There is 222 offshore,
down.
So they are down. Looks like they're getting a tow. Now, that's intriguing because they have two engines, but because it's a rudder boat, if they get one engine going, they really will just go in a circle because they can't really steer.
Yep.
So now Britt and Steve can kind of go out for a normal cruise, kind of get to talk to each other and learn. Of course, Britt and Steve have got to do some cool things together. If you remember the Travis Pastrana Gymkhana video that was shot in Annapolis, Maryland.
Oh, yeah.
Britt and Travis drove this boat as the Hoonigan boat out underneath of Travis jumping over Ego Alley, which is a home body of water for Britt and I.
So that was Britt and Steve, and Travis jumped him in a rally car.
Yep. Then I need to talk to Steve because I want to get the clear answer on how he got that boat, because I think Britt said they were doing 65 by the time they got to where the jump was, and it's not. You're talking maybe 75 yards.
Yeah.
So I'd like to know what Steve did to get the RPMs up so much because, it's a turbo motor, so it doesn't have instant power. It's got to spool up to build its power. Blower motors or superchargers, they'll give you more instant power, but that's an induction system.
So you wonder what gears were in there.
Who knows?
What gears and props?
What props were on there? Well, I mean, you and I were in the pits yesterday when Husky Chocolate did a gear change, and it took them all of, 20 minutes?
They did it so quickly. They did it while the boat was hanging on the straps.
Yep. They pull the cover off of the back of the BPM surface drive, and then they swap a gear set in there, put the cover back on. It doesn't take very long.
Nope. Have them in a little, what are the cases that all the photographers use? And
the Pelican cases?
The Pelican cases.
Yep. Their gear sets in there. 222 offshore out with some sort of an issue, the Australian Navy entry. And JBS continues to run now in second place. So 5 boats started, 2 boats finished. And it looks like the checkered flag, I believe that's the checkered flag waving on the Sea Ray Sundancer start-finish
the white, might be the white flag.
Yep.
Because they do a white flag.
Yep.
Speaking of photographers.
We will see what is going to happen here as they come by.
We want to give a shout-out to Pete Bowden.
Pete B. Shoot to thrill.
Excellent photographer. He's going to have a nice album up, I'm sure, at the end of the day.
Yep. I was following some pictures on Friday instead of actually physically working. I think I was probably looking at pictures on Facebook, hoping that I was here. Well, there goes the start-finish boat in the background. Now, Husky Chocolate did not slow down.
Yeah, that was
so
a white flag.
Probably the white flag lap has started. So they will run around the 7-mile course one more time with JBS in tow. That will wrap up race number 4 of 5. One more to go here in Cocoa Beach, and this is going to be an exciting one, ladies and gentlemen. Supercat coming up next. Graydale, Pro Floors, WHM, MCON, SV Offshore, Team 10, and Dramatized Offshore Racing. And then we will also have, for the first time in offshore powerboat racing, 2 boats in the 450 stock class. We've got Taylor Sism and Johnny Tomlinson in the MTI boat, boat number 7. And then we will have boat number 22, Clovar Motorsports with Randy Keys and Billy Allen. Billy Allen pulling triple duty today, too, as we just saw him run in the super stock race one race ago.
And the interesting thing is, now will the understory be a triple crown for Britt Lilly?
Yep, it could be. He did take the win in
took
Pro
the
Stock
win.
V. Now he's taking the win here, so let's see what he can do in Supercat.
No pressure, though.
So I believe if I read correctly, Supercat should start at about 2:45 p.m. And there is Husky Chocolate, and they are starting to go into the north turn as they are on their final lap. And they can just kind of cruise around a little bit more. And Britt will come back, and he'll put on his 3rd team shirt for the day, Eric. 3rd team shirt. He started with LSB, he went to Husky, and now he's going to go put on a WHM shirt. Hopefully the helmet stays with him because, his curly hair could probably get kind of nasty in a helmet.
I guess it just matters what the radio systems are in each boat.
Yeah, I guess. Yeah, it's hard to say.
I think they wear white ones in this boat. I saw him with a white one.
Mm-hmm. But I know the helmet went with. I know the helmet went with this boat, and maybe it does with the WHM too. Of course, Britt drove WHM in Key West.
Yep.
While they didn't win, they ended up finishing on the podium, which I thought was a pretty awesome thing to do.
And it was good dedication to the sport that Billy showed.
Yep.
To still send the boat down there. It shows you how, and he still had the bagpipes.
Yep.
Because
WHM he sent the boat here. I mean,
yeah.
We talked the other day, and we were both like, well, do we think Billy's going to show up? And we wish Billy all the best. Hopefully you recover soon and get better. You can be back out here with us racing.
Want to give a shout out to another dog lover, my daughter McKenna, who's watching and listening with our new puppy.
Now, do you know she's watching and listening, or are you just assuming that she's watching and listening? Because she's like 18 years old. She's got a lot of other things to do besides sit here and listen to a boat race.
Well, she texted and said, what time's the live stream?
Oh, all right then. And if you pull it up on your phone, you can get a list of people that are watching on there right now.
Yeah, I'm not going to chase her down that much.
If they're going to go. So the checkered flag now coming out as Husky Chocolate comes around one more time. They're on the back leg of this course. We're going to wrap up this race here in Class 1.
Navigate their way cleanly through the dog leg and then around the north turn or the south turn.
We had some issues with this helicopter shot earlier, but the Case production team is really getting it worked out. And just a beautiful shot showing the crystal clear blue water. Kind of shows you the waves that are out here. This is just kind of a groundswell, nothing real too big. There's not even really a chop on top of it, so it has actually laid down. It's a lot.
Yeah.
It's definitely a lot flatter than what it was. The turns are still kind of iffy, but this place is kind of known for big surf. That's why it's a well-known surfing town. So I think you're always going to have somewhat of a swell here.
Going to make for a good Supercat race.
I think so. I definitely think so. Made for a good super stock race, that's for sure.
Yes.
All the racing today has been fantastic.
Yeah, it's a good
Pro stock started off great, but then it kind of just faded into, guys running around behind each other. So there they go into the dog leg. They'll turn left, run for a little while, and then turn back right for the last turn on this 7-mile course in Cocoa Beach, Florida. 2022 Thunder on Cocoa Beach, coming to you live from the state of Florida, presented by Keltec.
And here they come around.
Yep. Now they go into the turn. Britt will set it up one more time. It's amazing how changing the color of a boat makes it look so much different.
Yeah.
I was talking to Sean Connor yesterday about that CMR boat, and I said, Sean, your windshield looks so much different. And he said, well, I think it's because they shrunk the window size down a little bit because they wanted to, limit the impact area.
Yep.
And so the black skirt that goes around it is taller, and he thinks it's deceiving looking at it because it looks bigger than what it probably really is.
And here they come.
Yep.
For the home stretch.
Checkered flag wave. Looks like I see something waving out there on that beautiful 370 Sea Ray Sundancer. Husky Chocolate going to take the win.
In Class 1.
Yep, JBS is going to come in second. Lucas Oil out early with issues.
You do have to feel for 222 after the run they had.
No, it looked really good. But, you got to wonder, did you get all the gremlins worked out of it and what the deal is?
That's this sport.
But they'll get it figured out. They'll bring it back. I'm sure of it. And right about here is the start-finish boat. Nope, I was way off on that one.
No, they're just coming up to the start-finish buoy, and the boat's right behind it. So
it's deceiving on this course about how far that finish line is.
The checkered flag waves.
Yep. So there goes Husky. They are your winners in Super Cat. Boat number 16, JBS.
Class 1.
Class 1. Yep, Super Cat. Yep. It just gets to be a long day after a while.
But you know what? Good for these guys.
New huge shout out to Jeff and Mike. I mean,
yeah.
They've spent a lot of time working on it. I know they've been testing quite a bit in South Florida. They've really worked on it to get it to where it is. So we're excited to see what the engine package can do moving forward. And I know that this is being built as a pleasure boat engine and being marketed as such. So it'll be good to see whatever they can do.
And you won't find a guy who loves this sport more than Stancomb.
Mm-hmm.
It's just what he wants to do.
Yep. And he pulled double duty because he was in the boat with J.J. Turk earlier.
Yep.
In the Gulf and Gator entry, who had their own type of issues. As JBS will come across the start-finish line here in just a second. Take the checkered flag, and we will wrap up this race for Thunder on Cocoa Beach 2022, presented by Keltec. We will go to another classic Class 1 offshore race during the break, and then we will bring it back live one more time for Super Cat. I am Mike Uwaski for Eric Colby. We look forward to bringing you the fifth and final race right after this.
Keltec Sub 2000 thrives on reliable accuracy and versatility. But the best part? Welcome to the fold. Innovation, performance, Keltec.
And there we go. Race 1 is underway as the machines roar and scream through the starting chute. Go, Womax are out! Oh, they're airborne! There's contact! World Championship leaders and winners. This isn't the Caribbean or Miami, nor is it some Polynesian hideaway. This is the Middle East. Welcome to Dubai for the Emirates Dubai Duty Free Dubai Grand Prix. Round 4 of the 2012 UIM Class 1 World Powerboat Championship. Just a few decades ago, this was a sleepy little seaside town of fishermen and pearl divers. Then, oil happened. Today, Dubai is a skyscraper-studded metropolis boasting the tallest building on Earth, the Burj Khalifa. A city with no limits. It has man-made islands the size of cities. Even a 5-star hotel isn't enough for Dubai. So they built a 7-star one. Not 6, 7 stars. Dubai has a booming tourist industry, all kinds of entertainment, the best in shopping, and everything fun under the sun. Dubai is a perfect match for Class 1, the biggest, fastest, and most expensive boat race on the water. Now let's see what happened in the previous round at the Italian Grand Prix. Round 3 was on beautiful Lake Como in Cernobbio, Italy. Sheikh Hassan bin Jabir Al Thani and Steve Curtis in Spirit of Qatar 96 won E-Docks and started race 1 in pole position. Farouk Chiai crashed out at the start. At the restart, Victory took control early, followed by Team Abu Dhabi, then Qatar 96. Victory's perennial rival Qatar 96 gave hard chase until running into Team Abu Dhabi's wake when trying to overtake them. Disorientated, Qatar 96 did a 360 turn to get back on track, but it was too late. Victory teams Arif Al-Zafin and Muhammad Al-Mari took race 1. Runners-up, Team Abu Dhabi. Third place, Qatar 95. In race 2, Spirit of Qatar 95 made an amazing start, taking charge early. Matteo Nicolini and Ali Al-Nema maintained a solid lead over Fendi Racing, who were in second place, ahead of Victory in Qatar 96. But Fendi missed a buoy and had to do a penalty lap, and that moved Victory into second place, and Qatar 96 into third. Qatar 95's Nicolini and Al-Nema held on for a great win. Victory making do with runner-up, Qatar 96 on the podium in third. The world standings at the end of round 3, Victory with a handy 21-point lead over Rashid Al Tayer and Majid Al Mansouri in Team Abu Dhabi, and a 38-point lead over Qatar 96. So what is it that sets Class 1 apart? The boats weigh over 5 tons. It takes an army of people to handle them. Controlling them is so difficult, it takes 2 pilots working in unison. They're propelled by twin engines with enough horsepower to run 10 family cars. Rough seas? Not a problem for these giants. They just plow through them, flying along at speeds of over 200 kilometers an hour. There are 10 boats from 9 teams lining up for the Dubai Grand Prix, including 2 new teams. New Zealander Peter McGrath is back in Class 1 alongside rookie driver Darren Nicholson in Victory Team Australia. There's also a second Norwegian team, Subsea Pilot, with throttleman Bjørge Jacobsen teaming up with Class 1 newcomer Ingwe Bratland. The Dubai Grand Prix is run on a demanding circuit that combines an inshore section with flat waters and an offshore section with rougher seas outside the breakwater. A real challenge for pilots, the transition zone between the two, where waves and winds become highly unpredictable. E-Docks pole position, a race against time and the elements to see which is the fastest boat. The race start is divided into 3 groups, with the top 3 boats in the E-Docks pole position lining up for Gate 1, the next 3 in Gate 2, and the remaining boats in Gate 3. Conditions were rough, official practice having been cancelled the day before.
condition is quite rough, especially outside. There is about 1.5 meters, and it's increasing. We start from like 2-3 feet, going until 7-8 feet outside. It's not bad. We can do it.
Victory got out early, mastering the rough conditions to set a blistering fastest time of 3 minutes 14.64 seconds on their first lap. Powerboat P1 and Subsea Pilot were struggling and over 30 seconds off the pace. Polyform, with their shortened boat, got a respectable result of 3 minutes 35.63 seconds. Qatar 96 worked hard to find the right setup. They pushed for it, but fell short by just 2 seconds behind Victory. Team Abu Dhabi, Victory Team Australia, and Zabo Shiklar all guaranteed a place for themselves in the second gate. The battle for third and pole, the final spot in the first start gate, was between Qatar 95 and Fendi. Fendi kept pushing for pole till the last minute.
I think this is a good day for us because Victory Team finished this session. We are still outside and maybe we have a chance to overtake them, inshallah.
They did well in the waves with a time of 3 minutes 18.92 seconds, making it in the first 3 group of boats for the start, pushing out Qatar 95 into the second gate. So Victory wins pole, Qatar 96 second, then Fendi Racing. Team Abu Dhabi in with a chance at the world title, but will have to fight hard from 4th place. With the win today, Victory are 25 points clear of Team Abu Dhabi in the EDOX Championship standings, and that makes them EDOX champions for 2012. The crowds gathered for race 1. Big waves and strong winds were expected.
Well, it's rough out there. The wind seems to be going up, then going down. So I don't know if we made the right decision setup-wise. We had a little bit of a problem in pole, where we had a little crack on the boat, so we were a bit worried about that. You know, it's a long race out there now. We've got to, we're going to probably be out there for a good 3/4 of an hour, half an hour to 3/4 of an hour. We've just got to watch everything we do, watch what the other guys do, and run a good, safe race.
The race would be 11 laps, 1 start lap, 8 race laps, and 2 long laps. Spirit of Qatar 95 would miss out on race 1 due to an ongoing structural issue. Nerves are taut as drivers await the green flag. The race begins. What an awesome sight. 9 Class 1 boats pounding down that rough straight at up to 200 kilometers an hour, a breathtaking spectacle. Fendi Racing makes a flying start as it pulls ahead of Qatar 96 and just nudges in front of Victory. Fendi and Carpatella like the rough. Behind Fendi, a duel unfolds between the 2 sworn rivals, Victory and Qatar 96. Qatar 96 gets some big air out there. That should give you an idea of the conditions they're dealing with. Sure enough, Fendi Racing is first to the turn as they take command of the race. The boats enter the inshore part of the circuit. Victory is fast here. Can they gain on Fendi? Qatar 96 in third, just ahead of Team Abu Dhabi, which is holding off Victory Australia and Zabo Shiklar. With the start lap completed, Fendi is in control of this race as Victory and Qatar 96 try to gain on the Italians. Big battle unfolding at the back between Victory Australia and Zabo Shiklar as the Aussies move into 5th. Polyform hits a big wave and goes nose down, spinning out of control. Polyform are out, yet more problems for Capellini and Montevocchi. There it is on the replay. An unlucky end to Montevocchi's 100th Class 1 race. Powerboat P1 bringing up the rear, looking to complete a race. In third place, Sheikh Hassan and Steve Curtis trying to gain on Victory in second position as they pass through their spray and move into the inside at the top northwest corner of the circuit. Giovanni Carpitella and Luca Formili Fendi looking calm and focused in the cockpit as they lead this race ahead of Victory and Qatar 96. Going into lap 3, Victory, so tight on those turns, is starting to close the gap with Fendi, while Qatar 96 lags a few extra seconds behind Al Zafin and Al Mari. In the battle for 5th, Victory Australia challenged by Zabo Ishiklar as Zaborowski and Ishik dial it up a notch through these menacing waves. Victory has closed the gap with Fendi down to a few seconds as they give chase on the northwest top of the course, hot on the Italian's tail. Victory prepares to go full tilt to try and pass Fendi. The boats roll and tumble down that long, treacherous straightaway, averaging speeds of nearly 160 kilometers an hour. Victory is flying out there. Arif Al Zafin is going all out, chasing down the leaders. Victory moves up on Fendi's port side, and Victory has it. Victory overtakes Fendi and Carpitella to take the lead. That is a gutsy performance from Al Zafin, who throttles his way through those waves to outdo Fendi Racing, who may be down, but are certainly not out. The new leaders of Race 1, Victory, Fendi Racing in second, then Spirit of Qatar 96 in third. There's plenty of drama at the back of the field as a three-way battle rages between Victory Team Estrella and the two Norwegian outfits, Subsea Pilot and Zabo Ishiklar. Victory Estrella are giving it all they've got to keep up with the number 8 boat, while Zabo Ishiklar is sandwiched between the two, trailing in 7th position, trying to gain on their fellow Norwegians. Victory Estrella has moved ahead and nabbed 5th spot, leaving Jacobsen and Bratland in their wake. As Victory Team Estrella solidifies its 5th position, a duel ensues between the two Norwegian teams. Zabo Ishiklar moves into 6th, Subsea Pilot slowing down. They seem to have a problem. They're in trouble. Spirit of Qatar 96 takes its long laps early and back-to-back, and while that may set them back in the short term, they could have the advantage later on when Victory and Fendi Racing take theirs. Fendi Racing maintains 2nd position, but they have to keep a good distance between them and Qatar 96 because they have a long lap coming up, which will give Qatar 96 the opportunity to gain up on the Italians. Fendi Racing takes its long lap, and sure enough, Qatar 96 creeps up on them. As Sheikh Hassan and Steve Curtis go tight around the turn on the northwest end, they move into 2nd position, with Fendi just coming out of its long lap and rejoining the normal race circuit. Fendi and Carpitella now bump down to 3rd. It looks like Spirit of Qatar team's long lap strategy is paying off. Qatar 96 has the speed and the momentum, not to mention the experience, to hold off the Italians, and they look comfortable now in 2nd with their sights on their nemesis up ahead, Victory. Victory still has a long lap in hand that could make for a thrilling showdown with Qatar 96 as the laps wind down and Sheikh Hassan and Steve Curtis push to beat their rivals in their own backyard. Steve Curtis is really going hard on the throttle there as Spirit of Qatar 96 is gaining on Victory. It's not often you see Victory overtaken, but Qatar 96 is fast. They have a good top speed, and Sheikh Hassan is keeping that line steady in the choppiest, trickiest part of the course. They have it! Qatar 96 overtaking Victory on the outermost boundaries of the course. The new race leaders, Sheikh Hassan and Steve Curtis, and Spirit of Qatar 96. That is some dramatic racing, and for some reason, Victory veers off the course with a sharp left turn. But Qatar 96 has already opened a sizable gap with their rivals from Dubai. It's all Victory can do now to stay within striking distance of Qatar 96, but solutions are running out for them here, and the gap is already too wide. Time is running out. Can Victory shift a gear up as they've done in the past? The boats enter the final lap of the race, Victory giving it everything with just one lap in which to salvage a win here. A loss here would barely even put a dent in Victory's march toward the world title, but losing on home waters to their bitter rivals would be a blow to their ego. Fendi now almost guaranteed a podium finish, which is now beyond the reach of Team Abu Dhabi and Victory Australia. Sheikh Hassan and Steve Curtis heading toward the finish line with a comfortable lead, knowing that victory is too far back with too little time left. The winner of race 1 of the Dubai Grand Prix, Qatar 96. Celebration in the cockpit for Qatar 96 as Sheikh Hassan and Steve Curtis win their 3rd race together. Victory put in a great race, but have to settle for runner-up in home waters. 3rd place and another podium goes to Fendi Racing. Team Abu Dhabi 4th, then Victory Australia, Sabo Istiklal and Faro Akshai.
Fendi and Victory are going to go at it, so we decided to lay down and just wait and play the waiting game. And we did the 2 laps back to back, and we gained up on Fendi, so we got the number 2 position, and then we just sat there and had Victory just like sitting duck, and when it was the right moment, we just nailed him and got him.
Race 1 winners Sheikh Hassan and Steve Curtis carried the celebrations on to the podium. Next day, race 2. Crowds gathered in large numbers as the countdown began to the final race. In the morning, conditions had worsened with rough seas and high winds. The race commissioners considered shortening the circuit, opting for a storm course with a single file running start.
After the morning's practice session, the shortened course was also rougher than what it was yesterday. I guess, therefore, the organizers decided to make it even, shorter, as in a storm course.
If it was like it was this morning, we were fairly happy with our setup. We were set up for that. The boat ran good. We didn't push it hard. We were up there with Fendi and stuff time-wise, so we're happy with that. And we were going to run our race again. But now, if they've changed it, we don't know we don't know where the goalposts are.
Because I think the organizer, he's correct what he do, because the important thing is the safety, and what he do is 100% is good.
Minutes before the scheduled start of the race, a driver's briefing was held on the start pontoon. Commissioner Gordon Sutherland declared that the race would be run on the shortened storm course, but some of the teams were not happy.
This morning you said 2:30 all boats needs to be on the water. All the boats, or most of the boats, were on the water within the time frame that you have put in.
Yeah.
Only one boat who got the advantage of the inner information before was distributed and had the chance to change the gear ratios to set up for the shorter race course. Now we have 2 options. Option 1, you call it off, we start tomorrow, clean sheet of paper, nothing had happened today, or we're pulling out.
Like this, we cannot race.
This is ridiculous.
It's half miles.
Ridiculous. 3 miles is the race course.
It's half miles outside, half and a half, 1 mile and 2 miles here.
The commissioner then made an allowance for teams to change their setups for the altered course. The only team that did so was Victory Team Australia.
The new decision now was to allow to change the prop and gear ratio, but honestly, I think most of us that don't ever raise your props for make a jet ski course. So we are shorter we can, and it's not enough, of course, for this half miles out, half miles back, and 2 miles inside. So
in the end, Spirit of Qatar team stuck to its guns and boycotted the race, pulling out its 2 boats, 95 and 96, as did Fendi Racing.
We're pulling off and let them enjoy the championship. That's it.
That reduced the number of boats in race 2 to just 6, with Subsea Pilot unable to start after damaging their boat in the morning session. The lineup would now see Victory in pole, Team Abu Dhabi starting second, then Victory Team Australia, followed by Sabo Istiklal, Faro Akshai, and Polyform. The course would be a shortened 3-mile storm course, and the boats would start single file. Green flag, race 2 is underway. Al-Zafin and Al-Mari were in the lead from the get-go, speeding off immediately after. Behind them was a 3-way battle between Victory Team Australia, Team Abu Dhabi, and Sabo Istiklal. From the onboard of Team Abu Dhabi, we can see just how rough these conditions are. The drivers take a real battering with waves like these. In the back, Polyform trying to move up and overtake Faro Akciai. Victory reached the top end of the shortened course in the lead. They're followed by Team Abu Dhabi, who have left Victory Team Australia and Zabo Ishiklar behind to move into second behind their fellow Emiratis. Following yesterday's runner-up finish, Almari and Al Zafin are 27 points up on Team Abu Dhabi in the world standings. Zabo Ishiklar takes the inside lane to push ahead of Victory Australia. Polyform move ahead of Faro. In a battle for third place, Victory Team Australia moves up on the outside of Zabo Ishiklar on the long straightaway leading to the inshore part of the circuit. Christian Zaborowski and Udashuk look on as the Australian team comes up beside them on their port side. Good start to the race from Peter McGrath and Darren Nicholson in just their second race together. The boats bounce and tumble their way into the inshore part of the circuit. Drivers desperately trying to keep those steering wheels steady and those big boats straight in these rough conditions. Victory Team Australia nudges ahead of Zabo Ishiklar on the straightaway, moving into third. Can they hold on? Back in fifth place, Capellini and Montavoci hoping to change their bad fortune of late and at least see this race through to the end without mechanical failure. Montavoci is racing in his 101st Class 1 race today. What an achievement from the veteran Class 1 throttle man. Victory Team Australia holds on to its lead over Zabo Ishiklar, extending it further. Moving into lap 2, Al Zafin and Almari in first, Team Abu Dhabi in second, followed by Victory Australia, Zabo Ishiklar, Polyform, and Faro Akciai. It's not just the World Championship title Victory Team are seeking here, it's also the Middle East Championship. Qatar 96 are 5 points up on Victory following their win in race 1, but Victory almost guaranteed to move back on top after today's race with this reduced field of boats. Polyform has slowed down with mechanical trouble, and they are out. It's yet another disappointing end for Capellini and Montavoci. The sea swells roll and the winds blow out there, still making this very rough going, despite the fact that it's a shortened course. Al Zafin and Almari have 6 World Championships between them and 10 Dubai Grand Prix. They know this circuit inside out. Going into lap 5, positions remain the same. Victory leading, then Team Abu Dhabi, Victory Australia, Zabo Ishiklar, and Faro Akciai. Luca Nicolini and Jean-Maria Gabbiani on course to finish a race and get some valuable points. Positions stayed the same for the remainder of the race with Victory in command. Team Abu Dhabi have cut Victory's lead down somewhat in second, then Victory Australia third. Victory just riding this race out now, knowing that Team Abu Dhabi is beyond striking distance. Winners of race 2, Victories Arif Al Zafin and Mohamed Almari. Another win for this immaculate duo, their 4th win of the year. Team Abu Dhabi runners-up for the 4th time this year. Victory Australia with a podium in just their 2nd race.
I'm happy today because I do a very good race and very compete, and this condition is very fun.
A little disappointing that the other guys weren't racing, so I don't take it too excitedly. You know, it's all going good and we're getting a little better, so it's all time on the board.
Spirit of Qatar 96 was disqualified in a late ruling and lost all points from the Dubai weekend after failing to submit one of their engines for a technical inspection. Victory is on top with 137 points in the World Championship standings, 32 points ahead of Team Abu Dhabi.
Still, I feel sorry for Qatar team and Fendi didn't enjoy the race. If they have anything, they must after the race, do something, protest or other. But actually, we did a good race and we are still leading the champion.
So with 40 points up for grabs in Abu Dhabi, see you there for the final round of the 2012 UIM Class 1 World Powerboat Championship. And there we go, race 1 is underway as the machines roar and scream through the starting chute. Oh, Womax are out! Oh, they're airborne! There's contact! World Championship leaders and winners! Welcome to Ibiza for the UIM World Championship Powerboat season and the Mediterranean Grand Prix. Few places in the world are more suited to the glamour and high adrenaline hedonism of powerboat racing than this party island 50 miles off the coast of Spain. This gem of the Mediterranean has been a famous tourist destination for nearly 50 years. As well as being a family holiday hotspot, the island is steeped in history. UNESCO World Heritage Sites, ancient monuments, and churches punctuate the mountainous and lush green countryside. But let's face it, most people come to Ibiza for a completely different kind of sightseeing. These days, it's more famous for its nightlife and partying. Every year, thousands of tranced-out clubbers pour themselves through the doors of famous nightclubs to hear world-renowned DJs spin the decks 24 hours a day. This is a resort where the action never stops, so there is no better location to experience the thunderous roar of 4 to 5 ton powerboats rocketing across the surface of the sea at over 200 kilometers per hour. These twin-engine monsters produce over 1,700 horsepower, leaving 60-meter-long rooster tails behind them. And this year, there's going to be even more incredible action, as a Class 1 spectacle will be joined by the bullet-shaped V1 class boats. This is raw power right on the edge. There are 6 teams joining the Class 1 fray for the 2014 Mediterranean Grand Prix. If there's one man that everyone wants to beat, it's last year's Class 1 champion in Victory 3, Arif Al-Zafin. This year he returns as driver of the number 3 craft to defend his team's dominance of last season. He'll be joined by new throttle man Nadir bin Hendi, who returns after a 2-year absence. They'll be a tough team to beat. But as we saw last year in Turkey, even the best teams can make mistakes. Returning again this year and hoping to take the race to Victory 3 is number 91 Relecto Zabo Işıklar, with Uğur Işık at the wheel and Christian Zaborowski on throttle. Last season saw them wind up the championship in 2nd place overall, just 1 point ahead of Fendi Racing 10 of Luca Formili Fendi and Giovanni Carpitella. They're also back this year and are aiming at nothing less than domination. In the 2nd Fendi outfit, Fendi 8 Polymersan, Tarık Öktem comes in to drive beside English throttleman Miles Jennings, and hoping for several repeats of the surprise win in Terracina last year. Team Abu Dhabi is back with a brand new boat and driver Faleh Al-Mansouri and throttleman Rashid Al-Tayer will be hoping to make waves at the head of the field. After missing last year's championship, driver Guido Capellini is back at the helm of 74 New Star Polyform and is joined in the cockpit by rookie Russian throttleman Mikhail Kitashev. And with the Italian behind the wheel, they could be a team to be reckoned with. Adding to the spectacle this year and racing alongside the Class 1 catamarans in their own championship are the V-Class boats.
In the very earlier days, these would have been the original Class 1 boats before the catamarans actually came onto the scene. So it's nice they've brought them back together again. In essence, the difference is a monohull is the V1 boat, hence the V for the V hull. The catamaran has two hulls and traps air underneath it, so it becomes very light as it's travelling. It has a much higher top speed and more acceleration. So the hydrodynamics are similar, but they have more of an aerodynamic based design because they're flying whereas we're trying to stay in the water. For us to do what they do is not a good thing.
This race weekend sees 7 V1 boats going head-to-head. The first-time lineup sees 2 boat-building company owners racing their own creations. Number 4, Team Bernico New Star is piloted by the owner of the company, Nico Bertels, and experienced Class 1 throttleman Frank Hemelair, while number 55, Chaudron, is crewed by Aaron Chiantar, whose family owns Chaudron Boats, and he'll have Dominique Martini by his side as throttleman. Elsewhere, one potential dark horse that could surprise the other teams is the experienced all-British pairing of Ian Blacker and Drew Langdon in number 47, Silverline Bullet Offshore Racing. Spectators got a close-up glimpse of these incredible machines as they went on the traditional boat parade through the town. And so the pole position, where teams try to set the fastest lap time to give them the best possible race start position, with the fastest boats getting the all-shot advantage into the first turn. The conditions for the 2-hour pole position qualifying session were a little choppy. Several boats had suffered gearbox issues in the practice sessions because of the extra stresses involved in cutting through the rough surf. First out was the 2013 World Championship boat, Victory 3. The UAE team of Al Zafin and Bin Hendi immediately laying down the gauntlet with a 2-minute 46.45 second lap. Then just seconds later, Luca Fendi and Giovanni Carpatella amazingly crossed the line with exactly the same time. Fendi 10 obviously very comfortable in these unpredictable conditions.
Also this time, Victory do our time, same on the milli. So they do first of us, and so they are in pole at the moment and we are second at the same time.
Meanwhile, New Star Polyform set their best time on lap 3 to put them just 2 seconds behind the leaders. But their hopes of improving were dashed with a mysterious oil leak, which put them out of the rest of the session. Fortunately for them, the next quickest boat was Relecta Zabo Shiklar, but they stayed ahead of Polyform Polymersan with Öktem and Jennings, and Team Abu Dhabi, who just crept under the 3-minute mark on their final flying lap. With Victory unable to better their initial time, they still kick off the season with another pole position as they set their fastest lap time before Fendi 10 managed to equal it. In the V1 class, it was the 2 Italian crews who dominated the top of the pole position table, with number 81, Carol Pugh, sneaking through their fastest lap of 3 minutes, 2.53 seconds, just 1/10 of a second ahead of number 60, Tommy 1.
Now I stay in first position in the pole, and I hope and wait another boat for testing and the sea and the check another time.
Welcome back to the 2022 Thunder on Cocoa Beach, presented by Keltec. 5th and final race coming up. Mike Iwaski, Eric Colby joining me in the Case Production broadcast booth here on Cocoa Beach. Beautiful day for racing, and we are milling. The Super Cats have come out to play. They're leaving their mill now, actually, and lining up for the start. Eric, this one is going to be an exciting one. Let's do a quick roll call. Boat number 54, Graydale, Chris Grant, and Billy Moore.
Pro Floors Racing from New Zealand, Wayne Vlader and Grant Bruggeman.
Boat number 5, WHM Motorsports, Britt Lilly pulling triple duty, and Jay Muller.
MCon with Myra Coyle and Tyler Miller out of Lake of the Ozarks.
SV Offshore, Simon Prevost and Vinny Diorio.
Team 10, Marty Searsma and Mark Kowalski.
And Dramatized Offshore Racing, Tina Rogers and Will Rogers. Also got the 450 class out here. Boat number 7, MTI, Taylor Sism and Johnny Tomlinson.
And Clovar Motorsports in their first race, Randy Keys and Billy Allen.
Billy Allen getting his first taste of double duty here in Cocoa Beach. He ran the Super Stock race in Allen Lawn Care Landscaping just a few races ago and jumped back in. As we look at that Super Cat lineup, look at that beautiful sight there. Pro Floors, WHM, MCon, SV, Team 10, the blue boat all the way to the outside, and there's Dramatized going to start back. And looks like we have a green flag, and we are going racing one more time here in Cocoa Beach for the 2022 Thunder on Cocoa Beach, presented by Caltech. Supercat has taken the green flag. Graydale had the pole there on the inside. Then you have Pro Floors, big hop there by WHM in the middle. Another big hop by MCon. SV Offshore and Team 10 just to the outside of this group. Going to be fun going into this first turn. Graydale, Chris Grant, Billy Moore, brand new boat to them. This is the former Steel boat, former AMH, former MCon boat.
And they all have to hold their lines, too.
Yep, they're going to have to hold their lines through the corners. MCon, a brand new boat to this team. Pro Floors making its return to the United States after 2 years of missing racing here. Of course, Grant does live over here, but Wayne is from New Zealand.
And MCon is out to an early lead.
Just behind this group is the 450 class, so Clover and MTI getting their starts as we watch Supercat come down. Now, the only real difference in this class is SV Offshore is powered by 850s. There's the MTI race. That is MTI on the inside to the left of your screen. To the right is Clovar.
Yep. And
as now you see MCon, WHM. There's Team 10 there. There's WHM, Pro Floors, and Graydale is just to the left of our screen, just out of our screenshot. There we go. Look at that acceleration, though. You're right. MCon is out to the early lead. Team 10 now in second. The battle for third between Graydale and NZ Pro Floors, NZ11, WHM just behind this group. So 4 boats all tightened up.
Make it 5.
Let's see where SV Offshore is. They're the ones that are kind of back a little bit. And, of course, Dependable, the rookies, did have to start behind the entire group. So let's see if they can make up some ground heading into this first turn. Got to maintain their lane, so Graydale's going to have the inside. Pro Floors is going to be in second. MCon's going to be in the third lane. Team 10 is going to be way, way to the outside.
And we'll see how they, what their attitude
looks like. Pro Floors took a big hop there. They way off the pace. Big hop by the two leading boats. Look at Graydale now taking the lead. I kind of thought that Chris and Billy might be able to get this boat figured out. MCon, the brand new boat to them, still working on getting their setup 110% where they want it. Myrick Coyle, Tyler Miller have done a great job. I'm going to give a shout out to Lindsay Miller, Tyler's wife. Happy belated birthday. Her birthday was this past Friday, which kicked off the festivities here in Cocoa Beach, Florida. So now Graydale has opened up a pretty big lead over a rooster tail length as they start to get on the straightaway. And that boat is flying flat and level. Now this team ran an MTI. It was actually the oldest boat in the fleet, and they bought this boat this year from Tyler Miller. Now the oldest boat in the fleet is Pro Floors, but it has been updated and changed so much, and Grant has done a great job with that boat. And you can kind of look at the lead there, though. That's multiple rooster tail lengths now between MCon and Graydale. Pro Floors was in third. I'm not quite sure what happened to them. It looked like they took a pretty big hop going into that corner and dropped out of our view as Graydale is going to come down. Supercat is running 7 laps, and 450 stock is running 6 laps here in Cocoa Beach. Nice little hop there. Very good attitude out of this boat, I would say. No real flights. There's Pro Floors. Now they've kind of seemed to close in. So it's Graydale, MCon, and Pro Floors, your top 3 in Supercat.
They're taking hops, but they're not crazy hops. They're staying
level.
level.
It's definitely flattened out a little bit compared to what we were seeing this morning.
They're doing what an offshore boat does.
Yep,
basically.
exactly.
And Billy's keeping, as we talked in the earlier, advancing forward by not having it get out of hand and sticking the nose up. But, but it's early, too.
What I saw in Graydale last year in the MTIs, they were getting faster and faster and faster.
Yep.
As the races went on, they were gelling together as a team, and they were taking one of the oldest boats in the fleet and making it quick. And when I saw they had bought this particular skater hull, like I said, this was J.R. Noble's second boat that he had built. And I was really excited to see them get this boat because this is a very well put together boat. It was rigged by Grant and Grant Signature Racing down in Bradenton, Florida.
Right.
And I know it's very, very well put together. It's a very fast boat. I think Tyler Miller said kind of missed it a little bit, but I'm not 100% sure. MCon in second. Pretty good hop there by MCon. Of course, you can't tell any of the MCon boats really apart because they all look the same because they're all white with their red canopies.
Yep.
Myra Cool driving, Tyler Miller on the throttles. MCon, an underground utility company. It's based out of Kansas City. So there's Great L.
And we get our first look at the northern turn, or southern turn,
This
rather.
is the southern turn. A couple little hops coming out of there, but nothing too bad.
Coming through pretty clean.
So there's Pro Floors. Now, I looked out the window just as we went into this corner, and it looked like WHM was making up a good bit of ground on Pro Floors, but now it doesn't look like it to me. And that looks like Team 10 behind WHM. So right now it's Great L in the lead. MCon in second. Pro Floors in third. Now, this is a very sensitive class to set up. This is probably the most sensitive setup boats out there as far as coming to them or falling away from them as they burn off the weight.
Right.
They're going to get a little bit lighter. They don't have the ballast tanks. Once they put the weight where they think it needs to be, it's going to stay there. But Great L is doing a great job out to the early lead in Supercat.
And this is a look at the hop they
nice
took in
little
the turn.
Yep, nice little hop there. Took a little bit of a sneeze over the bow, but nothing too bad. Sneezes when a cat stuffs the back a little bit and pushes water back out of the front of the boat and comes up over the canopy. It's a lot less fun in a pleasure boat than it is in a race boat, I can tell you. But Great L continues to lead. MCon in second. And imagine the confidence booster for Chris Grant and Bobby Moore to go out, first race of the season in the Atlantic Ocean, and get the lead quickly and establish a lead quickly and maintain it. This is just going to do great things. Of course, Billy Moore is one of the best throttle men in the business, without a doubt. His father, Bobby Moore, founded the throttle man position, world-famous boat rigger. All around, just great family to know. Billy's one of the nicest guys out there.
Yep. And it would be a nice tribute to Bobby.
It would be.
For him to get this win.
100%, too. There is Clovar F22, the 450 stock boat. This is actually Taylor Sism's original boat. She sold it to them and then built herself a new boat. As we go back to a beautiful shot of Great L. I love the wrap on the boat, the color scheme, everything about it. Of course, Chris Grant, from Canada.
Yep.
So glad he's able to come back over and race with us after taking a little bit of time off due to the pandemic.
More international flavor.
Yep, and they have a huge lead. Now let's see if we can pan out a little bit and kind of find out where the rest of the group is.
Yeah, you almost don't want to say too much about the lead after what happened with 222 in the previous race.
Well, this is true. There is MCon, and MCon is just, they're not losing ground, but well, they might be losing a little bit, but they're not making any of it up either as they head in. There is Pro Floors, and I think Pro Floors may be catching on MCon.
Yep.
So I think they may have to make they're going to have to kind of maybe go on the defensive move here.
Now let's see what Jay and,
And they're Jay and Britt. So they are currently running in fourth place. They've got to deal with Team 10. Team 10 going to duck up to the inside of WHM. Are they going to make a pass for that fourth place spot? It looks like they're going to try. Marty and Mark. Nope, they didn't do it. WHM was able to hold more speed. Going to come a little close together there, but not too bad.
That boat looks like a GT44.
Yep, that was built actually for the RU Faster team, or Roughster, as you call it. They get washed down a bit there. That's not a good thing to have happen to these Supercat motors. You do not want these to ingest any sort of water,
right?
Because it's just going to make them mad. Great L continues to lead. MCon in second.
It looks like it's still coming to him well, though. It's not.
It actually looks a little bit better this time going up this way than it did last. But
they
say
look
that.
Comfortable.
There's your big hop there. But they put a lot of time testing in this boat down in Florida. We knew they didn't have to do much rigging work to the boat. They changed a couple of small things, but really didn't put a big investment of time into it.
Yeah,
kind of left it the way that it was. But MCon, Myrick and Tyler really did a lot of research on this boat, and they're trying to take the notes from their old boat, the Great L boat, now to the new MCon boat. And I mean, it works to a point, but you've just got to take time and get it figured out. And of course, MCon, one of the bigger teams now in the sport and in Supercat.
And it tells you how the sport has evolved and now the importance of the driver.
Yep.
Because you would all automatically say, oh, Myrick must be throttling.
Yep.
But
no,
now,
Myrick
now
switched.
you put a really good driver.
So the story behind that was Myrick used to throttle, and he throttled Performance Boat Center, the fast diesel fast
The
diesel
super
fuel
stock
system
boat.
super stock boat. And him and Rusty and Mark Waddington and Brett Marin, they went and said, well, let's switch it up. Myrick felt he was a better driver. Well, we got a race here, though. Look at this. This is Team 10. They are catching WHM, and look at the speed they've got. What a fantastic race. And that Clovar is starting to slow. Well, it doesn't look like they're slowing a bit. This is the other boat in the 450 stock class. Looks like Taylor Sism continues to lead in that group. Here is Graydell, goes into the corner. They have the lead, well-established lead. Running 7 laps here. So this should complete lap number 2, I believe, if I am counting correctly. A little bit better attitude through the corner that time. Didn't find the hold nearly as much. And there is MCON, 2 skater hulls. In fact, all skaters in this race except for
Pro Floors.
Deception and Dramatized and Pro Floors. We haven't seen Dramatized come back by, but this is a first race for that rookie team. They're from a drag boat racing history, so a little bit more to get figured out here in the offshore racing world as they're used to running on completely flat surfaces. And I can tell you, it is anything but flat here in Cocoa Beach.
And the other drag boat convert from years ago was the late Bob Morgan. He switched over before he ran the very popular 4-engine Big Thunder Marine.
This is the race here now for 4th place, though. Team 10 has gotten around WHM. WHM dove back to the inside, trying to make a move. Now, when you run, there's SV Offshore. They look extremely slow in the back. I know they're a little bit heavier than the other boats, but they should be able to run up there with them, so not sure if something's going on there. There's a good shot of everything that's happened in the Super Cat race.
Side by side.
Now, these boats don't have a whole tremendous amount of acceleration because they're naturally aspirated, 750 horsepower carbureted motors. So actually what they do when they go through the corners, they actually trim the drives up and they get the RPMs where they want them. And then once they feel the boat kind of start to lose it a little bit, they'll start trimming them back down, let it bite, and keep on going. And that's how they avoid losing a whole bunch of time in the corners. Jay Muller, of course, has a tremendous amount of experience in this particular boat. He's been Jay Muller, Billy Moss throttleman for a number of years, won a number of world championships and titles with Billy. Of course, we wish Billy Moff well. We hope you're doing good, bud, and we hope to see you back on the race course soon. And our shout out to you.
And Jay is also putting together his old 40 Motion.
Yep.
To get back in with his sons.
So he's going to take that to, I think, a race up in the Northeast and run it with both of his sons, and then start coming down and getting them in some of the bigger races. Graydell, boat number 54, continues to lead in Super Cat. MCON in 2nd. Pro Floors in 3rd. Battle for 4th was between Team 10 and WHM. Team 10 took it away temporarily from the WH entry, but WHM was trying to make a move back up the inside, so let's see how this goes.
Should give a nod to Double R Motorsports, who did the re-rig up in Canada on the Graydell boat. I'm sure Billy was very involved with that as well.
Yep. Of course, Billy has a bunch of his own projects going on right now. He is consulting with Checkmate Powerboats and a lot of different things happening there. There is MCON, Myrick, pulling double duty today as well as he drove the Performance Boat Center fast diesel fuel systems earlier in the day in Superstock. So he had kind of an idea of what the course was going to be like, but it's a brand new boat. Everything is different. And actually, Tyler was explaining one of the biggest differences of the boat is if you look at this boat, the bow drops just at about the US 1, so the deck of the boat is actually flatter going to the front.
Yep.
So it makes not visibility, but it's just kind of changed how the air is coming through the tunnel. And if you look at Graydell, and you can almost see it in this shot, it's actually it's dropping past behind the 54. It starts sloping down more.
Yep.
So it's not allowing as big of a gap of air to go in there. There's the only outer limits in the fleet. I said it was an MTI and skater race, but there's the outer limits of SV Offshore.
And they look like they're moving a little better.
Yeah, they're getting better. They're the only team to run the Mercury 850 engine program, 860 rather. Of course, they had the unfortunate luck last year of flipping the boat over, and then it ended up on the beach. The boat had to be re-rigged and obviously completely torn apart and put back together and made its final return. Simon Prevost and Vinny Diorio.
And they were very complimentary of the support they got from Mercury Racing.
Yep. Thunder on Cocoa Beach Race would like to thank Keltec for all their support. Keltec designs firearms right here in Brevard County, Florida that are innovative in design and exciting to use. Look for them at your local firearms dealer. Thank you to C-Ray boats. We're bringing out that beautiful 370 Sea Ray Sundancer, the official start-finish boat of Thunder on Cocoa Beach, powered by twin Mercury V12, 600 horsepower, 7.6-liter outboard engines made locally right here in Merritt Island, Florida. Boat is almost 40 feet long, 12 feet wide, weighs 21,000 pounds, tops out around 60 miles per hour, and is released in conjunction with the 45th anniversary of the Sea Ray Sundancer. And you can sleep 3 of your best friends on that boat. Go to SeaRayBoats.com for more information.
One of the boats designed at the
SeaRay.com, not Sea Ray Boats. SeaRay.com. I apologize.
Designed at the Brunswick Technology Center here in Merritt Island.
And this is what you're seeing. I mean, if you look at Formula, for example, their whole SS line basically, not whole SS, their kind of PC line has been combined with their SS line, and now they're starting to put outboards all in the back of those. And actually the V12 was developed in conjunction with Formula on the back of the 54, I think it is? 50.
Yeah, they have a 5000 SS, and then I think Pursuit was the other one. They did a big boat and worked very closely with them.
Great Elk continues to lead. Let's see if we get, there's MCON right there, so not much has changed between the top 1 and 2 boats.
And I'm sure they've got people telling them where MCON is.
And there's MCON right there. Although they're not too far behind, they're still within striking distance, 7 laps. We're probably just getting to about the halfway point. I don't know how I can pay more attention to laps in boats with more races with more boats than I can with a race with 3, whatever, with one class. Whoa! That was a big hop there by Pro Floors. Just sorry, looked up at the other screen there. I'm kind of watching different screens to see what's going on
you think this is
the whole way around.
You don't think this is a Tyler strategy to hold back?
Oh, no.
Not this much
Not
anyway.
this much, no, because, you don't have, there's not a whole lot of extra power. These boats are very evenly matched, and he needed to be up there to be able to show his nose to them and be able to put something in there. Pro Floor still in third. The race for fourth continuing there between Team 10 and WHM. There they are. At Team 10 is a 4-seater skater back to WHM, which is the 2-seater version. Of course, Billy Moff used to own the old MCON boat, the first MCON boat they ever raced. It used to be Billy Moff's boat. Then Billy built the new boat, which is the one you see here. MCON bought his old boat, raced it for a year. Then they bought the...
it's amazing how much smaller these look compared to that one because that was so tall-sided.
Well, yeah, and Billy likes his boats to run bow high. It's kind of how he likes to set up. And if you ever watch his old boat, it ran bow high, and that's just how he likes to run it. So Britt filled in for Billy in Key West and was successful in his days there.
Yep.
They fought some mechanical issues yesterday, as you and I both watched down on the dock. They had some fuel pump issues or hose issues.
Lines and hoses and fittings. And
this is what Pro Floors did up. It was a little bit after. It was just before that.
Yeah.
Pro Floors took a weird hop and kind of squared on the corner. I can't tell, but that looks like a bit of damage there on the port side of NZ11 Pro Floors, but I couldn't really tell. It just looked like something happened there, but hard to say.
That could have been that hard hop early in the race that you caught.
Yep. Just got a shot there of the number 7 MTI entry in the 450 stock class. They are currently leading over Clovar, but I have not seen the Clovar boat go by lately. We'll have to look out the window to see what we can see. Gradell is in the lead. MCON in second. Pro Floors in third. WHM and Team 10 battling for fourth. Well, there's Dramatized. They're in the upper end of the corner. So they are continuing to make their way around the course as MCON goes by them and puts ready to put a lap down. Here's the battle, though, for fourth place. Team 10 on the outside, WHM on the inside. Britt and Jay seem to really like this part of the course. They seem to lose it on the downward leg, but on the upward leg, they make up a lot of ground. They have enough room that if they drive it just a little bit harder into the corner, they may be able to get their nose in there and get overtake, but it's going to be hard to say. And Team 10 can pinch down on them, which it looks like they're trying to do. Yep, you start to see a little bit of spray come off of that sponge in there. Jay and Britt are hanging it right on the edge of their wake, trying to sneak in there. Let's see if they're able to do it. I don't think they're going to have enough room now.
I was going to say Mark's probably telling him,
Now, if Britt can turn it hard right here, he can tuck it down to the inside, see if they can get some acceleration, but it doesn't look like it's going to happen. Plus, this turn is really rough. You can see they get a lot of air as they go midway through those buoys, so that's going to tend to slow them down just a little bit. Team 10 continues to run in fourth, WHM in fifth. As we'll pan back out, look at the difference that turn made between these two boats. WHM was right there within striking distance. They go through that turn, they lose a little bit of ground, so there's something about that corner. And this straightaway, I don't think Billy and Jay like as much as they probably could. But good showing for Team 10. This team has been out only a few times over the past couple of years starting to race, but Mark Kowalski got in the program to run a little bit better. They switched up their engine package, I believe, and it seems to be working for them. This is a great run for this boat and for this team. We hope their confidence can build from this. Of course, it does have that bigger cockpit on it, and you can tell a noticeable difference between all the other skaters out here is that cockpit, but that was actually designed as a 4-seater boat, so there's 2 more seats back there in that Team 10 entry.
Great attitude.
Yep, looks very good. Of course, Mark Kowalski has a tremendous amount of experience. He ran with J.R. Noble for a while in steel.
Yep.
He ran with Tony Marcantonio and J.D. Byrider some years ago, so Mark Kowalski definitely has a lot of experience. And he's had a lot of pleasure skaters as well, so he's very familiar with the cats and the skaters.
And he's starting to stretch out his advantage now.
Yeah, just a little bit, but this is where I think Britt and Jay make up their time, is in this bottom corner, this 3-pin corner. So there's 2 different turns here.
Yep. And now
one
we're
is a
back to the
3-pin
lead.
and one is a 2-pin. So right now, Graydell's entering the 3-pin. You saw the 1 buoy there, and then you'll see the 3rd one coming up here momentarily. There's the 3rd
1,
pin,
2,
or the 2nd
3.
pin, and then there's the 3rd pin as they get ready to exit. A little bit more conservative through that turn that time. A couple nice little hops there. Boat looks good coming down. But see here, look at this. WHM, from our vantage point, looks like they catch up to Team 10 as they get down into the dogleg. So it's interesting to see kind of what happens here. They just didn't catch him. I mean, they're getting on him hard now.
Maybe.
Now, Team 10's going to have the inside of the dogleg, but Jay and Britt rather are going to worry about the bigger turn. They're going to have the inside of that. You can see they start to come back together. Nice hop there by Team 10. Team 10 on the inside of the dogleg, WHM on the outside. And, well, there goes Team 10. Big hop there by WHM. Another big hop there by WHM. Look how much ground they lost just in those 2 hops to Team 10, where they were within striking distance before.
Yep.
They lost that time. Now they've jumped back to the outside. Team 10 went to the pin.
Perfect example of losing time in the air.
Yep, so Team 10 is going to go to the inside, WHM on the outside. Now, I think Britt and Jay were kind of squaring this back half of this corner up and maybe trying to tuck back to the inside. Let's see if they do that again. It doesn't look like it. I think they're going to stay to the outside this time.
See if they can try to carry the speed coming out of it. Oh,
whoa, whoa. What, I'm not sure what happened there. Team 10 kind of, maybe they saw a nice-looking woman on the beach. Not 100% sure, but they were definitely going in that direction.
Lost their
Luckily,
bearing for a minute.
they corrected very quickly. That has given 4th place back over to WHM for the time being. But let's see if Team 10 can now make up the ground that came from whatever that incident was. Maybe he thought that there was another buoy. Maybe it took a weird hop. Very hard to say. I doubt it was anything mechanical. I think it was just maybe just a little bit of a lapse on the driver there, but didn't lose too much ground to him. And the way these boats have been racing, they should be able to close this gap up. And I would predict with a northern turn here up by the pier, this gap will be smaller than what it is right now. WHM in 4th, Team 10 in 5th. Graydell continues to lead. MCon in 2nd, Pro Floors in 3rd. You're watching the 2022 Thunder on Cocoa Beach, presented by Caltech.
Now, do you know if this is Marty's first race in this boat?
That I do not know, because I was unclear who raced in it before.
Right.
Yep, there you go. Now look at this. Now look at Team 10 on the outside. They are carrying it. They have a lot of speed. I think they have a little bit taller of a setup, meaning they're getting more top speed out of that boat. They may not be accelerating as good as they want, but I think they have more top end than Britt and Jay do for sure, because, I mean, they just flat out passed a very fast boat on the straightaway. Now, WHM is going to be real close going into the corner, less than a rooster tail length behind. They are within distance now to drive a little bit harder into the corner, square it up and see if they can get out of it and maybe take this fourth place position back from Team 10. But what a battle here in the final race of the day in Cocoa Beach, Florida. Go to P1offshore.com. Keep up with your favorite teams. Follow the schedule. We're coming to a town near you. Go to Facebook.com/P1offshore for all the latest offshore racing news.
So the fans who stuck around for the last race are getting
they're getting a good show, because I think WHM just got 4th place back.
Yep.
They're going to go into the corner and have the inside. Let's see how this works out for them. Yep, they were. They got 4th place back. Now they're going to have the inside of the corner. Let's see if they run a little defense here. Are they going to push Team 10 wide? Oh, yeah. Oh, yeah, they went out way wide there. Look, Team 10's going to try and go back to the inside. He looked in there.
He thought about it.
You know, I was wrong. That's a big hop there by WHM, also by Team 10. I think that is a 3-pin turn there. I might have been mistaken. Yep, it is. There's the 3rd pin right there.
And
so, WHM now establishes himself in 4th place. Both boats took a pretty equal hop there through the corner, so nobody really lost or gained any speed or momentum.
And now this is where we had seen WHM.
Yeah, this is what Team 10 didn't want to have happen, because I think WHM has been faster through this entire section of the course, and it's amazing. You know, that's the difference in offshore powerboat racing. You know, when you're racing NASCAR or drag race, you're racing on a smooth surface, the bumps are in the exact same spots. But here, they are definitely not in the exact same spots. They're all over the place and ever changing as we watch WHM and Team 10. Now, Team 10 about 2 rooster tail lengths behind WHM. And they're going to have some ground to make up if they want to be back within striking distance.
And that turn they just made, that could have been Billy.
What do you mean?
Driving defensively,
oh, yeah.
moving the other guy out.
Yep.
I mean, he's very good at that.
Yep. I do. You remember when Billy took a buoy out here some years ago? He used to drive pretty tight to the pin and hit a buoy. And there goes the number 7 MTI, Taylor Sism and Johnny Tomlinson running that boat. And Clovar is the other 450 stock boat. We know there's more. There's actually a Doug Wright here in the pits that'll be a 450 stock boat shortly. And I think there's another one being built at MTI. So it'll be good to see that class grow. Now, this WHM kind of looks like them by themselves, because I can't see any whitewater from the top 3 boats at this point.
Yep. But Team 10's not that, they're not that far off. They're
no,
still in striking distance.
I don't think they're not out of it. They've made up a little bit of ground. So let's see what happens. Again, I think Team 10 shows more speed on this upward leg, so they're kind of getting back within striking distance. Graydale continues to lead. MCON in second, and Pro Floors in third. WHM,
the spacing is interesting, because you have the 2 lead boats, but not even 2, but you've got Graydale, and then you've got MCON, but
there's
then
Graydale.
Pro Floors is by themselves.
Well, they're all 3 kind of by themselves now, because there's Graydale, there's MCON, and Pro Floors is somewhere in this shot behind them. In fact, there they are right there, just exiting the turn. So these boats are kind of in a race by themselves. They've all got their own water that they can run. They're not really getting affected by anything else. When they come by, we're going to have to see if MCON has been able to close up the gap. But I've talked about it before. What a confidence booster this must be for Chris Grant and Billy Moore. Billy Moore obviously knows what's going on, very familiar with racing, one of the best throttle men in the business, I would say.
Mm-hmm.
But for Chris Grant to be able to do this, it's just fantastic. I think that
and he's been committed too. He's been committed to the sport and just brought it along, saw the opportunity to get this boat.
Yep. No, for sure. And it's a great boat.
And he advanced his team.
Yep, there goes Team 10. They're still chasing down WHM. That's their wake there in the corner. Look at Team 10 duck back to the inside, trying to
shorten up the course.
Yeah, they're trying to put a nose in there to WHM. They did a little bit of it. But see, now this is where I think, this is where Team 10 is faster. So if they can speed up, maybe make up a little bit of ground, they'll control the inside line in the corner going into the north end turn on this course. Graydale continues to lead. MCON in second, Pro Floors in third. This is the battle for fourth between Team 10 and WHM. We still have SV Offshore out there running. We still got Dramatized Offshore out there racing, and we've got the 2 450 boats. But look at this tightened up battle here between Team 10 and WHM. They got real close together there for a couple of seconds. So this is just seesawing back and forth between these 2 skater hulls.
Yeah, no one's getting that comfort zone yet to settle in. Once they've disposed of the other.
Yep, not by any means. About a rooster tail length separates these 2 boats for 4th place.
And they both have their parts of the course where they seem to have an advantage.
Yeah, but we haven't seen this where WHM looks like they've accelerated on this part.
Right.
It would be interesting to see the speeds kind of broken up in the different quadrants of the course to see, because, you definitely, I think, would see a difference where one is faster than the other.
Mm-hmm.
But Team 10 has been faster to me on this part of the course than WHM has been. But as we discussed earlier, the setup could come or fall away from these guys, and maybe Team 10 is losing their setup a little bit. Maybe WHM is falling into it.
Yep.
If Team 10 was prop taller for more speed, and they lost and they were losing weight, they could start getting a little bit more flighty. Then they would have to trim the boat back down and get it down.
Because it looked like Mark had it trimmed conservatively there.
Yeah,
they
but
were running a little on the nose.
Yeah, but if Billy's getting faster because of weight, then that could make a difference too. There's the beautiful NZ11 Pro Floors MTI. The gassy racing engines, just a beautiful, beautiful boat. I love that boat. Been around for a very, very long time. Used to be Reliable Carriers back in the day. Then it was Spirit of Qatar for a little while. And then Wayne bought it and started racing it with Grant some years ago and have been very successful. They were your 2019 APBA champions. And, of course, there is MCON. They have the US 1 on the side of their boat because they're the 2021
And this
APBA
fight still
champions.
wages.
Yep, WHM and Team 10 still going at it.
Britt's going to know he's been in one with this after this race.
Yeah, I think Britt's going to sleep pretty good tonight as Team 10 exits the corner. See, and they didn't really take any big hops through that corner that time, so it's, you know, it almost looking different. Look at the speed, though, that Team 10 was able to carry on the outside.
Right.
So maybe they, knowing they have that top speed setup, they want to be able to just kind of, you know, run the outside line just a little bit more. As WHM is in 4th now, Team 10 is in 5th. Graydell continues to lead. MCON in 2nd. Pro Floors in 3rd. WHM now in 4th.
Look at
10.
Team 10.
Yep, Team 10 rather. Pro 10. It's been a long day. Team 10 now trying to make a move back up on the outside, and I think they did establish overtake. I don't know why it looks like Billy, or not Billy, but I don't know why it looked like Jay and Britt slowed momentarily there, but I mean, obviously they let them get by, so I'm not really sure what happened. The Supercat group is kind of all spaced out except for these two boats. Great to see Graydell out into such a lead over MCON.
They're in a rhythm now and just kind of.
Well, they can run their race. I guarantee
Yeah.
that Billy's got people on the shore running lap times,
Yep.
and they're getting updated with the distance between themselves and MCON. And Billy is smart enough to know to maintain the boat at that distance.
Yep.
Because if he's got, wow, look at the separation there. What happened to WHM? This was a battle that was pretty much side by side, deck to deck, these past couple laps. And now there seems to be a big separation. I thought that it looked like WHM slowed a little bit, but I'm not really 100% sure, because now Team 10th has really gotten themselves up into a solid 4th place finish behind Pro Floors. But again, you don't see any whitewater, so you know that Pro Floors is pretty far ahead of.
They're very spread out.
Yeah, definitely. MTI continues to lead in the 450 class. Clovar in 2nd place. Billy Allen making his debut in that class, pulling double duty here today.
I'm curious to see what you mentioned before, looking at the port side of this boat, because you had wondered. I don't see anything.
That might be a graphic. It's kind of hard to tell.
Yeah.
You got to look real close at it, and it could be just a graphic or something there.
I think it is. Pretty boat, though.
Yep, fantastic boat. Boat obviously has had its history over the years. Steve Curtis actually raced his boat for a long time. Billy Moore raced his boat for a long time.
Qatar,
and WHM is down. I just saw. Yep, there they are, right on the inside of the course. WHM is down off plane, and they are moving. Now remember, they were having some fuel issues yesterday, so I don't know if that caught up with them, but a tough day for Britt and Jay as they have fallen off plane in the middle of the course. So that now gives Team 10 a solid 4th place finish behind Pro Floors. Graydell continues to lead. MCON in 2nd, Pro Floors in 3rd. Now Team 10 in a well-established 4th place after a deck-to-deck battle for most of the race with WHM. And the white flag is out. The white flag is out.
Okay.
Last lap here for Supercat. And I believe probably for 450 class, the 450 class also will be coming around for their first, or for their final lap rather. Had a chance to kind of climb in that number 7 MTI yesterday, the new boat, Taylor Scissor's new boat. Man, that thing is just fantastic. It's fantastic. It's very well done inside. It's actually a dual cockpit boat, so there's 3 seats in the back as well. Talked to Randy Sissom. He said it really didn't make a difference in the weight all that much. The center of gravity changed pretty significantly, but other than that, it's very much the same. But you can definitely tell by looking at it, the cockpit is a lot bigger.
And now what's Billy hearing in the Graydell boat?
Let's just finish now. Let's be smart. Let's finish the race. Do what we can do.
You watch NASCAR, and they always talk about what they're hearing and listening for in the last
saving
couple of
the
laps.
tires, saving the fuel, saving the brakes, whatever they got to save. Just save the boat here. Really impressed by Team 10, though. I want to take my hats off to these guys because they ran a heck of a race today. They raced 2 very, very experienced racers between Britt and Jay.
Yep.
And did very well. There's that beautiful number 7 MTI, Taylor Scissom and Johnny Tomlinson. Taylor got to race with her dad last year. She got to race with JT last year. I think Milton did some races with him, so she's gotten a full group there.
Sean Torrente raced one race.
Yep,
too.
Sean Torrente raced here with her last year because I think
Johnny
JT
was
busy.
he was in the boat with Lauren.
Oh, that's right. Yep. Now, I wonder who has that boat now, because that's a wicked fast boat too. That could come out and be very successful in Supercat, as proven by Performance Boat Center, as it was their boat at one point, and then
didn't Kenny Mungle have it?
No, Kenny Mungle used to own the other steel boat. It's called Defender now. They used to own that boat, so he'll. They're getting. I think they're actually going to the Mercury engine program. There's WHM. Looks like.
No. Clovar and MTI are right next to each other.
Oh.
When they just, they were just in a shot together. See, they're right there.
Yep, look at that.
I wonder if
Getting ready to
Clovar is
go.
making a run.
Maybe they are. Oh, nope. MTI must have a problem. They are slowing quickly. So MTI must have some sort of an issue. It looks like they lost an engine, one rooster tail. And the way the boat's running, they're just going to try and finish. Definitely down an engine. And nope, they're going to try and keep going. Be interesting to see what happened to them. You don't see a lot of failures with these 450s. Actually, Taylor ran it all last year with no issues. It'll be interesting to see what happened to them. Great Elk continues to lead.
Do those have a Guardian?
I'm sure they do. I don't know much about the 450s.
That's the first thing you think.
Yep. Great Elk continues to lead in Supercat. MCon in second. Pro Floors in third. They took the white flag last time by on the CRA 370 Sundancer, so I think they're going to take the checkered flag this time by and take their first win in Supercat. Billy Moore, Chris Grant taking their final turn here in Cocoa Beach. They're going to come back along the beach here.
And I don't think there's anyone who won't be happy.
I'm sure the CJ Grant team is on land freaking out about how happy they are. There is Clover. Could they come out and get their first win in the 450 class? What a confidence booster for this team after Taylor had some sort of mechanical issue. Don't see Taylor continuing to run. Here is MCon. A solid second place for MCon, though. A brand new boat, a little bit of test time on Lake of the Ozarks, which is completely different than running here in the Atlantic Ocean. Yep, and I just looked up at the big screen. It looks like Taylor is still going on the course. So here comes Great L one more time across the finish line, and they will take the checkered flag in their first win in Supercat. Billy Moore, Chris Grant, your winners.
They're coming to the
in
line
Supercat.
right now.
Yep, congratulations to these guys.
Flag is waving.
MCon in second and Pro Floors in third.
Well deserved.
So these boats will head to, I believe, Lake of the Ozarks. Yep, there's the checkered flag for Chris Grant, Billy Moore. Congratulations, Graydell, on your first win of your career and hopefully many more to come. I can officially say that I think buying that boat worked out very, very well for that team. MCon, solid second place, and NZ11 Pro Floors coming across in third. Remember, this is the first race of the APBA Championship. We got 7 more to go after this. So these top 3 boats I think can walk away with their head kind of high. WHM's obviously going to have to go back and do some research and figure it out. It's a good camaraderie amongst this group. They're all really good friends, and I think it'll be a good celebration tonight for the Graydell team.
Well, you know that Tyler's going to go start looking at his data probably today.
Yep, 100%. He's going to compare it to what they had before. As Pro Floors now comes across. Man, the distance between MCon and Pro Floors was much bigger than what we thought, because MCon is way down off a plane in the middle of the course.
No, they headed back.
Did they go
That's
back?
Their
They went.
tail.
Okay, they went straight in. So Pro Floors is going to come across in third, and then behind them you're going to have Team 10. As there's the checkered flag for third place for Pro Floors. So congratulations to them on their podium finish.
And Grant said yesterday that Wayne told him he'd be ecstatic with a podium.
Yep. And Dramatized is going to come across the finish line. Congratulations to Will and Tina Rogers on finishing their first official race.
I think they still have another lap.
Always good to go.
They might have another lap to go.
They might. I don't know if they'll
actually. SV Offshore still running.
Okay, so he's going to complete. Okay, so they ended up putting him a lap down. So Simon and Vinny are going to have some work to do. Here is Team 10. They are going to cross the finish line in fourth place. This is, to my knowledge, their best finish to date in this skater hall.
Boat looked good.
Right now in Cocoa Beach, there is SV Offshore just on the other side of the race course, so they're going to head down into the dogleg. We are wrapping up racing for the first race of the season here in Cocoa Beach, 1 of 8 in the books. Go to p1offshore.com for more information, or follow them on Facebook or Insta or Instagram or whatever you're supposed to call that one now. Thunder on the Beach would like to thank Keltec for all their support. Keltec designs firearms right here in Brevard County, Florida that are innovative in design and exciting to use. Look for them at your favorite firearms dealer. They employ hundreds of your friends and neighbors right here in Brevard County, many of them military veterans. Sea Ray Boats, the official start-finish boat of Thunder on Cocoa Beach, brought out a beautiful 37 Sea Ray Sundancer powered by Mercury V12, 600 horsepower, 7.6-liter Verado outboards. Go to searay.com for more information on that beautiful boat. And, of course, a shout-out to all the businesses that sponsored the Thunder on Cocoa Beach. How about Kel-Tec, Butt Racks, Cape Marina, Port Canaveral Firearms and Ammo, Visit SpaceCoast.com, Wallace Air Conditioning Heating, JT Social Bar. Of course, JT, one of the host hotels with La Quinta Inns, his family's hotel, just right here on A1A. Eric, I believe you're staying there this year.
Yep, thank you.
Bale
JJ.
Brothers Cranes and Rigging, Coconuts on the Beach, Offshore Outdive, the Tiny Turtle, Golf and Gator, Juice and Java Cafe, and of course, IamAFreedomFighter.org, fighting human trafficking here in Cocoa Beach and in the United States. There's the beautiful Sea Ray 370. Look at that. That's just such a beautiful boat. Great lines. There's the Clover entry. So I think they took their first win here in their debut.
And thank you to Speed on the Water for getting me come back down here and see all my old friends and make some new ones.
The official partner of P1 Offshore. Go to P1Offshore.com for more information. Check out your favorite team. Follow the schedule. We will be in a town near you before you know it. Facebook.com/P1 Offshore or search P1 Offshore on Instagram. All the major social medias that our good buddy Cole McGowan. We hope he's feeling better. A little down and under the weather today. Cole, we hope you're feeling better. Thanks to Ozem. Thanks to Michelle. Thanks to the entire P1 staff.
Yes, thank you.
For helping us out this weekend. Case Productions did a fantastic job bringing you your live stream. We are wrapping up here the 2022 Thunder on Cocoa Beach. Thank you to Dale Owens. Thank you to Mark Austin, Sean Steiner, medical director, all of our divers, and everybody that's worked out to help us. I'm Mike Uwaski for Eric Colby. You've been watching the 2022 Thunder on Cocoa Beach presented by Kel-Tec. We will see you in Sarasota, Florida in July.